The Everlasting Man by G.K. Chesterton. Book 2, On the Man Called Christ. Chapter 1, The God in the Cave. This sketch of the human story began in a cave, the cave which popular science associates with the caveman, and in which practical discovery has really found archaic drawings of animals. The second half of human history, which was like a new creation of the world, also begins in a cave. There is even a shadow of such a fancy in the fact that animals were again present. For it was a cave used as a stable by the mountaineers of the uplands about Bethlehem, who still drive their cattle into such holes and caverns at night. It was here that a homeless couple had crept underground with the cattle, when the doors of the crowded caravanserai had been shut in their faces. And it was here, beneath the very feet of the passers-by, in a cellar under the very floor of the world, that Jesus Christ was born. But in that second creation there was indeed something symbolical in the roots of the primeval rock, or the horns of the prehistoric herd. God also was a caveman, and had also traced strange shapes of creatures curiously colored upon the wall of the world. But the pictures that he made had come to life. A mass of legend and literature, which increases and will never end, has repeated and rung the changes on that simple paradox, that the hands that had made the sun and stars were too small to reach the huge heads of the cattle. Upon this paradox, we might almost say upon this jest, all the literature of our faith is founded. It is at least like a jest in this, that it is something which the scientific critic cannot see. He laboriously explains the difficulty which we have always defiantly and almost derisively exaggerated, and mildly condemns as improbable something that we have almost madly exalted as incredible, as something that would be much too good to be true, except that it is true. When that contrast between the cosmic creation and the little local infancy has been repeated, reiterated, underlined, emphasized, exulted in, sung, shouted, roared, not to say howled, in 100,000 hymns, carols, rhymes, rituals, pictures, poems, and popular sermons, it may be suggested that we hardly need a higher critic to draw our attention to something a little odd about it, especially one of the sort that seems to take a long time to see a joke, even his own joke. But about this contrast and combination of ideas, one thing may be said here, because it is relevant to the whole thesis of this book. The sort of modern critic of whom I speak is generally much impressed with the importance of education in life, and the importance of psychology in education. That sort of man is never tired of telling us that first impressions fix character by the law of causation, and he will become quite nervous if a child's visual sense is poisoned by the wrong colors on a gollywog, or his nervous system prematurely shaken by a cacophonous rattle. Yet he will think us very narrow-minded if we say that this is exactly why there really is a difference between being brought up as a Christian and being brought up as a Jew or a Moslem or an atheist. The difference is that every Catholic child has learned from pictures, and even every Protestant child from stories, this incredible combination of contrasted ideas as one of the very first impressions on his mind. It is not merely a theological difference. It is a psychological difference which can outlast any theologies. It really is as that sort of scientist loves to say about anything, incurable. Any agnostic or atheist whose childhood has known a real Christmas has ever afterwards, whether he likes it or not, an association in his mind between two ideas that most of mankind must regard as remote from each other: the idea of a baby and the idea of unknown strength that sustains the stars. His instincts and imagination can still connect them when his reason can no longer see the need of the connection. For him, there will always be some savor of religion about the mere picture of a mother and a baby, some hint of mercy and softening about the mere mention of the dreadful name of God. But the two ideas are not naturally or necessarily combined. They would not be necessarily combined for an ancient Greek or a Chinaman, even for Aristotle or Confucius. It is no more inevitable to connect God with an infant than to connect gravitation with a kitten. It has been created in our minds by Christmas because we are Christians, because we are psychological Christians even when we are not theological ones. In other words, this combination of ideas has emphatically, in the much disputed phrase, altered human nature. There is really a difference between the man who knows it and the man who does not. It may not be a difference of moral worth, for the Moslem or the Jew might be worthier according to his lights, but it is a plain fact about the crossing of two particular lights, the conjunction of two stars in our particular horoscope. Omnipotence and impotence, or divinity and infancy, do definitely make a sort of epigram which a million repetitions cannot turn into a platitude. It is not unreasonable to call it unique. Bethlehem is emphatically a place where extremes meet. Here begins, it is needless to say, another mighty influence for the humanization of Christendom. If the world wanted what is called a non-controversial aspect of Christianity, it would probably select Christmas. Yet it is obviously bound up with what is supposed to be a controversial aspect. I could never at any stage of my opinions imagine why. The respect paid to the Blessed Virgin. When I was a boy, a more Puritan generation objected to a statue upon my parish church representing the Virgin and Child. After much controversy, they compromised by taking away the child. One would think that this was even more corrupted with Mariolatry, unless the mother was counted less dangerous when deprived of a sort of weapon. But the practical difficulty is also a parable. You cannot chip away the statue of a mother from all round that of a newborn child. You cannot suspend the newborn child in mid-air. Indeed, you cannot really have a statue of a newborn child at all. Similarly, you cannot suspend the idea of a newborn child in the void, or think of him without thinking of his mother. You cannot visit the child without visiting the mother. You cannot, in common human life, approach the child except through the mother. If we are to think of Christ in this aspect at all, the other idea follows as it is followed in history. We must either leave Christ out of Christmas or Christmas out of Christ. Or we must admit, if only as we admit it in an old picture, that those holy heads are too near together for the halos not to mingle and cross. It might be suggested, in a somewhat violent image, that nothing had happened in that fold or crack in the great gray hills, except that the whole universe had been turned inside out. I mean, that all the eyes of wonder and worship which had been turned outward to the largest thing were now turned inward to the smallest. The very image will suggest all that multitudinous marvel of converging eyes that makes so much of the colored Catholic imagery, like a peacock's tail. But it is true in a sense that God, who had been only a circumference, was seen as a center, and a center is infinitely small. It is true that the spiritual spiral henceforward works inwards instead of outwards, and in that sense is centripetal and not centrifugal. The faith becomes, in more ways than one, a religion of little things. But its traditions in art and literature and popular fable have quite sufficiently attested, as has been said, this particular paradox of the divine being in the cradle. Perhaps they have not so clearly emphasized the significance of the divine being in the cave. Curiously enough, indeed, tradition has not very clearly emphasized the cave. It is a familiar fact that the Bethlehem scene has been represented in every possible setting of time and country, of landscape and architecture, and it is a wholly happy and admirable fact that men have conceived it as quite different, according to their different individual traditions and tastes. But while all have realized that it was a stable, not so many have realized that it was a cave. Some critics have even been so silly as to suppose that there was some contradiction between the stable and the cave, in which case they cannot know much about caves or stables in Palestine. As they see differences that are not there, it is needless to add that they do not see differences that are there. When a well-known critic says, for instance, that Christ, being born in a rocky cavern, is like Mithras having sprung alive out of a rock, it sounds like a parody upon comparative religion. There is such a thing as the point of a story, even if it is a story in the sense of a lie. And the notion of a hero appearing like Pallas from the brain of Zeus, mature and without a mother, is obviously the very opposite of the idea of a god being born like an ordinary baby and entirely dependent upon a mother. Whichever ideal we might prefer, we should surely see that they are contrary ideals. It is as stupid to connect them because they both contain a substance called stone as to identify the punishment of the deluge with the baptism in the Jordan because they both contain a substance called water. Whether as a myth or a mystery, Christ was obviously conceived as born in a hole in the rocks, primarily because it marked the position of one outcast and homeless. Nevertheless, it is true, as I have said, that the cave has not been so commonly or so clearly used as a symbol as the other realities that surrounded the first Christmas. And the reason for this also refers to the very nature of that new world. It was, in a sense, the difficulty of a new dimension. Christ was not only born on the level of the world, but even lower than the world. The first act of the divine drama was enacted, not only on no stage set up above the sightseer, but on a darkened curtain stage sunken out of sight. And that is an idea very difficult to express in most modes of artistic expression. It is the idea of simultaneous happenings on different levels of life. Something like it might have been attempted in the more archaic and decorative medieval art, but the more the artists learned of realism and perspective, the less they could depict at once the angels in the heavens and the shepherds on the hills, and the glory in the darkness that was underneath the hills. Perhaps it could have been best conveyed by the characteristic expedient of some of the medieval guilds, when they wheeled about the streets a theater with 3 stages, one above the other, with heaven above the earth and hell under the earth. But in the riddle of Bethlehem, it was heaven that was under the earth. There is in that alone the touch of a revolution, as of the world turned upside down. It would be vain to attempt to say anything adequate or anything new about the change which this conception of a deity, born like an outcast or even an outlaw, had upon the whole conception of law and its duties to the poor and outcast. It is profoundly true to say that after that moment there could be no slaves. There could be and were people bearing that legal title, until the church was strong enough to weed them out, but there could be no more of the pagan repose in the mere advantage to the state of keeping it a servile state. Individuals became important in a sense in which no instruments can be important. A man could not be a means to an end, at any rate to any other man's end. All this popular and fraternal element in the story has been rightly attached by tradition to the episode of the shepherds, the hinds who found themselves talking face to face with the princes of heaven. But there is another aspect of the popular element as represented by the shepherds, which has not perhaps been so fully developed, and which is more directly relevant here. Men of the people, like the shepherds, men of the popular tradition, had everywhere been the makers of the mythologies. It was they who had felt most directly, with least check or chill from philosophy or the corrupt cults of civilization, the need we have already considered, the images that were adventures of the imagination, the mythology that was a sort of search, the tempting and tantalizing hints of something half-human in nature, the dumb significance of seasons and special places. They had best understood that the soul of a landscape is a story, and the soul of a story is a personality. But rationalism had already begun to rot away these really irrational, though imaginative, treasures of the peasant, even as systematic slavery had eaten the peasant out of house and home. Upon all such peasantries everywhere there was descending a dusk and a twilight of disappointment in the hour when these few men discovered what they sought. Everywhere else Arcadia was fading from the forest. Pan was dead, and the shepherds were scattered like sheep. And though no man knew it, the hour was near which was to end and to fulfill all things. And though no man heard it, there was one far-off cry in an unknown tongue upon the heaving wilderness of the mountains. The shepherds had found their shepherd. And the thing they found was of a kind with the things they sought. The populace had been wrong in many things, but they had not been wrong in believing that holy things could have a habitation, and that divinity need not disdain the limits of time and space. And the barbarian who conceived the crudest fancy about the sun being stolen and hidden in a box, or the wildest myth about the god being rescued and his enemy deceived with a stone, was nearer to the secret of the cave, and knew more about the crisis of the world than all those in the circle of cities round the Mediterranean who had become content with cold abstractions or cosmopolitan generalizations, than all those who were spinning thinner and thinner threads of thought out of the transcendentalism of Plato or the Orientalism of Pythagoras. The place that the shepherds found was not an academy or an abstract republic. It was not a place of myths allegorized or dissected or explained away. It was a place of dreams come true. Since that hour, no mythologies have been made in the world. Mythology is a search. We all know that the popular presentation of this popular story in so many miracle plays and carols has given to the shepherds the costumes, the language, and the landscape of the separate English and European countrysides. We all know that one shepherd will talk in a Somerset dialect, or another talk of driving his sheep from Conway towards Clyde. Most of us know by this time how true is that error, how wise, how artistic, how intensely Christian and Catholic is that anachronism. But some who have seen it in these scenes of medieval rusticity have perhaps not seen it in another sort of poetry, which it is sometimes the fashion to call artificial rather than artistic. I fear that many modern critics will see only a faded classicism in the fact that men like Crashaw and Herrick conceived the shepherds of Bethlehem under the form of the shepherds of Virgil. Yet they were profoundly right, and in turning their Bethlehem play into a Latin eclogue, they took up one of the most important links in human history. Virgil, as we have already seen, does stand for all that saner heathenism that had overthrown the insane heathenism of human sacrifice. But the very fact that even the Virgilian virtues and the sane heathenism were in incurable decay is the whole problem to which the revelation to the shepherds is the solution. If the world had ever had the chance to grow weary of being demoniac, it might have been healed merely by becoming sane. But if it had grown weary even of being sane, what was to happen except what did happen? Nor is it false to conceive the Arcadian shepherd of the eclogues as rejoicing in what did happen. One of the eclogues has even been claimed as a prophecy of what did happen. But it is quite as much in the tone and incidental diction of the great poet that we feel the potential sympathy with the great event. And even in their own human phrases, the voices of the Virgilian shepherds might more than once have broken upon more than the tenderness of Italy. Incipe parve puer, risu cognoscere matrem. They might have found in that strange place all that was best in the last traditions of the Latins, and something better than a wooden idol standing up forever for the pillar of the human family, a household god. But they and all the other mythologists would be justified in rejoicings that the event had fulfilled not merely the mysticism, but the materialism of mythology. Mythology had many sins, but it had not been wrong in being as carnal as the Incarnation. But something of the ancient voice that was supposed to have rung through the graves, it could cry again. We have seen, he hath seen us, a visible God. So the ancient shepherds might have danced, and their feet have been beautiful upon the mountains, rejoicing over the philosophers. But the philosophers had also heard. End of Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 1. It is still a strange story, though an old one, how they came out of Orient lands, crowned with the majesty of kings, and clothed with something of the mystery of magicians. The truth that is tradition has wisely remembered them almost as unknown quantities, as mysterious as their mysterious and melodious names, Melchior, Caspar, Balthazar. But there came with them all that world of wisdom that had watched the stars in Chaldea and the sun in Persia, and we shall not be wrong if we see in them the same curiosity that moves all the sages. They would stand for the same human ideal if their names had really been Confucius or Pythagoras or Plato. They were those who sought not tales, but the truth of things. And since their thirst for truth was itself a thirst for God, they also have had their reward. But even in order to understand that reward, we must understand that for philosophy as much as mythology, That reward was the completion of the incomplete. Such learned men would doubtless have come, as these learned men did come, to find themselves confirmed in much that was true in their own traditions and right in their own reasoning. Confucius would have found a new foundation for the family in the very reversal of the Holy Family. Buddha would have looked upon a new renunciation of stars rather than jewels, and divinity rather than royalty. These learned men would still have the right to say, or rather a new right to say, that there was truth in their old teaching. But after all, these learned men would have come to learn. They would have come to complete their conceptions with something they had not yet conceived, even to balance their imperfect universe with something they might once have contradicted. Buddha would have come from his impersonal paradise to worship a person. Confucius would have come from his temples of ancestor worship to worship a child. We must grasp from the first this character in the new cosmos, that it was larger than the old cosmos. In that sense, Christendom is larger than creation, as creation had been before Christ. It included things that had not been there. It also included the things that had been there. The point happens to be well illustrated in this example of Chinese piety, but it would be true of other pagan virtues or pagan beliefs. Nobody can doubt that a reasonable respect for parents is part of a gospel in which God himself was subject in childhood to earthly parents. But the other sense, in which the parents were subject to him, does introduce an idea that is not Confucian. The infant Christ is not like the infant Confucius. Our mysticism conceives him in an immortal infancy. I do not know what Confucius would have done with the bambino had it come to life in his arms as it did in the arms of St. Francis. But this is true in relation to all the other religions and philosophies. It is the challenge of the Church. The Church contains what the world does not contain. Life itself does not provide as she does for all sides of life. That every other system is narrow and insufficient compared to this one, that is not a rhetorical boast. It is a real fact and a real dilemma. Where is the Holy Child amid the Stoics and the ancestor worshippers? Where is Our Lady of the Moslems, a woman made for no man and set above all angels? Where is Saint Michael of the monks of Buddha, rider and master of the trumpets, guarding for every soldier the honor of the sword? What could St. Thomas Aquinas do with the mythology of Brahmanism, he who set forth all the science and rationality and even rationalism of Christianity? Yet, even if we compare Aquinas with Aristotle at the other extreme of reason, we shall find the same sense of something added. Aquinas could understand the most logical parts of Aristotle. It is doubtful if Aristotle could have understood the most mystical parts of Aquinas. Even where we can hardly call the Christian greater, we are forced to call him larger. But it is so to whatever philosophy or heresy or modern movement we may turn. How would Francis the Troubadour have fared among the Calvinists, or for that matter, among the utilitarians of the Manchester school? Yet men like Bossuet and Pascal could be as stern and logical as any Calvinist or utilitarian. How would St. Joan of Arc, a woman waving on men to war with the sword, have fared among the Quakers, or the Doukhobors, or the Tolstoyan sect of pacifists? Yet any number of Catholic saints have spent their lives in preaching peace and preventing wars. It is the same with all the modern attempts at syncretism. They are never able to make something larger than the creed without leaving something out. I do not mean leaving out something divine, but something human. The flag, or the N, or the boy's tale of battle, or the hedge at the end of the field. The Theosophists build a pantheon, but it is only a pantheon for pantheists. They call a parliament of religion as a reunion of all the peoples, but it is only a reunion of all the prigs. Yet exactly such a pantheon had been set up 2,000 years before by the shores of the Mediterranean, and Christians were invited to set up the image of Jesus side by side with the image of Jupiter, of Mithras, of Osiris, of Attis, or of Ammon. It was the refusal of the Christians that was the turning point of history. If the Christians had accepted, they and the whole world would have certainly, in a grotesque but exact metaphor, gone to pot. They would all have been boiled down to one lukewarm liquid in that great pot of cosmopolitan corruption, in which all the other myths and mysteries were already melting. It was an awful and an appalling escape. Nobody understands the nature of the Church, or the ringing note of the creed descending from antiquity, who does not realize that the whole world once very nearly died of broad-mindedness and the brotherhood of all religions. Here it is the important point that the Magi, who stand for mysticism and philosophy, are truly conceived as seeking something new, and even as finding something unexpected. That tense sense of crisis which still tingles in the Christmas story, and even in every Christmas celebration, accentuates the idea of a search and a discovery. The discovery is, in this case, truly a scientific discovery. For the other mystical figures in the miracle play, for the angel and the mother, the shepherds and the soldiers of Herod, there may be aspects both simpler and more supernatural, more elemental or more emotional. But the wise men must be seeking wisdom, and for them there must be a light also in the intellect. And this is the light, that the Catholic creed is Catholic, and that nothing else is Catholic. The philosophy of the Church is universal. The philosophy of the philosophers was not universal. Had Plato and Pythagoras and Aristotle stood for an instant in the light that came out of that little cave, they would have known that their own light was not universal. It is far from certain, indeed, that they did not know it already. Philosophy also, like mythology, had very much the air of a search. It is the realization of this truth that gives its traditional majesty and mystery to the figures of the three kings. The discovery that religion is broader than philosophy, and that this is the broadest of religions, contained within this narrow space. The magicians were gazing at the strange pentacle with the human triangle reversed, and they have never come to the end of their calculations about it. For it is the paradox of that group in the cave that while our emotions about it are of childish simplicity, our thoughts about it can branch with a never-ending complexity, and we can never reach the end even of our own ideas about the child who was a father and the mother who was a child. We might well be content to say that mythology had come with the shepherds and philosophy with the philosophers, and that it only remained for them to combine in the recognition of religion. But there was a third element that must not be ignored, and one which that religion forever refuses to ignore, in any revel or reconciliation. There was present in the primary scenes of the drama that enemy that had rotted the legends with lust, and frozen theories into atheism, but which answered the direct challenge with something of that more direct method which we have seen in the conscious cult of the demons. In the description of that demon worship, of the devouring detestation of innocence shown in the works of its witchcraft, and the most inhuman of its human sacrifice, I have said less of its incorrect and secret penetration of the saner paganism, the soaking of mythological imagination with sex, the rise of imperial pride into insanity. But both the indirect and the direct influence make themselves felt in the drama of Bethlehem. A ruler under the Roman suzerainty, probably equipped and surrounded with the Roman ornament and order, though himself of Eastern blood, seems in that hour to have felt stirring within him the spirit of strange things. We all know the story of how Herod, alarmed at some rumor of a mysterious rival, remembered the wild gesture of the capricious despots of Asia, and ordered a massacre of suspects of the new generation of the populace. Everyone knows the story, but not everyone has perhaps noted its place in the story of the strange religions of men. Not everybody has seen the significance even of its very contrast with the Corinthian columns and Roman pavement of that conquered and superficially civilized world. Only, as the purpose in his dark spirit began to show and shine in the eyes of the Idumean, a seer might perhaps have seen something like a great gray ghost that looked over his shoulder, have seen behind him, filling the dome of night and hovering for the last time over history, that vast and fearful face that was Moloch of the Carthaginians, awaiting his last tribute from a ruler of the races of Shem. The demons also, in that first festival of Christmas, feasted after their own fashion. Unless we understand the presence of that enemy, we shall not only miss the point of Christianity, but even miss the point of Christmas. Christmas for us in Christendom has become one thing, and, in one sense, even a simple thing. But like all the truths of that tradition, it is, in another sense, a very complex thing. Its unique note is the simultaneous striking of many notes, of humility, of gaiety, of gratitude, of mystical fear, but also of vigilance and of drama. It is not only an occasion for the peacemakers any more than for the merrymakers. It is not only a Hindu peace conference any more than it is only a Scandinavian winter feast. There is something defiant in it also, something that makes the abrupt bells at midnight sound like the great guns of a battle that has just been won. All this indescribable thing that we call the Christmas atmosphere only hangs in the air as something like a lingering fragrance or fading vapor from the exultant explosion of that 1 hour in the Judean hills nearly 2,000 years ago. But the savor is still unmistakable, and it is something too subtle or too solitary to be covered by our use of the word peace. By the very nature of the story, the rejoicings in the cavern were rejoicings in a fortress or an outlaw's den. Properly understood, it is not unduly flippant to say they were rejoicings in a dugout. It is not only true that such a subterranean chamber was a hiding place from enemies, and that the enemies were already scouring the stony plain that lay above it like a sky. It is not only that the very horse hoofs of Herod might in that sense have passed like thunder over the sunken head of Christ. It is also that there is in that image a true idea of an outpost, of a piercing through the rock, and an entrance into an enemy territory. There is in this buried divinity an idea of undermining the world, of shaking the towers and palaces from below, even as Herod the great king felt that earthquake under him and swayed with his swaying palace. That is perhaps the mightiest of the mysteries of the cave. It is already apparent that though men are said to have looked for hell under the earth, in this case it is rather heaven that is under the earth. And there follows in this strange story the idea of an upheaval of heaven. That is the paradox of the whole position, that henceforth the highest thing can only work from below. Royalty can only return to its own by a sort of rebellion. Indeed, the Church, from its beginnings, and perhaps especially in its beginnings, was not so much a principality as a revolution against the prince of the world. This sense that the world had been conquered by the great usurper and was in his possession has been much deplored or derided by those optimists who identify enlightenment with ease. But it was responsible for all that thrill of defiance and a beautiful danger that made the good news seem to be really both good and new. It was in truth against a huge unconscious usurpation that it raised a revolt, and originally so obscure a revolt. Olympus still occupied the sky, like a motionless cloud molded into many mighty forms. Philosophy still sat in the high places, and even on the thrones of the kings, when Christ was born in the cave, and Christianity in the catacombs. In both senses we may remark the same paradox of revolution, the sense of something despised and of something feared. The cave, in one aspect, is only a hole or corner into which the outcasts are swept like rubbish. Yet, in the other aspect, it is a hiding place of something valuable, which the tyrants are seeking like treasure. In one sense, they are there because the innkeeper would not even remember them, and in another, because the king can never forget them. We have already noted that this paradox appeared also in the treatment of the early church. It was important while it was still insignificant, and certainly while it was still impotent. It was important solely because it was intolerable. And in that sense it is true to say that it was intolerable because it was intolerant. It was resented because in its own still and almost secret way it had declared war. It had risen out of the ground to wreck the heaven and earth of heathenism. It did not try to destroy all that creation of gold and marble, but it contemplated a world without it. It dared to look right through it, as though the gold and marble had been glass. Those who charged the Christians with burning down Rome with firebrands were slanderers, but they were, at least, far nearer to the nature of Christianity than those among the moderns who tell us that the Christians were a sort of ethical society, being martyred in a languid fashion for telling men they had a duty to their neighbors, and only mildly disliked because they were meek and mild. Herod had his place, therefore, in the miracle play of Bethlehem, because he is the menace to the church militant, and shows it from the first as under persecution and fighting for its life. For those who think this a discord, it is a discord that sounds simultaneously with the Christmas bells. For those who think the idea of the crusade is one that spoils the idea of the cross, we can only say that for them the idea of the cross is spoiled. The idea of the cross is spoiled quite literally in the cradle. It is not here to the purpose to argue with them on the abstract ethics of fighting. The purpose in this place is merely to sum up the combination of ideas that make up the Christian and Catholic idea, and to note that all of them are already crystallized in the first Christmas story. They are three distinct and commonly contrasted things which are nevertheless one thing, but this is the only thing which can make them one. The first is the human instinct for a heaven that shall be as literal and almost as local as a home. It is the idea pursued by all poets and pagans making myths, that a particular place must be the shrine of the god, or the abode of the blessed, that fairyland is a land, or that the return of the ghost must be the resurrection of the body. I do not here reason about the refusal of rationalism to satisfy this need. I only say that if the rationalists refuse to satisfy it, the pagans will not be satisfied. This is present in the story of Bethlehem and Jerusalem, as it is present in the story of Delos and Delphi, and as it is not present in the whole universe of Lucretius, or the whole universe of Herbert Spencer. The second element is a philosophy larger than other philosophies, larger than that of Lucretius and infinitely larger than that of Herbert Spencer. It looks at the world through 100 windows, where the ancient Stoic or the modern agnostic only looks through one. It sees life with thousands of eyes belonging to thousands of different sorts of people, where the other is only the individual standpoint of a Stoic or an agnostic. It has something for all moods of man. It finds work for all kinds of men. It understands secrets of psychology. It is aware of depths of evil. It is able to distinguish between ideal and unreal marvels and miraculous exceptions. It trains itself in tact about hard cases, all with a multiplicity and subtlety and imagination about the varieties of life which is far beyond the bald or breezy platitudes of most ancient or modern moral philosophy. In a word, there is more in it. It finds more in existence to think about. It gets more out of life. Masses of this material about our many-sided life have been added since the time of St. Thomas Aquinas. But St. Thomas Aquinas alone would have found himself limited in the world of Confucius or of Comte. And the third point is this, that while it is local enough for poetry and larger than any other philosophy, it is also a challenge and a fight. While it is deliberately broadened to embrace every aspect of truth, it is still stiffly embattled against every mode of error. It gets every kind of man to fight for it. It gets every kind of weapon to fight with. It widens its knowledge of the things that are fought for and against with every art of curiosity or sympathy. But it never forgets that it is fighting. It proclaims peace on earth and never forgets why there was war in heaven. That is the Trinity of Truth symbolized here by the three types in the old Christmas story, the shepherds and the kings, and that other king who warred upon the children. It is simply not true to say that other religions and philosophies are in this respect its rivals. It is not true to say that any one of them combines these characters. It is not true to say that any one of them pretends to combine them. Buddhism may profess to be equally mystical. It does not even profess to be equally military. Islam may profess to be equally military. It does not even profess to be equally metaphysical and subtle. Confucianism may profess to satisfy the needs of the philosophers for order and reason. It does not even profess to satisfy the need of the mystics for miracle and sacrament and the consecration of concrete things. There are many evidences of this presence of a spirit at once universal and unique. One will serve here, which is the symbol of the subject of this chapter. That no other story, no pagan legend or philosophical anecdote or historical event does in fact affect any of us with that peculiar and even poignant impression produced on us by the word Bethlehem. No other birth of a god or childhood of a sage seems to us to be Christmas or anything like Christmas. It is either too cold, or too frivolous, or too formal and classical, or too simple and savage, or too occult and complicated. Not one of us, whatever his opinions, would ever go to such a scene with the sense that he was going home. He might admire it because it was poetical, or because it was philosophical, or any number of other things in separation, but not because it was itself. The truth is that there is a quite peculiar and individual character about the hold of this story on human nature. It is not in its psychological substance at all like a mere legend, or the life of a great man. It does not exactly, in the ordinary sense, turn our minds to greatness, to those extensions and exaggerations of humanity which are turned into gods and heroes even by the healthiest sort of hero worship. It does not exactly work outwardly, adventurously, to the wonders to be found at the ends of the earth. It is rather something that surprises us from behind, from the hidden and personal part of our being, like that which can sometimes take us off our guard in the pathos of small objects or the blind pieties of the poor. It is rather as if a man had found an inner room in the very heart of his own house which he had never suspected, and seen a light from within. It is as if he found something at the back of his own heart that betrayed him into good. It is not made of what the world would call strong materials, or rather, it is made of materials whose strength is in that winged levity with which they brush us and pass. It is all that is in us, but a brief tendency that is there, made eternal. All that means no more than a momentary softening that is in some strange fashion become a strengthening and a repose. It is the broken speech and the lost word that are made positive and suspended unbroken. As the strange kings fade into a far country, and the mountains resound no more with the feet of the shepherds, and only the night and the cavern lie in fold upon fold over something more human than humanity. End of Chapter 1, Book 2.
This is Radio 4. We present the first in Victor Pemberton's trilogy, Our Family.
The Trains Don't Stop Here Anymore. A love story for radio by Victor Pemberton. With Neris Hughes, Nigel Anthony, Wendy Richard and Sheila Grant. The Trains Don't Stop Here Anymore.
Chesterton, it's an air raid warning.
An air raid warning? We've only just got to bed.
If I was you, I'd get to the shelter at the tube station right away. There's a Zeppelin on the way over.
I don't care about the Zeppelin. I am not leaving my bed in the middle of the night for anyone, do you hear? Operating man.
That's it, that's the signal now. Take cover, take cover.
Margaret, please!
Oh, dear Lord, where will it all end? Oh, God, I learned to bosh.
But bosh are only people, Mother, like you and me.
Oh, you stupid girl. Sometimes you talk such utter nonsense, just like your father.
Mother, why doesn't Father ever come down to the shelter with us?
How many times do I have to tell you, Nicky? Your father stays at home because he's not scared of bombs.
But neither am I. So why can't I stay behind with him?
Mind the gates, please!
Oh, no. Not again. Why is it that whenever the lower classes are faced with a crisis, they always have to sing?
Oh, it'll be so wonderful when the war's over and the family can all be together again. Ever since they took Tom off to the front, I've been so scared of what might happen to him.
I've told you before, young lady. I do not want your brother's name mentioned in my presence.
Mother, that's a terrible thing to say. Tom could be killed at any moment.
Whatever happens to Tom Edgington will be through his own weakness. His father and I gave him every chance in the world. It's not our fault if he decided to go his own way.
Tom joined the army because he wanted to fight for his country.
He did it so that he could get away from home. Away from me, his own mother. He could have had everything. But now look at him, a common foot soldier.
Tom had to do something for himself, Mother. You should be proud of him. Tom loves you, Mother. I know he does.
All clear! All clear!
For what we are about to receive, may the Lord make us truly thankful. Amen.
Amen. Please, Father, can I have some gravy over my Yorkshire pudding, please?
You'll wait your turn, young man. Ladies first.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, Father, I'm not very hungry today. I'll just have some meat, no vegetables.
But what's the matter with you, child? Are you ill or something?
She's very restless these days, William. I noticed her in church this morning.
I'm not ill, Father. I just don't want to put on too much weight, that's all.
Too much weight? A girl of your age?
You're forgetting I'll be 18 on the 8th of July.
More like 118. Ow!
That's enough, you two.
Letty, have you been seeing that Webster boy again?
Who, Mother?
Don't play the innocent with me, miss. Don't think I didn't notice he was in church this morning.
I'm sorry, Mother. I don't know what you're talking about. No potatoes, thank you, Father.
Give her potatoes, cabbage, and Yorkshire pudding.
Yes, but if she's not hungry, Beatrice...
Allow me to know what is best for my own daughter, if you please, William. Take the plate, Betty.
But, Mother, I don't want any.
Do as I say, please. In future, you're not to see that Webster boy again. Now, do I make myself perfectly clear, young lady?
Why, Mother? What's wrong with him?
What's wrong? Are you aware that he comes from a family who made their money in the rag and bone trade in the East End of London?
What difference does that make? Ronnie's just a nice boy, that's all.
I don't want to hear any more about him, thank you.
Don't worry, Mother. You won't. Ronnie took the King's shilling yesterday.
What do you mean? He signed on for the army?
Yes, Father.
But that boy can't be more than 16 years old.
Like all the rest of them, he lied about his age.
Yes, you know, the other day I was passing the recruiting office at the church hall. There was a long line of them, queued up in the rain outside. Boys.
Hello? Anyone at home?
Tom, in here, Tom.
Tom, in here. Sit down. I will not have my table disturbed in the middle of the meal.
Hello, everyone. Sorry to barge in like this.
Tom, oh, Tom, I never thought I'd see you again. I thought you were dead. Let me look at you.
You've grown a moustache.
You're so thin, Tom. Just look at you.
You're growing up fast, Letty. You're at least 2 inches taller than when I last saw you.
Tom, my dear boy.
Hello, Father. It's good to see you again, sir. I see you have a new maid.
Her name's Rosie. She has false teeth.
She thought I was a burglar.
Well, why didn't you write, my boy? It's been so long.
Yes, well, I'm sorry about that, sir, but you see, well, where I've just come from, there wasn't really much time to write letters.
How many of the Bosch did you kill, Tom? I bet it was thousands.
Not quite as many as that, Nick.
Well, how long are you home for, son?
Just 7 days, sir.
7 days? But you've been away for months.
We leave for France again on Saturday night. Things seem to be hotting up out there. Of course, I could stay on at the barracks if it's not convenient.
Stay at the barracks? Don't be absurd, my boy. This is your home. You're welcome to stay for as long as you like. Isn't that so, my dear? Beatrice?
I'll get Rosie to prepare your room.
Thank you, Mother. It's good to be home again.
Good. Then may I take it you will be discarding that uniform before joining us at the dinner table?
No, Tom, the last time you took me out on this lake, I was still at school. Nicky was with us.
Yeah, that's right. I seem to remember splashing you both with the oars or something.
You certainly did. I had to go home and change my dress. It was so wet. Mother was furious.
What a terrible brother I've been.
No, Tom. Don't ever say that. In fact, you're the best brother anyone could ever have. If anything should ever happen to you, I wouldn't want to go on living.
Letty Edgington, don't ever let me hear you say such stupid things like that. Look, when the war's over, we'll both be going our own separate ways because that's the way life is. I've got a lot of things I want to do, people to meet, places to go to. But you, Letty, well, you're different. You're someone with so much capacity for love. You have so much to give. Believe me, one of these days you're going to find a nice young bloke who'll take care of you.
Me? Get married?
Don't you want to get married and have kids of your own?
Of course I do. But do you really think Mother will ever allow that to happen? She'll never let me go, Tom. You see, she's working out all her frustrations on me because she knows Father doesn't love her anymore.
Do they still quarrel with each other?
Night after night I lay awake listening to the two of them fighting in their room. It's hard to believe that they ever loved each other.
Oh, husbands and wives quarrel, Letty. It's part of married life.
Father has a mistress. Did you know?
Is what?
Mother thinks I don't know, but I do. I've known for a long time. Ever since Father first refused to come down to the shelter with us during the air raids.
Do you know who the woman is?
Oh, yes. It's Amy Lyle, in the pawnbrokers at the end of our street. She was divorced about a year ago.
Amy Lyle? But she must be all of 20 years younger than Father.
I'm sure Father has his own reasons.
Oh, God, Letty. If only I'd known you were going through all this.
Oh, it's not myself I care about. It's Mother. She can't help being what she is. Sometimes I feel so sorry for her.
Sorry? For a woman who treats her children the way she does? You know, I still haven't forgotten the time she slapped you across the face for nothing at all.
Oh, she's found more subtle ways of hurting me these days. Like sending me to work in the paint factory.
You mean that was her idea?
It all happened because I mentioned that the great ambition in my life was to become a shorthand typist. But Mother wouldn't hear of it. She seems to resent the idea of me being able to use my own mind. Oh, Tom, what am I going to do with my life?
I'll tell you what you're going to do, Letty. For once in your life, you're going to make a decision of your own.
A shorthand typist? It's out of the question. I've already made my position perfectly clear to your sister. Letty is not suited to a clerical post.
But, Mother, how can you say that when you haven't even given her the chance to prove herself?
Young man, I decide what is right for my children, not you.
Oh, Mother, be reasonable. Look, Letty is a fine, intelligent girl. Give her the chance and she'll make you proud of her. Let her go to that typing school.
I'm sorry, but my mind is made up. At the end of next week, Letty will be leaving her present position. I've arranged for her to start work at the Woolwich Arsenal.
What?
Yes. I thought that idea might appeal to you. It will give your sister the opportunity to mix with some of those fascinating people from the lower classes that you both admire so much.
No, Mother, I won't let you do it.
Stand out of my way, sir.
You cannot put that girl to work in a munitions factory. I won't let you. There have been too many accidents. People have been killed there.
May I remind you that this war is not of my choice either. We must all be prepared to make sacrifices. Isn't that what you've always said, Thomas? Now, for the last time, will you let me pass?
Mother, let me tell you something. You were right. I did leave this house to get away from you. And you know why? Because I despise what you are. And I despise everything that you've ever done to this family.
No, so please don't say any more.
You know
please.
that the world
I
is
beg
full
you.
of little people like you. Little in mind and a little in heart. One day you're going to need your children around you. But when that time comes, it'll be too late.
Oh, no, Tom.
I'm going up to my room now. When I come down again, I shall not expect to find you in this house.
Oh, no.
It's all right, Letty, love. There's nothing to worry about. It's all over now.
But I won't let her send you away, Tom. I won't.
I promise you, Letty, she's the one that's going to regret all this, not you. Don't you realise what she's done? She's tried to make you weak. But you're going to be strong, Letty. Strong.
Don't go, Tom. Please don't leave me.
Letty, one of these days the war's going to be over. It won't be long now. A few months, maybe. And when that happens, the first thing I'm going to do is come back and take you away from all this.
Oh, Tom, will you? Will you really do it?
Oh, look at you, you silly thing. It's great big tears rolling down your cheeks. Oh, come on now, Letty. Don't let me go away remembering you like this. Look, try and think of the times when we were kids together. The good times, Letty, eh? Not the bad ones. What is it you've always said to me? Every cloud...
As a silver lining.
Every cloud has a silver lining. Yes. That's my little sister. And we are still going to be friends, aren't we?
What are you talking about? Of course we are.
Yes, of course we are. Nobody can ever take that from us, Letty. Nobody.
When this ruddy war is over, oh, how happy I shall be. When this ruddy war is over, and we come back from Germany.
Well, I don't care what you say, Letty. A munitions factory's no place for a girl like you to be working in. You're a square peg in a round hole. Anyone can see that.
Don't be so silly, Vi. We've all got to do our bit to end the war, haven't we? Though I must say, I often dread what'll happen to all these bullets and shells we're making.
We're at war, and if we don't kill the Boche first, it's our boys that'll suffer.
Yes, I know, but it still seems so wrong to have to kill.
See what I mean? You just don't belong in a place like this. I mean, just look around you. There must be hundreds of girls slaving their guts out in this dump, but they're none of them like you, Letty. We're all used to manual work. You're not.
You're talking absolute nonsense, Vi. I'm as capable of doing a hard day's work as anyone here.
That's not what I'm saying, and you know it. You know as well as I do, the only reason you're in here is because that old cow of a mother wants to get her own back on you. She ought to be chained to a cart horse, that one.
Vi, I wish you wouldn't talk about my mother like that. You know I don't like it.
I don't care. That woman's just not letting you get enough out of life. I mean, just look at you. You don't even wear makeup.
Don't like makeup.
It's all right for you. You don't need no makeup with skin like you've got. But I still say you should have a nice young man of your own, Letty. You don't get out to meet people.
When my brother Tom comes back from the war, I'll meet all the people I want.
A brother is not a boyfriend, Letty. And anyway, for all you know, he might be laying dead at the bottom of some trench by now.
Don't you dare say such things to me, Vi Hobbs. Do you hear? Don't you dare!
Oh, I'm sorry, Letty. I didn't... I didn't mean... I'm sorry. Look, I was wondering, how would you like to come and meet my brother sometime?
Your brother?
Yeah, his name's Ollie. That's short for Oliver. He's in the army, same regiment as your Tom. They sent him back from France with a bad wound on one of his legs. Ollie don't talk much, but you'd like him.
Where is he now?
He's in a servicemen's hospital over in Richmond. Oh, why don't you come there with me next Sunday?
No, I don't think so, Vi. I mean, I don't even know your brother.
That's all the more reason why you should come. Ought to be a tonic for him to see a pretty face for a change. He's fed up with the sight of my physic, I can tell you. Oh, come on now, mate. It'll do him a lot of good, you know. In fact, it'll do you both a lot of good. Oliver, wake up. Oliver, wake up, will you? Private Hobbs?
Sure. Oh, what is it? What's up? Oh, it's you, Vi.
I must say I'm very flattered. Every time I come to visit you, you're always fast asleep. I hope you don't snore like that when you find yourself a wife.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vi. I must have just dropped off for a few seconds.
Ollie, I've brought you a visitor. This is a friend of mine who works with me in the factory. Letty, I'd like you to meet my brother Oliver. Ollie, this is Letty Edgington.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Letty.
I'm pleased to meet you too, Oliver. I'm sorry to hear you've had all this trouble.
Oh, it's not all that bad, really. Anyway, I'm feeling a lot better than I was.
Mum sent you some biscuits. They're your favourite.
I don't like digestives.
Why not? I do.
Then what you bringing me for?
Oh, that's just typical of you, Oliver Hobbs. Always so ungrateful. You'd never think there was a food shortage the way you carry on. God, I'm so thirsty I could hardly spit 2 hairs. Do they still have that tea urn outside?
Yeah, as far as I know.
What about you, Letty? Would you like a cup?
Let me go, Vi.
Not on your Nelly. You don't think I want to stay here with this one, do you? Not in the mood he's in. Keep an eye on him, Letty. If he gives you any treat, give him a fourpenny one. I won't be a jiff. Vi!
I wouldn't bother if I was you, Letty. What she really means is she's off to chat up one of the doctors she fancies. Yeah. Look, why don't you sit on the edge of the bed? I'm afraid they don't provide any chairs for visitors in this place.
Oh, no. It's quite all right, thanks. I don't mind standing.
So it was very good Go ahead, Letty, you first.
Oh, well, I was only going to ask if your leg hurts very much.
Oh, no, not really. I've forgotten all about it. Well, almost.
How did it happen?
Oh, come on now, a nice girl like you don't want to hear about things like that.
Oh, but I do, honest I do. I'm not squeamish, I promise you.
Well, it was, in this battle up front. We was fighting round this river, see, river called the Somme. And my platoon, well, we sort of went on the attack, and Fritz threw everything he got at us, and I got hit by a shell.
Shell?
Oh, I didn't know much about it. It was all over so quick, you see. It wasn't until I woke up and found this great big gash in my leg that No, I didn't know much about it. I suppose you could say that I was one of the lucky ones.
Lucky?
Well, I survived, didn't I? Which is more than I can say for the rest of me mates who was with me. The same shell killed the old bleeding lot of them.
I'm so sorry, Oliver. I shouldn't have made you talk about it.
Oh, that's all right, Letty. You don't have to apologise to me. You know, I don't think I've ever met anyone called Letty before.
Oh, it's not my real name. I was christened Elizabeth, but my friends at school used to call me Betty, and that sort of became, well, Letty.
Well, I'll tell you this, Letty, you're a real good looker.
Oh, get away with you.
Well, it's true, I tell you.
Handsome man like you must have lots of girlfriends.
None of them are patch on you, I mean it.
Oh.
Letty, will you come and visit me again next Sunday? Will you? You're not going to turn me down, are you?
I'm sorry, Oliver. I have to.
Why? Don't you like me?
Oh, don't be silly. It's not that. It's just... Well, we hardly know each other, do we?
Well, what difference does that make? Oh, I get it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Letty. I should have asked.
What do you mean?
Well, it's a nerve, me expecting someone like you to come and visit me. I mean, we come from different worlds, don't we?
As long as people are nice to each other, what does it matter who they are or where they come from? Really, it makes me so angry the way people keep going on about...
You've got blue eyes.
Pardon?
Bright blue. I haven't seen that colour since I went over to France. They're the same colour as the seawater. Yeah, on a fine day, of course. How tall are you, Letty?
How tall? What? I don't know. About 5 feet 5 inches, I think.
I'm nearly 6 foot. Or at least I am when I'm standing on 2 good feet.
I think I'd better go and see if I can find Vi. Visiting time's nearly over. Oliver! Oliver, what is it? Is it your leg? Oh, hold on, Oliver. I'll get the nurse.
No, don't do that. I'll be all right in a minute. Yeah. Oh. No, it's getting better. It's getting better a little bit each day. It won't be long. Won't be long now. Oh, what am I talking about? Of course I'm not getting better. I'm never going to get better.
No.
It's true, I tell you. I'm going to be stuck inside this bloody hospital for the rest of my life.
That's not true. And you know it. If you want to get better, then you'll get better. But you mustn't give up trying. You must make the effort.
Make the effort? All you expect me to do, laying flat on my back day in, day out in this bed? No, I'm sorry. I had no right to talk to you like that.
I'll do anything I can to help you, Oliver. Anything at all.
You mean it? You really mean it?
Of course.
Well, then come back and see me again next Sunday. Will you, Letty? Please?
Letty? Letty, are you awake? Of course I'm awake. What do you want, Nick?
I get so scared when Mother and Father carry on like that. Why do they have to fight all the time?
Oh, we mustn't pay too much attention to it, Nick. They'll have forgotten everything by the morning.
They might, but I won't.
Everyone has a quarrel at some time in life, Nick. It's just that, well, some people don't know how or when to stop.
What's happened? Shh! It's Father. He's coming upstairs.
Letty, are you... Nicky, what are you doing in here?
Uh,
Go back to your own room at once, please.
Yes, Father.
And Nicky...
Yes, Father?
Look, I want you to be a good boy. Do you understand?
Yes, Father.
I don't mean only for now, Nicky. I mean for always. Will you promise?
Yes, sir. I promise.
Good night, son.
Good night, Father.
Father, what is it? What's happened?
Letty, you're a young woman now. I think you're old enough to understand what I have to say. Look, your mother and I can't live with each other anymore, Letty. We've decided to go our own separate ways. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, Letty?
Of course I understand. But what do you expect me to say, Father? If two people don't love each other anymore...
Oh, believe me, Letty, it's not that your mother and I don't love each other anymore. But when two people have lived together for as long as we have, well... marriage begins to need an awful lot of hard work. One of these days you'll know what I mean by that.
Are you going to live with that woman friend of yours?
Don't resent me, Letty. I promise you, if I could have avoided what had happened...
I don't resent you, Father. I couldn't. But if only you could realise what it's been like for us this last year or so. It isn't easy to watch your own mother and father tear each other apart.
Oh, Letty. Take care of your mother. She's going to need you. But if you're ever in trouble, I want you to promise you'll come and see me. Now, do you understand that, Letty?
I can't cry for you, Father. I can't cry for you or Mother. Only wish I could.
You know, Letty, when you were a little girl, I used to think you were growing up far too shy and weak to cope with the problems we all have to face up to. But I was wrong. Goodbye, Letty.
Father!
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. Is it true, Letty?
Is what true?
Well, these daisy petals say you love me.
Oh, stop being so silly, Oliver. You know I do.
Yes. You do, don't you? I can't understand it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, how long have we known each other now?
Must be nearly 6 months now.
6 months. Do you know something? Every Sunday afternoon I can't wait to see your face peering through those gates at the end of the ward. You're the first visitor in every time.
Of course I am. After all, we only get an hour together.
Yeah, but what I mean is I never knew I'd ever look forward to seeing anyone so much. I never knew that, well, I'd actually get to love someone.
Well, if you feel like that, Oliver Hobbs, isn't it about time you did something about it?
Did something about it?
You could start by making an honest woman out of me.
Making it? Letty, you don't... Get married, you and me?
Well, thank you very much. I must say you make it sound very romantic.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Oh, Letty, don't make fun of me.
Make fun of you? Why should I do that?
Well, don't you see? It couldn't work, not in a million years. I mean, just look at me. Can you really imagine yourself spending the rest of your life with a cripple?
Say that to me once more, Oliver Hobbs, and I swear I'll push you and your wheelchair straight into that lake over there. Oh, Ollie, the wound in your leg is healing. You'll be out of this hospital in no time.
But what are we going to live on? I've never been able to get a job till I can walk again.
I've got a job, haven't I? I know it's not much, but it could keep us going until you're fit and well again.
I'm not having no wife of mine support me.
Oh, well, of course, if you don't want to marry me, I'm not going to force you.
Oh, don't be angry with me, Letty. I don't like it when you're angry. It makes me feel, well, guilty.
Look, Ollie, if you don't want to accept the responsibility of a wife and family, then there's nothing I can do about it, is there?
No, Letty, you've got it all wrong. Of course I'd like to marry you. Why, I'd be the luckiest man alive to have a girl like you at my side. But don't you realise what you'd be letting yourself in for? Someone like me wouldn't stand a chance of getting work.
Of course you wouldn't if you didn't try.
Well, it might be years before I can throw away these crutches. I'd never have got this far if it hadn't been for you.
What you've done through your own willpower. And that's the way it's got to be, Ollie. Believe me, Ollie, when you walk out of this hospital, it'll be on your own 2 feet. Oh, there's a cold nip in the air. I hate autumn. It smells of bonfires and the end of summer.
Come back here, Letty.
What for? What have you got there?
Well, it's a buttercup. They say if you hold a buttercup under someone's chin, you can tell if they like butter.
Well, you won't find out much from me. I haven't had so much as a taste of butter since before the war.
Now, come on. Lean back your head.
Oh, Ollie, don't be silly.
There you are. What did I tell you? Just look at that yellow reflection. Pass me my crutches, Letty. I want to stand up.
No, Ollie, it's too soon. You know what the doctor said.
The hell with the doctor. You're not pushing me back into that hospital again in no wheelchair.
Stop being so obstinate. No! Ollie, no! Ollie, are you all right? Are you hurt?
Come on, Letty, give us a kiss.
No, Ollie, somebody might see you.
Shall I tell you something? You've got a mind of your own, Letty Edgington. I can see it's going to cost me a fortune to keep you in butter.
Mary, my daughter, Young man, have you taken leave of your senses?
I love Letty, Mrs. Edgington. She loves me. So why shouldn't we spend the rest of our life together if we both feel the same way? I promise you I'd take good care of her.
Marriage needs a great deal more than love, Mr. Hobbs. That I can assure you. Tell me, how would you intend to support my daughter?
As soon as he's feeling better, Ollie's hoping to get his old job back on the Underground.
The Underground? Do you mean the tube trains, by any chance?
Yeah, well, I'm hoping to be, a ticket collector.
Ticket collector?
It's a good, sound job, Mother. You have to know a lot about fares and routes and things. Isn't that so, Ollie?
No, I'd better go, Letty.
No, Ollie, don't let her bully you. That's just what she wants.
We're wasting our time, Letty. You can go on talking till the cows come home, but you'll never get rid of people's prejudices. You know, Mrs. Edgington, it's a funny thing. My old ma feels exactly the same as you about all this.
Thank God we share something in common. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other things to attend to.
Mother, it may interest you to know that whether you give your permission or not, Oliver and I intend to go ahead and get married.
Young lady, are you aware that you are still underage to be married without your parents' consent?
If I don't get that consent, I promise you that as soon as I reach the age of 21, I shall leave you and never talk to you again as long as I live.
Mother?
Out of here, Nicky, out.
But, Mother, a boy brought this to the door. He says it's urgent.
Get out!
It's a telegram, Mother.
Give it to me, Nick. Now, be a good boy and wait for us in the kitchen.
Yes, Letty.
The Secretary of State for War regrets to inform you that it's Tom. He's been killed in action.
Don't leave me, Letty. You can't leave me, not now. I need you.
Mother.
When you wore a tulip, a sweet yellow tulip, and I wore a big red rose. When you caressed me, 'twas then heaven blessed me. What a blessing no one knows. You made life cheery when you called me dearie. 'Twas now where the blue grass grows. Your lips were sweeter than julep when you wore that tulip, and I wore a big red rose.
That was wonderful, really wonderful. You never told me you could sing like that, Vi.
Well, I only ever get the chance to sing on high days and holidays. After all, my brother don't get married every day of the week, do he?
No, with a voice like that, thank God I'm only getting married once.
Oh, you shut up, Oliver Hobbs. You can never find anything nice to say about anyone.
Take no notice of him. Vi doesn't mean
Oh,
it.
yes, he does. They all do. Gets on my nerves the way everyone keeps thinking me so funny. I've got feelings too, you know.
Of course you have.
Anyway, he can make his lucky stars he's found himself a nice girl like you. I can tell you, I wouldn't want to put up with his clever talk for the rest of me life.
I don't know, Vi. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've done too bad for myself.
Come on, Vi, what you moping about in the corner for? Here, come and have a knees up with me.
A knees up? I can't do no knees up. Not in this dress, it's too tight.
I know it is. What do you think I asked you for?
You Brooks, you're becoming bold in your old age. Oh, my God.
Come on, boy.
Here, Letty. Come outside in the passage, I want to talk to you.
Why, Ollie? What do you want?
I want a minute alone with my own wife, if you don't mind.
I must say, it is hot in there.
You are my honey, honeysuckle. Happy, Mrs. Hobbs?
What do you think, Mr. Hobbs? Mustn't be long, Ollie. It isn't sociable.
Oh, I'm sorry it weren't no fancy wedding, Letty. I promise I'll make it up to you one day.
What you were talking about, it was a lovely wedding.
No, it wasn't. There's no organ playing or church bells. No bridesmaids or wedding cake. Just look at that bit of brass on your finger. It ain't worth a light.
Ollie, you could put a curtain ring on my finger to mean just as much. Believe me, I've nothing to regret about today, nothing. Except...
Ah, so there is something.
No, I was just thinking, well, I wish your mother and father could have been at the church this morning. It would have made so much difference.
Nah, not really. It's no good, Letty. You can't put feelings where there aren't none. Anyway, they sent us a card. That's more than I expected.
Must say I feel the same way about my own mother. Oh, I suppose it's too much against her pride to show up at her own daughter's wedding, but somehow I kept hoping that she might be there.
She was there.
What?
And your mother was there, Letty. I saw the old girl myself. She was hiding at the back of the church just as you arrived.
Ollie? Is this true?
Well, you can ask Bill Brooks. He saw her too. She's crying her eyeballs out when we left the church together. Then she ran off before I could do anything about it.
Oh, God. She was there. She was really there.
Oi, come on now, you two lovebirds. You're too early for the hanky-panky just yet, you know. Come on, back inside. Come on. Time to raise your glasses to the happy couple. Now, everybody topped up?
No, ain't about.
All right, ready?
Yeah, that's right.
I'll give you the toast to two of the nicest people you could ever wish to know.
Yes.
Things ain't been too easy for them, we know. And it's no use pretending it's going to get much better for a time yet. But what we can do for them here tonight is to assure them that they have friends they can really rely on. And while they've got friends, they ain't never going to need for nothing. And so, ladies and gents, boys and girls, I'll give you the toast. To the bride and groom, God bless them. To Letty and Oliver Hobbs. Letty and Oliver! Cheers! Hooray, a jolly good fellows! Hooray, a jolly good fellows! And so say all of us! Come on now, Ollie, old mate. You got to say something.
Oh, no, Bill, I can't. I don't know how to make a speech. I just don't. Come on. Go on, Letty. You know how to speak. You say something. Go on.
No, Ollie, I can't. It's the man supposed to make the speech, not mine.
No, it's no use, Letty. I can't do it. I can't do
Silence,
it.
please. Silence.
Ladies and gentlemen, Oliver and I, well, we just wanted to thank you all for coming to our wedding today. August the 4th, 1918 is a day I'll remember for the rest of my life. It's funny to think that it's exactly 4 years to the day since the war started. But like all of you, Ollie and I have got a lot of things we want to do in our future years. And when the war ends, I hope Mr. Lloyd George will see to it that this country becomes a fit place for our boys to live in again. Because that's what they fought for, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to say is that when we're living in the future, I hope none of us will ever be too busy to remember the past.
Letty.
That's lovely.
Letty, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
Look for yourself.
It's me, Letty.
Mother!
Well, I'm sorry if I'm butting in, Letty.
Oh, you're not butting in. Is she, Ollie?
No, of course not. You're very welcome, Mrs. Edgington.
Well, all I wanted to say was, if you and Oliver don't have anywhere to stay until you have a place of your own, you're welcome to have your old room back. Well, for as long as you like.
Thanks all the same, Mother, but Bill and Tilly here have been putting me up for the past few months. Ollie and I are going to stay on with them for a bit.
Oh, well, that's all right, then. I just thought I'd make sure. Well, I'll be on my way, then. God bless you, Letty. And you too, Oliver.
Don't go, Mum. Why don't you stay on for a bit?
No, I don't think I can.
Letty would like it, so would I.
Come on now, you lot. Somebody get Mrs. Edgington a glass of stout. Come on,
Yeah, come and meet everyone, Mum. That's my sister, Violet, over there. Then there's Perce and Reen. And this is Bill and Tilly Brooks.
How'd you do?
Bill's an old pal of mine. We was at school together.
Ballstorm, more like it. Come on now, everybody. Get yourselves stoked up for a sing-song. Any volunteers for a tinkle on the old Joanna?
Over here, Bill. My mother can play the piano.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Yes. I haven't got my music sheets with me.
Come on now, Mrs. Edgington. Fill yourself up with a glass of Mother's Ruin and you'll be well away.
Well, there is one song I can play without my music sheets. But I warn you all, I am a little rusty.
Don't matter. Pray silence for our star turn of the evening, Ma Edgington.
Just a song at twilight, when the lights are low, and the flickering shadows softly come and go. Though the heart be weary, sad the day and long, still to us at twilight comes love's sweet song, comes love's own sweet song.
Of course, it's not Buckingham Palace, mind you. But with a coat of distemper here and there, I'd say you could turn this into a really nice little room. Previous tenant thought the world of this place, never left it, till they carried her out in her box. Well, Mr. Hobbs, what do you think?
Oh, I'm not sure, Mr. Cotton. Smells a bit, huh?
Yeah, well, that's the damp, you see. Hasn't been lived in since the old lady died. Still a nice coal fire in the evenings will soon put that right. What about the little wife? What do you think, Mrs. Hobbs?
How often do the trains go by, Mr. Cotton?
Oh, no more than a couple each day at the most. Well, I'd be surprised if... Yeah, well, there used to be an old railway station on the line at the back of this house, but it hasn't been used since the war broke out. Something to do with economy cuts, I heard. But I promise you, Mrs. Hobbs, you won't have no trouble with no noise. Oh, no, not here. See, the trains don't stop here anymore.
Oh, I don't worry about the noise.
You don't?
No, not at all. I like the sound of trains. They give me a feeling of protection.
Really now? Well, that's nice.
How much do you want for the room, Mr. Cotton?
Well, now, don't let it be said that Reg Cotton's out to make a quick profit on any young married couple who are trying to set up home for the first time.
How much, Mr. Cotton?
Shall we say, 3 and 6 a week? You do your own decorating, of course.
3 and 6?
It's a bargain for the area, I'm telling you. I mean, just look at the space you've got. Built-in cupboards over there, chest of drawers, dresser, beautiful double brass bedstead, and just look at this lovely little range oven for the... Yeah, well, just needs a bolt or two on the oven door.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Letty?
It's up to you, Ollie. You make the decisions, not me.
Tell you what, why don't I leave you two to have a look around on your own for a couple of minutes? Give you a chance to talk things over in private.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Cotton. I'd appreciate that.
I'm an honest man, Mr. Hobbs. I never done anybody out of nothing in my whole life. That's the door. Oh, don't worry. Just needs a bit of oil on the hinges, that's all. Yeah, well,
Well, Letty, what are we going to do?
Come over to the window, dear. It's a lovely view from here. Oh, there are 2 steps. Be careful.
You call this a lovely view? For 3 and 6 a week, it's highway bloody robbery. Oh, just look at it out there. We're practically on top of the railway line.
Yes, but just think of all those trains that go by and all the places they go to up and down the country.
Places you and me will never get the chance to see in our old life.
Stop being so pessimistic, Ollie. It costs nothing to dream, does it?
This room's a dump, Letty.
We can clean it up, can't we? By the time I've finished with this place, it'll be fit for the king himself.
Now, where are we going to get 3 and 6pence from to pay the rent each week?
If necessary, I could get a little job to do in the evening.
You're not taking on any more jobs, I tell you. As it is, you're working from 7 in the morning till 6 at night in that munitions factory.
Look, all I was trying to say was that when the war's over, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't open up that old railway station again. did? I bet you'd get a job there as easy as pie. Oh, just imagine it, Ollie. Going to work in your own backyard.
My own backyard? Then you mean you want us to take on this room?
I want a home for you and me, Ollie. A home, Ollie. Something both you and me had never really had. I want you and me to start building our future together. And if it has to be in a damp barn of a place like this, then it's all right with me.
I tell you, it's not right, Letty. You can't keep this up for much longer. Not 2 jobs in one day, you'll crack up.
Oh, don't talk stupid, Vi. I'm not made of cardboard, you know.
Yes. Or scrubbing an entire school all on your own every evening. It turns me up just to watch you.
I like being here after school hours. It gives me a chance to think.
Well, I just hope you know what you're doing, that's all.
Now, what do you mean by that, Vi?
Look, Letty, I know you're trying to protect Oliver, but you've got to be careful.
Careful?
Yeah, well, he's a complicated fella, he always has been. Yes, and obstinate, proud and obstinate, just like me dad and all me brothers. Look, all I'm saying is that once Oliver starts to feel that he's not a man anymore, he'll turn against you.
I know what you mean, Vi, but you're wrong. Once that old railway station at the back of us opens up again, things are going to be different for Ollie and me. He'll have a job of his own and a wife and family to take care of.
Family? You don't mean you're going to have kids?
Well, of course we are eventually. Don't you want to have children when you get married?
You must be joking. I hate the little brats. They even give me a turn coming into this school hall. Oh, no, I'll never have no kids of me own.
I'll believe that when you find yourself a husband.
Yes, well, as a matter of fact, I wanted to talk to you about that, Letty. I was wondering whether I could bring a gentleman friend of mine. Well, I'd like you and Ollie to meet him.
Vi, you've got a new boyfriend?
Oh, yes, and he's ever so nice, Letty. I know you'll like him. His name's Frank O'Malley, and he's an Irishman.
Irish?
Well, sort of. He's a Scouse, you know, from Liverpool.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you bring him round to tea on Sunday? I can't promise much in the way of food, but I could get some winkles off the fishman when he calls.
Oh, that would be marvellous, Letty. Well, the only thing is, it's not quite as easy as that, you see. The fact is, I know you'd like him, but it's Oliver I'm worried about.
Don't be silly, Vi. If you like him, why shouldn't we?
You see, Frank doesn't approve of war.
Don't be ridiculous, Vi. Do you know anyone who does?
No, that's not quite what I mean. You see, Frank's done time in prison. He's a pacifist, a conscientious objector.
Anyway, the way I look at it is this. If only Asquith had played his cards right, there'd have been no need for this war. I mean, I tell you, the whole thing's nothing but a political cover-up.
Oh, don't be so daft, Frank. What are we supposed to do? Sit down and wait for Kaiser Bill to march down Whitehall?
I tell you, the Liberals needed this war. It was the only way they could get rid of unemployment.
Well, I don't believe it. Everyone knows that if we hadn't stopped the Bosch, they'd have taken over the whole of Europe.
You real German people, Vi. You real German people are human beings, just like the rest of us. I mean, we should have appealed directly to them, not your politicians. What say you, Oliver?
I say the only good German is a dead one.
Who's for some more trifle, Vi?
Oh, lovely. Honestly, Letty, you become such a good housewife. You'll have to give me some tips when I get married. If and when anyone decides to ask me.
What about you, Frank?
What?
More trifle, Mr. O'Malley?
Well, no, thank you, no.
Anyway, I don't even know what you're going on about, Frank O'Malley. Most people say war will be over in the next few weeks.
Not if those old warmongers in Whitehall have anything to do with it. Hey, did you really mean what you said just now, Oliver, about the Germans?
I meant every word.
Yeah. I find that very interesting. I mean, how does a man like you justify the taking of a life?
I was proud to fight for my country. Most men are, you know.
I don't blame you, Oliver. No, I mean, I don't blame anybody for thinking me a coward. I mean, most people do. But at least I stick to me principles. I mean, I don't believe in this war, and that's all there is to it.
Nobody believes in war, Mr. O'Malley. We'd be poor creatures if we did.
Yeah, but if you don't believe in something, Mrs. Hobbs, then why don't you condemn it?
Because I cherish my freedom, Mr. O'Malley. If you take away that, what have you left?
Exactly my sentiments, Mrs. Hobbs. That's why I'm a socialist. We believe in the right of the individual to say what he wants any time. I'm telling you, it was big business that started this war, nothing else.
Bloody nonsense.
Oliver.
It's bloody nonsense. He sits there and he talks to me about principles when I've got principles too. I love my country. I was proud to fight for it.
All right, dear, all right. There's no need to shout.
I am not shouting!
I love that posh geranium over there, Letty. It is a geranium.
Now, you tell me something, Mr. O'Malley. Would you still refuse to fight if you saw the Boche marching down your street depriving you of this so-called freedom you talk about?
Freedom? You call this freedom? I mean, is this what you fought for, Oliver? I mean, look at it. Is this what you call a soldier's reward from a grateful government? A one-room barn of a place with at the side of a railway track? Kill the bugger! Kill him! Kill him! You got me all wrong. I'm a pacifist, not a traitor. You're choking me, Adam's apple. You're choking me.
Leave him alone, Oliver. Leave him alone.
I'm going to faint.
Get this bloody codgy out of my place. Get him out!
Come on, Frank. We don't want to stay where we're not wanted.
But I haven't finished me winkles yet.
Hell with your ratty winkles. We're going. And mark my words, Oliver Hobbs, as long as there's a breath in my body, I'll never set foot inside your place again. Never.
Honest to God, Vi. I mean, I don't know what all the fuss is about.
Letty? Letty, what are you laughing at? Letty, why aren't you angry? I thought you'd be angry with me.
Oh, angry? Oh, my dear Ollie, why should I be angry with you? You give me one of the best evenings I can ever remember. In fact, I don't think I've enjoyed myself so much in years.
Mrs. Hobbs? Mrs. Hobbs?
Mr. Cotton, what are you doing here?
I've been looking for you everywhere, Mrs. Hobbs. So I thought the best thing was to catch you as you came out of work. I take it you did receive the note I sent you?
Yes. Yes, I did, Mr. Cotton, and I will be paying the rent just as soon as I can. The trouble is that now that my evening job at the school is finished, well, I've had quite a lot of extra expenses to cope with just lately, but I will be settling with you, I promise.
Of course you will, Mrs. Hobbs, I know that. But landlords have a lot of overhead expenses, you know.
Oh, I do understand, Mr. Cotton, I really do.
However, I'm a reasonable man, Mrs. Hobbs, and it's only right that I should show my appreciation for all the hard work you've both done to transform that little room of ours.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Cotton. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Good. Shall we say 7 days, then?
7 days?
Yeah, all back payment by Friday next week. Or I'm afraid you and your husband will have to vacate the premises, Mrs. Hobbs.
Yes, miss. Can I help you?
I'm looking for Mr. Edgington. Mr. William Edgington.
Do you have an appointment, miss? Mr. Edgington doesn't actually have anything to do with the shop himself. Maybe I could help. Did you have something to pawn?
My name's Letty Hobbs. I'm Mr. Edgington's daughter.
Letty, my dear child.
Hello, Father.
Oh, Letty, it's been such a long time since I last saw you. Such a long, long time. No, that's not quite true. As a matter of fact, I've watched you come out of the factory several times, but I've never had the nerve to go up and speak to you. Well, how's your husband? Has his wound healed yet?
Oliver's as well as can be expected, Father.
I'm sorry I couldn't go to your wedding, Letty. I thought it best not to. Not under the circumstances.
I quite understand.
Oh, Letty, I'm sorry. I want you to meet Amy. Amy's... well, she's a very good friend of mine. Amy, this is my daughter, Letty.
Hello, Letty.
How do you do, Mrs. Lyle?
I am pleased to meet you at last, dear. Your dad's told me so much about you and your brother Tom and young Nicky. Yes, I can see the family likeness all right. You've got the same colour eyes as your dad. William, you never told me how pretty she is.
Father, if it's convenient, I'd like to have a few words with you. In private.
Yes. Well, I've got quite a lot of work to do outside here in the shop, so why don't the two of you go and make yourselves comfortable in the back parlour? I'll bring you in a nice cup of tea later.
Letty, are you in trouble?
You said that if ever I was in trouble, I was to come and see you.
My dear child.
I need money, Father. Oliver hasn't been able to work since he came out of hospital, and now the landlord has given me 1 week to find the rent, or we have to give up the room. If that happens, I don't know what I'll do. It's just impossible to find accommodation at the moment.
Oh, if that's the case, I'll write you a cheque. Now, you take this to my bank, they'll cash it for you immediately.
No, Father.
No?
That's not what I came here for. I want your help, Father, but not your money. I need to raise just enough cash to see us through the next few weeks, that's all.
Well, then let me help you.
No, Father. I want to do this my way. I've brought something to pawn.
Letty, don't be absurd.
This is a pawn shop, isn't it? Well, I've got something to pawn. Here. And if you don't mind, the least you say to Mrs. Lyle about this, the better.
But this is the brooch your mother and I bought you for your 16th birthday.
Yes. So you know how much it's worth.
You can't part with that, Letty. I won't let you.
A roof over my head is far more important than something to pin to my dress. Besides, it'll only be a temporary measure. As soon as Oliver finds a job, he'll buy the brooch back for me again. Look, Father, if you won't help me, there are plenty of other pawn shops around, you know.
You're an extraordinary girl, Letty. Proud and independent, just like your mother. All the worst qualities imaginable for not getting on in this world. Give me the brooch.
My God, what's that?
I don't know. Sounds like the maroon warning signal.
An air raid? But it can't be.
William, come quick, William. The streets are full of people.
Amy, what is it? What's happened?
It's the armistice, William. The armistice. The war's come to an end. It's over, William. The war's over.
Letty, what are you doing over there? Why don't you come to bed?
You go to sleep, dear. I'll be over in a minute.
What are you doing? Don't you know what time it is?
Penny farthings, penny halfpenny, 3 farthings stuff. I'm trying to work out if we've got enough money to have some sausages for dinner tomorrow.
Always working things out. Always putting pennies away for something or other.
That's the only way. If I put a little aside from my wage packet each week, it stops us from getting into debt.
Where'd you get the money from, Letty?
What do you mean?
Now, come on now, you know what I mean. A couple of weeks ago, we was over a month due on the rent. You must have got it from somewhere.
Mr. Cotton was very understanding about it. He's agreed to let me pay off what we owe a bit at a time.
I don't believe you, Letty. I don't believe a word you say.
Oh, thank you very much. That's a nice thing to say to your own wife.
Come on now. What did you put in, Hock?
Don't be silly, Ollie. Now, come on. Let's get back to bed.
No, wait a minute. I've got a present for you.
A what?
Yeah, I bought it for a tenner from Charlie Williams. He said he knows at least 3 people who've been lucky.
Lucky, Ollie? What are you talking about?
Yeah. See it for yourself. You'll go on, take it.
A sweepstake ticket?
Yeah, the draw takes place at the end of November. Well, look at the first prize, Letty. 100 quid. Just think what we could do with 100 quid.
You artful devil, you. Don't tell me I've married a gambler.
Oh, well, for Christ's sake, it's only a tenner. All right, so I know it's your money, but I'll pay you back. I swear to God, I'll pay you back every penny of it.
Oliver, what a terrible thing to say.
Oh, don't worry. You don't have to tell me. I know we haven't got a dog's chance of winning no prize.
But we have, Ollie, of course we have. And if you want to spend 6pence on a sweepstake ticket, you've got every right to. How many times do I have to tell you what I earn is not my money, it's ours? Now stop talking so silly and come back to bed.
Oh, I don't want to go to bed. I can't sleep.
So you're just going to stare out of the window and sulk, is that it? Thank you for giving me such a lovely present, dear.
Don't make fun of me, Letty.
But I'm not making fun of you. How could I? I love you too much for that. Oh, it looks cold out tonight. Can you see the frost in the moonlight on the railway line? Oh, Ollie. Do you know what I'd like to do if we win that £100? I'd like you and me to go for a trip on one of those trains. Just imagine all the wonderful places they could take us to. Where would you like to go, Ollie?
I don't know. Never thought about it. I'd like to go to the seaside.
Seaside? Then that's what we'll do. We could go to Brighton. Mother and Father once took Tom, Nicky and me to Brighton. When we were very young, of course. You'd love Brighton, Ollie. The beach stretches for miles and miles, and there are 2 piers and lots of places to get a cup of tea.
Oh, dreams. Nothing but dreams.
Dreams cost nothing.
I'm going back to bed. Can I turn off this light? We're wasting the juice.
Might as well, I suppose. Oh. Go on, then. Move over.
Go! Your feet are cold.
Then warm them for me. No, Ollie, don't tickle me.
Go to sleep, Letty.
I am. Good night, dear.
Good night.
They say they're going to open up the old railway station at any minute.
Yeah.
Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful if they did? After all, they've got to have somewhere to bring the hospital trains to. Since the war ended, there must be thousands of our boys waiting to get back from the front.
Go to sleep, Letty.
Oh, yes, sorry, dear, sorry. If they did decide to use that train station for the troops, then they'd have to open it up again for good, wouldn't they? I mean, it would prove then that the branch line is worth keeping up, wouldn't it? Oh, Ollie, I don't know what I'd do if it did all happen. Just imagine it. You get a job there as a porter or ticket collector or something, and you could come home for your meals every day, regular as clockwork.
Oh, stop it, Letty! For heaven's sake, stop! I don't want to hear another word about the bloody trains, do you hear?
Oliver, what is it?
I'm sick to death of you mooning on about that bloody train station. That place is finished, Letty. It's not worth a light.
You mustn't lose hope, Ollie. They will open that station again. I know they will.
Stop it, Letty, stop it, Letty, stop it!
Oliver.
I can't take much more of this, Letty. I can't.
Oh, Ollie. What have I done to you? What have I done?
If only I had your strength. How are we going to get out of this mess, Letty? How?
It's all right, Ollie. We'll think of something. We will think of something.
Listen.
What is it?
Well, listen. A train.
Yes, but it's going past, Ollie, just like all the rest of them. It's going past.
No. It's stopping, I tell you. It's slowing down.
You're right, Ollie. It is stopping. It's pulling into the platform.
I can see people's faces at the carriage windows. For the first time, I can actually see them. You were right, Letty. There are troops on board. And nurses. It's a hospital train.
It's stopped, Ollie. It's stopped. Oh, thank you, God. Thank you. It's happening for us. At last, it really is happening.
People of this country have had enough! 4 years ago, do you remember all those promises Lloyd George and his gang tried to fob us off with? Do a good day's work, they said, and within a few years, the standard of living in this country would be greater than anywhere else in Europe! Well, brothers, here we are in 1930, and after 4 years, what have we got? Don't you?
I must say, though, your Frank speaks very well. He ought to be a politician. Oh, no, thank you. It's bad enough as it is, dragging me and the kids up here to Speaker's Corner every Sunday morning. Do you know, last week someone threw a rotten egg at him.
What are you and me, the working people of this country, going to do about it?
Let's all go down the Strand.
You couldn't afford the price of bananas on a means test. Well, brothers, I'll tell you what we're going to do about it. We gave them our answer in 1926, and we'll give it to them again. If this government don't improve the pay and conditions of every working class man and woman in this country, I say we down tools.
That's it then, back to station. Come on, Letty, this is where you and me make a quick getaway. Follow me.
The only thing that is relevant in this country, the men and the women.
Shut up, you snotty-nosed little beast, or I'll feed you to the bleeding ducks.
No, Vi, you mustn't talk to her like that. Poor little thing's probably scared out of her life after all that shouting. Here, Sylvie. Come on, you come to your Auntie Lex. There you are, then. There's a pretty girl. I think she's hungry, you know.
Oh, she's always bleeding hungry. She'd eat me if she had a chance.
Honestly, Vi, I don't know why you bother to have a family if they get on your nerves so much.
Don't you worry, it wasn't my idea. You try marrying a Catholic. Having kids becomes an industry.
Well, I wouldn't be parted with my two, I can tell you. Ever since they were born, it's given Oliver a new lease of life. He simply dotes on them.
Really? Well, I'm glad he's turned out to be a better husband than he was a brother.
Oliver may not be perfect, but I'm telling you, he's a good man. Oh, I just wish he wasn't always in such pain.
Pain? I mean, he's still got trouble with that old leg wound.
He's awake night after night with it. Oh, he can move around all right, well, more or less, but it's the pain that keeps nagging away at him all the time. Oh, and you know, Vi, in the last week or so, the wound's become all sort of swollen, and it's turned a kind of bluish colour.
Hasn't he seen a doctor or something?
He's got an appointment to see a specialist at the hospital on Tuesday morning.
Letty, you're a real brick the way you support that man.
What are you talking about? Oliver's my husband, isn't he? I've never known such happiness since I met him. Ollie's been a changed man, happy-go-lucky, fun to be with. But you know, Vi, more than anything else, he loves his job at the train station. He's so proud of what he's doing, and that's important for a man like him. But if they take all that away from him, Vi, he'd feel somehow betrayed. I don't know what he'd do, Vi. I just don't know what he'd do.
Tickets, please. All tickets, please. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Hello, Mr. Pearson. Sorry to trouble you.
Mrs. Hobbs, what are you doing here? I thought you'd be at the hospital with your husband.
Oliver wouldn't let me go with them. He hasn't been home yet, so I thought he must have come straight back to work.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hobbs. I haven't seen Ollie all day. All tickets, please.
But it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. His appointment at the hospital was for 9 this morning.
Well, I don't know if it's worth mentioning or not, but, well, on my way to work a couple of hours ago, I thought I saw your husband. He was going into Finsbury Park.
The park?
Yeah.
But he should be at work by now.
You know what Ollie's like about the trains. I know for a fact he spends a lot of his spare time watching them from the railway bridge there. Yeah, like I said, I'm not absolutely certain it was him, but it might be worth a try.
Oliver, is that you? Oh, Ollie, dear, what are you doing out here on the bridge?
Go home, Letty. I want to be on my own for a bit.
But you'll be late for work. You should have been back on the late turn duty by now.
I'm not going back to work today.
Not going?
Look, Letty, I don't want to keep answering no questions, so just leave me alone. Go back home.
What happened, Ollie? What did the specialist say?
Nothing.
Don't be silly, must have said something. Did you ask him about the swelling? What about those tests they did last week? Surely there must be some reason why...
It's gangrene.
Gangrene? So what does that mean?
It means that my bloody leg is rotting away. It means It means my leg has got to come off. They want to amputate it just below the kneecap.
Oh, God. Ollie. Ollie, my dear.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I won't let them do it, you hear? I won't.
Are you sure you got it right, Ollie? You know how you get things muddled at times.
For God's sake, woman. When someone tells you that they want to cut off a part of your body, you know what they're telling you.
Ollie, let's try and be calm about this for a minute, dear. Let's just try and work this out sensibly. How soon do they want to do it?
The next day or so. They say there's a danger of the poison getting into my blood. But I'm not going through with it. I'm not for no one.
Ollie, you must go through with it.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what I thought you'd say. It's easy for you, isn't it? You've got 2 good feet to stand on. God, what am I going to do, Letty? What am I going to do?
Ollie, dear. Please, don't. Please. For my sake.
It's the end of my life. I've got nothing to live for now, nothing.
Don't ever let me hear you talk like that. You've got a lot to live for. And don't you forget it. It's me and the kids. And shall I tell you something? I was talking to Mr. Cotton the other day. He says he might be able to rent us a little house in a couple of months or so. Oh, nothing expensive, mind, but at least the kids wouldn't have to sleep on the floor anymore. Think of it, Ollie. A house of our very own.
Pearson, the station master, told me that if I have to go into hospital many more times, he wasn't sure he could guarantee my job at the station anymore.
There'll be plenty of other jobs. In fact, I'll bet you could get your old job back on the underground if you wanted to. Why, anyone would be glad of the chance of employing someone like you.
Someone like me? A cripple with one leg? How am I going to get through this, Letty? How?
We're going to get through this together, Ollie. You and I. We've got to be strong. Because we have so much to look forward to, that's why. I want you to live. So let's get on with it, right away.
You're a stupid girl, Letty. Sister tells me you've been sitting out here ever since 9 o'clock this morning. Well, your being here like this can't help Oliver, you know.
Allow me to be the judge of that, if you don't mind, Mother. What are you doing here, anyway?
Oh, I just felt like a ride out on the bus, that's all. Would you mind if I sit with you for a bit?
Of course not.
Have you had any news yet?
No. Only that Oliver was in the operating theatre for nearly 2 hours. The doctors are with him now. I'm just praying that everything's going to be all right.
With a lot of courage, Letty. I have to give that to you.
Oliver's the one with courage, not me.
Well, I'm glad he gets more attention than I do. Not even your brother Nick comes to see me these days. Not since he married that woman of his.
Please, Mother, no lectures. I don't feel up to it.
I hate hospital corridors. They smell of ether and stale tea and...
Then, for God's sake, why don't you go home? You know you can't bear Oliver. You never could.
Well, really, there's no need to raise your voice at me, Letty.
I'm sorry, Mother. It's just... I suppose I'm anxious, that's all. I was awake all last night, wondering what I'll do when I see Oliver for the first time after the operation. I just don't know what I'm going to say to him when I see... I mean, I can't just pretend that his leg's still there.
Letty, may I tell you something that happened to me a long time ago? When your father first left me to go off with that girl of his, it was over 3 years before I could even bring myself to walk past that pawn shop where they lived. In fact, I'd cross the street and turn my eyes the other way rather than accept that such a place existed. But one day, I never know how or why, I found myself walking right up to the front door of the shop. There was a young woman inside, and a man with her. The man was William. I plucked up courage and went in. William couldn't believe his eyes. For a moment we just stared at each other, and then I smiled, and I found myself saying, "William, I just wanted to tell you that I wish you well." And he took my hand and kissed it, and then introduced me to Amy Lyle, and we all had tea together. It was a delightful afternoon. I never made any effort to see your father again, right up to the time when he died last year. But I'm glad I saw him that once. I think he was too.
Mrs. Hobbs, you can come in now, but only a few minutes, please. Your husband's still a bit groggy from the operation.
Thank you, sister. Oh, Letty, when you see Oliver, will you give him this, please? It's nothing much, really. It's a small bottle of whiskey to cheer him up, that's all. I remember he once told me he drinks the stuff. Tell him... just tell him I wish him well.
I must say, you're living it up in style here, all right, Ollie. The other beds are empty. You've got the whole room all to yourself. Hey, Ollie, I've got some news for you. You know that musical comedy actress you like? You know the one I mean? That pretty girl, what's her name? Jessie Matthews? Well, she's going to open that new picture house at Finsbury Park. When you're up and about again, we'll have to try a couple of pen of the dot there, won't we, Ollie, eh? You're going to be all right, Ollie. The doctors are very pleased with you.
Half a man, Letty. That's all that's left of me now, half a man.
Half a man's better than no man at all. Come on now. You know what they say? Every cloud...
Has a silver lining. Yes, so I've heard. How are the kids?
They're fine. Just fine. Violet's looking after little Eddie for me today, and Ronnie... Oh, you wait till you see Ronnie. He's painting you a new picture for when you get home. Oh, I almost forgot. They sent you some licorice, all sorts. They're your favourites.
When I was on that table up there, I dreamt about the kids. They were running all over the place, but I couldn't catch them. I don't want them to see me looking this way, Letty, not ever.
I never heard such nonsense. Didn't I tell you this is a change, that's all? As far as I'm concerned, you're still that handsome soldier boy I married 12 years ago.
I want you to leave me, Letty. I want you to take the kids away and forget all about me.
Ollie, what a terrible thing to say.
No, I mean it, Letty. I can't bear the thought of you all seeing me hobble around on one leg for the rest of my life.
You won't have to hobble around, Ollie. The sister was telling me they make the most wonderful artificial legs these days. In a few months from now, you'll be right back to normal again. You know, you can't keep crossing a road to avoid a shop you don't want to go into.
Eh?
Just something my mother said, that's all. Now, don't move, Ollie. I'm going to pull back the bedclothes.
No.
It's all right, dear. I just want to see what they've done to you.
No.
Ollie? Ollie? Will you do me a favour, please, dear? From now on, will you let me be your other leg? I promise you it'll be as firm as rock. Come on, that's enough of that. You've got to be strong, Ollie. We both have. Don't worry. You'll soon be back in our own home again. We'll be soon having some of our sing-songs together. Hey, Ollie, what's your favourite song?
I don't know.
Well, I bet I do. Remember that song you used to sing to me soon after we first met? How does it go now? You are my honeysuckle, I am the bee. I'd like to sip the honey sweet from those red lips you see. I love you dearly, dearly, and I want you to love me. You are my honeysuckle, I am the bee.
There we are, Mr. and Mrs. Hobbs. I'm happy to inform you that number 13 Roden Street is now at your disposal. Oh, you better take the front door key before I forget it.
Oh, well, thanks very much, Mr. Cotton.
Here we are.
Can't tell you how grateful we are to be moving into a house of our own for the first time. Yeah. Isn't that right, Letty? Letty?
Pardon? Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Cotton. We're very grateful indeed.
Right. I'll be off then. Oh, by the way, Mr. Hobbs, I usually make my rent calls on a Thursday each week. I hope that's convenient to you and the wife.
Oh, yes, that'll be quite all right, yes.
I'll say cheerio then. Don't bother to see me out. Believe it or not, I do know the way. Mark my words, Mr. Hobbs. Number 13's going to be a lucky house for you. Yeah, well, don't worry about the door handle. Just needs a couple of screws, that's all.
Highway bloody robber. Yeah, I wonder if he's going to be right, though. Now, what do you think, Letty? Will 13 really be our lucky number? Letty?
Oh!
Letty! Letty, what is it?
Look at it, Ollie. Out there. Our own scullery.
Oh, my God. Is that all?
But it's so wonderful, Ollie. I mean, look at that lovely big stove copper. We can boil up all the hot water we want. On a Friday night, we can put the bathtub out here.
Not unless we put up a curtain, we don't. I'm not going to be caught napping in my altogether.
Oh, Ollie, I never thought we could be so lucky. A house all to ourselves, with rooms on 3 different floors. It's like a dream.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm telling you now, we're going to have a lodger. I can't afford 15 bob a week out of my wages, you know, even though I've got a decent job on the underground.
Money's no problem. There's a school just a few doors away down the street. I'll get a part-time cleaning job.
No, you don't. Those days are past, Letty. From now on, there's only going to be one breadwinner in this family, me.
You know something, Ollie? This house is going to be lucky for us.
Do you really think so, Letty?
Oh, yes. I can feel it in my bones. As though the walls are watching us. I can almost hear them saying, "Don't worry, Letty. Don't worry, Oliver. You'll see." Come on. Let's go and have a look at the attic. Hey, think you can manage the stairs on your new leg?
What do you mean, can I? I'll race you to the top.
And look, Ollie. Isn't that St. Paul's Cathedral over there? Do you see in the distance, just to the right of that white building?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Just think of it, Ollie. Mr. and Mrs. Oliver J. Hobbs, in residence at number 13 Roden Street. And with a view of the City of London from their own attic window. Oh, look, Ollie. Down there. Can you see our own back garden?
Our junk heap, you mean?
Don't you worry. I'll soon get that into shape. I might buy a few packets of poppy seeds from Woolworths. I like poppies.
Blue eyes.
Pardon?
Bright blue.
You told me that once before. It was a long time ago.
Well, they look even more blue today. Sure sign you're feeling happy. Are you happy, Letty?
Come here, Ollie. Now, closer.
Why?
I want to kiss you, that's why. Do you mind? Ollie, I'd like to have just one more child.
What?
No, I don't mean right away, you fool. It was just that I was thinking how nice it would be to feel that this house was going to become part of us.
Oh, we can't have any more kids, Letty.
I've never heard such nonsense. Number 13's going to be our lucky number, isn't it?
Oh, I hope so.
Then let's make sure that it is. Let's give this old house a chance to prove itself. To provide the kind of home you and I have always wanted for us and our kids. You know, Ollie, when we first moved into that room of ours, I used to dream of having a place like this one day. Oh, not because I wasn't grateful for what I got, but because I wanted us to start something of our very own. To make something we could be proud of. It's funny, isn't it? A lot of people think they know so much about love. But I often wonder, it's not just a question of two people living together or sharing the same interests in life. It's the feeling that you're never really apart, no matter where you are or what you're doing. I'll always be a part of you, Ollie, and you'll always be a part of me. Do you know why? Because we're a team, Ollie, you and I. We live out our lives for each other, and that's important. I love you, Ollie. I'll never stop loving you. You won't ever forget that, will you? Look, Ollie. There's so much out there waiting for us to share together. I promise you, nothing will ever stand still for us again. We're going to be like one of those trains leaving the station, moving on, on, on. We're on our way, Ollie. Our journey's just beginning. You and me together. It really is beginning.
The Trains Don't Stop Here Anymore, a love story based on real people and actual events, was written by Victor Pemberton. In it, Nerys Hughes played the part of Letty and Nigel Anthony that of Ollie. Wendy Richard was Violet and Sheila Grant Beatrice. William was played by Malcolm Hayes, Tom Derek Seaton, Frank Bill Monks, Nicky Adam Godley, Bill Kenneth Shanley, Amy Lyle Eve Karpf, Mr. Cotton Eric Allen, and Pearson Robert Trotter. The pianist was Mary Nash. The play was directed by John Tiedemann.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre, presented by Camel Cigarettes.
But, Countess, are you sure you want to put all your winnings on a single card?
Absolutely sure, my dear Duke.
Well, I don't know how it is in Russia, but here in Paris, it is very seldom that anyone wins on 3 cards in succession.
The game of faro is the same in Russia as anywhere else. But I wish to put the whole amount, 400,000 francs, on my next card.
As you wish, madame. I will deal.
One.
No.
Look, I have won. See, Duke, you were wrong.
Yes. I was wrong.
Heavens. What's the matter?
Each week at this time, Camel Cigarettes bring you Peter Lorre in the excitement of the great stories of the strange and unusual, of dark and compelling masterpieces culled from the 4 corners of world literature. Tonight, The Queen of Spades by Alexander Pushkin.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre. Brought to you by Camel Cigarettes.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. Yes, just leave it to your T-zone to judge. Your T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, is your true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich, full flavor doesn't get highest rating with your taste, and if Camel's cool mildness isn't more than welcome to your throat. See if you don't find, like millions of other smokers, that Camels suit your T-zone to a T.
The story I'm about to tell you may not believe, but I assure you it actually happened. Now, the whole thing started one night when a group of young officers were having a game of cards at the rooms of Narumov of the Horse Guard. There were 5 of us there, including a lieutenant in the engineers named Hermann. He was the son of a German who had become a naturalized Russian. And he was an ambitious young man of strong passions and imagination, which he held in check by an even stronger will. Thus, though a born gambler at heart, Hermann never touched a card, for he considered his financial position did not allow it. Oh, I remember that night. At about 4 a.m, we all sat down to supper.
Oh, I'm not hungry.
How did you make out, Surin?
I lost.
You always lose, Surin. You must be very strong-minded to be so consistent. If you think he is strong-minded, how about yourself, Hermann?
Me? Why me?
You've never held a card in your hand or made a bet. And yet you sit here until 4 o'clock in the morning watching us play.
Well, Tomsky, you see, gambling interests me. It interests me very much. In fact, I'm a gambler at heart, but I'm not in a financial position to sacrifice the necessary in a hope for winning the superfluous. In other words, I cannot afford it.
That doesn't explain anything. We none of us can afford it.
Oh, Hermann's easy enough to understand. He's of German descent. Therefore, he's thrifty.
Right.
Now, it's my grandmother, the Countess Fedotovna, who baffles me. You know, she won't gamble either.
Oh, lots of grandmothers don't gamble. St. Petersburg is full of them.
Yes, but they don't know the secret my grandmother knows. Huh?
Secret? What kind of secret does she know?
Something we'd all of us give a lot to possess.
Huh?
Yeah, a combination of 3 cards that can't fail to win at the faro table.
Oh, there's no such
What
thing.
are you trying to tell us? Oh, let's go home. It's late.
Wait, Tomsky, I'd like to know more about this secret.
What do you care, Herman? You don't gamble.
Still, I'd like to hear about it.
All right. Many years ago, when my grandmother was a lot younger, she went to Paris. Oh, she must have been quite a sensation. The Muscovite Venus, they called her. Anyway, she gambled at faro with the Duke of Orleans. Lost a great deal of money, much more than she could pay.
Yeah, who does?
Come on, keep quiet, will you?
Well, there was at that time a Count Saint-Germain in Paris, a mysterious figure that no one knew much about. Well, be that as it may, he revealed to my grandmother the secret of the 3 winning cards.
And did she win?
That night, she played again with the Duke d'Orléans.
Yeah?
Played the 3 cards, one after the other, doubling her bet each time. And all 3 won, and she recovered everything she had lost 10 times over.
Oh, a little hard on the Duke, don't you think?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he dropped dead, I believe. It was a long time ago.
Come on, Tomsky, go on with the story.
Now, that's all there is. My grandmother never touched a card again.
You mean she knows how to pick 3 winning cards in succession, and you haven't succeeded in getting the secret out of her?
That's the devil of it. She had 4 sons, one of whom was my father, and yet she would never reveal the secret to any of them, though it wouldn't have been a bad thing for them.
No, for you either, huh? I've had enough. I'm going home. Well, I'll go along with you. All right, come along.
Tomsky, tell me, this grandmother of yours, Countess Fedotovna, does she live in St. Petersburg?
Yes, with a ward of hers named Lizavieta. Poor girl, she is supposed to be my grandmother's companion, but slave would be a better word for it.
Your grandmother's a widow?
Yes. Oh, now, don't get your hopes up, Herman. She's a bit too old for you. She's 86 if she's a day.
Still, I should like to meet her.
No, there's not much chance of it, I'm afraid. She doesn't go about much anymore.
But I still should like to meet her. Yes, I should like to meet her very much.
Well, Lizaveta,
Hello, Paul.
don't tell me my grandmother is here.
No, but she is going to the embassy ball tomorrow. Tonight, I came alone.
Oh, while the cat's at home, the mouse will play, hmm? What's this I've been hearing about you?
About me?
All very romantic, I understand.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come, Lizaveta. You can't tell me that you don't know about the mysterious officer who's been standing outside the house for the last 2 weeks? About the notes he hands you when you get into the carriage with my grandmother? About the letters he sends by the milliner's girl?
Who told you?
Great friend of your officer. A lieutenant in the engineers named Herman.
Herman. Oh, yes, I think I've heard of him. Is he nice?
Oh, I like him very much. But he's a very determined young man and means to get what he wants. Personally, I wouldn't trust him. He has the profile of Napoleon and the soul of Mephistopheles.
Oh, good evening, Tomsky. Good evening.
Speak of the devil. Hello there, Herman. Lizaveta, may I present Lieutenant Herman?
Mademoiselle.
The man we were just talking about. Herman, this is Lizaveta Ivanovna. It's my grandmother's ward.
How do you do, Mademoiselle Lizaveta?
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Would you like to dance?
Yes, I would like to.
Good. See you later, Tomsky. Oh, this is paradise, Lizaveta. Holding you in my arms, feeling your heart beat against mine.
No, you mustn't say things like that. People will hear you. They'll talk.
I don't care.
They're talking already. Why did you make up that story about your imaginary friend to tell Thompson?
Because I didn't want him to know it was I, and I had to talk about you to somebody.
I hope the Comtesse doesn't hear about it.
Devil with her. It's not the Countess I'm in love with. It's you. Oh, Lizaveta, this is so wonderful. It makes up for all those nights I stood outside your house and...
Look, there in the door. The Comtesse's coachman come to fetch me. I must go home.
When am I going to see you again?
I don't know.
Oh, but this is horrible. My heart is burning with things I want to tell you, but I can never see you alone. There must be some way.
There is a way.
Yes, how?
Take this.
Oh.
This is the key to the Comtesse's house.
Oh, Lizaveta.
Tomorrow night, we're going to the embassy ball. We'll be home at 2. If you let yourself into the house at about 11:30, all the servants will be asleep.
Yes, I will.
Go directly to the library. It's at the right end of the corridor at the top of the stairs. Wait for me there.
Right end of the corridor. Oh, you sweet Lizaveta. I adore you. Where's the Countess' room?
At the other end of the corridor. Why do you ask me that?
I don't want to get into the wrong room by mistake.
But now I must go.
Till tomorrow night at 2 o'clock. Au revoir, chérie. Mademoiselle, good night.
Good night, my child.
Comtesse, are you sure there's nothing you want me to do for you?
No, nothing, thank you, Lizaveta. I think I will just put my jewels away and sit quietly a while by myself. Good night.
Good night.
I am so tired. So very tired. I am too old to go.
Don't be alarmed, madame.
Who are you?
Please don't be alarmed, Countess. I have no intention of harming you, but please.
How did you get in my bedroom?
I have been waiting behind that curtain, waiting just for the chance to ask you a favor.
A favor?
Yes.
Of me?
Yes, a favor of you, madame. You can ensure the happiness of my life. It'll cost you nothing.
I don't know who you are, but you're mad.
No, I'm not. I happen to know that you can name 3 winning cards in order and...
Oh, that was a joke.
No, it was not a joke. Oh, I can see it by your expression, madame. Madame, I want you to tell me those 3 winning cards. I do.
No.
But whom are you keeping that secret for, huh? Your grandsons, they are rich enough without it. Besides, they They don't know the value of money, but I do. Your cards will not be thrown away.
No. It is accursed. It brings death.
I'll chance that. Of what use is it to you? Or is it connected with some terrible sin or some bargain with the devil, huh? I'm ready to take your sins upon my soul, only please reveal the secret to me.
No.
Please.
What
You won't catch. I'll make you answer.
No,
I want
no.
You have my happiness in your hands.
No.
I'll take you to...
Let go,
you won't speak, huh? I'll make you... I'll... Tell me. She wouldn't tell me.
Are you all right? I heard voices. Comtesse, is everything... You?
Yes, it is I.
But I don't understand. Where's the Comtesse?
There she is.
Comtesse, what's...
It's no use. She's dead.
Dead?
Yes, dead. She's taking with her the one thing I wanted in the world. Without which I don't want to face life.
You killed her!
Yes, but you're not going to say anything to her. No one knows I was in the house except you. You can't tell because you gave me the key.
But you killed her?
Yes, I killed her. She deserved to die. But now I'll never know her secret. Never. No one will ever know her secret. Unless she comes back to tell it to somebody.
In a few moments, Mr. Peter Lorre will bring us the climax of tonight's Mystery in the Air, when Camels present Act 2 of The Queen of Spades.
Experience is the best teacher.
Remember the wartime cigarette shortage? Who doesn't? One thing about it, though, smokers who went through it really learned a lot about cigarettes. They had first-hand experience with many different brands.
How true. Goodness, we certainly smoked whatever brands we could get in those days. I smoked so many different brands, I'm practically a walking encyclopedia about cigarettes. Well, I'm a Camel smoker now. And believe me, I know Camel's the cigarette for me, because I've compared so many brands.
Yes, smoking whatever brands they could get during the wartime cigarette shortage made people everywhere experts on judging the differences in cigarette quality. That experience convinced a host of smokers that they preferred the rich, full flavor and cool mildness of Camel. Result?
More people are smoking Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel yourself.
So the Countess is dead, and now the funeral is in progress. What a stupendous funeral. The huge church is banked with flowers, all the way from the doors to the catafalque where the coffin rests. And such a distinguished group of mourners. It almost seems as if all Imperial Russia is there.
Topsy. Sad occasion, eh?
Yes. Well, I suppose the old girl had to go sooner or later. Oh, there were times when I doubted she ever would.
What'd she die of?
Well, heart attack, they said. Why?
Oh, I've heard rumors. You know how those things are. Something about bruises on her throat.
Oh, no. No, nothing to it, no. The doctor said she could have inflicted those herself when she had trouble breathing.
Hello, Tomsky. My condolences.
Oh, thank you for coming here, ma'am. That's very nice of you. You never met my grandmother, did you?
No, I didn't, but that's no reason I shouldn't show my respect. After all, you're my friend.
I beg your pardon, but would you gentlemen care to view the remains before the services commence?
I suppose I should, anyway.
Oh, yes, by all means.
I'll come, too, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Thank you.
Come along. Doesn't she look peaceful? Poor old girl, I was fond of her.
Wait. Wait, did you see that?
What? See what?
Look, one of her eyelids moved.
What?
I tell you...
Herman, be quiet.
But I saw it. Her eyelids moved as if she winked at me. As if she winked.
He's fainting.
A fine example of an army officer fainting at a funeral.
No, maybe he's sick. Come on, help me carry him out of here.
I know. I shall never get to sleep. My conscience won't let me. Oh, why did I do it? Why did I go to that cursed funeral? Just because my conscience said you are the murderer of that old woman. I wanted to implore her pardon, but she winked at me. I could swear it, she did. Who's there? Oh.
You do not recognize me. You have a short memory.
Countess,
I have come back from the beyond against my wishes. I have been ordered to grant your request.
Grant my request?
Yes. 3, 7, and ace will win for you, if played in succession.
3, 7, and an ace.
But only on these conditions.
Anything at all.
You do not play more than one card in 24 hours. And that you never play cards again during the rest of your life.
I promise. 3, 7, and an ace. 3, 7, and an ace. Oh, I must remember it. 3, 7, ace. 3, 7, ace. Come in.
Oh, there you are, Herman. Are you all right?
All right. Yes, all right. Yes, I'm all right.
That's good. We were worried about you. We hadn't seen you since you collapsed at my grandmother's funeral.
Oh, that was terrible, Lieutenant. And an officer shouldn't faint. I hope you'll forgive me for what happened yesterday.
Oh, that's all right. Could have happened to anyone. But it wasn't yesterday, you know. It was the day before.
Day before? Oh, I don't remember that.
You must have been pretty sick to lose a whole day like that. What got into you?
Chomsky, will you do me a favor?
If I can. What is it?
I've heard a lot about a certain Chekalinsky and the gambling that goes on at his house every night.
Oh, yes. Chekalinsky has practically spent his whole life at the card table.
That's what I heard.
Oh, he's amassed millions at it, but what?
I should like to go there.
Oh, you want to watch them play faro at Chekalinsky?
No, I want to play.
You want to play?
Yes.
What's happened to you, Herman? I thought you couldn't afford to gamble.
Yes, but now I can. You see, I have a little legacy left from my father. And
congratulations.
I feel I'm in luck. When can you take me?
Anytime.
Tonight?
Yes, if you feel up to it.
Good, that's very good. We'll go to Chekalinsky's tonight, huh? Chomsky, honestly, I've never seen such a magnificent establishment. Never in my life have I seen such a place.
Well, it's all paid for by fellows like you who felt they were in luck. Look, there's Chekalinsky at the faro table.
Where? Oh.
Come on over, I'll introduce you. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Good evening, Chomsky.
Chekalinsky, I want you to meet a friend of mine, Lieutenant Herman. Herman, this is the famous Chekalinsky.
Good evening.
Enchanté.
Herman seems to feel particularly fortunate tonight. Do you suppose he could sit in and take a card?
A friend of yours? But of course.
Good luck, Herman.
Thanks.
Will you be kind enough to select your card, please?
Thank you. This is my card.
And how much would you like to bet, Lieutenant?
I would like to bet 47,000 rubles.
Forgive me, Lieutenant, but we only play for cash.
It's quite all right. I have it. Money's right here.
Are you crazy, Herman?
You're playing pretty high, Lieutenant. Nobody here has ever staked anything like that on one card before.
Well, do you accept it or don't you?
I accept it.
Then if you'll be kind enough to deal.
As you wish. 9, 3.
Herman is 1. 1. Look, his card is a 3.
Well, congratulations, Lieutenant. Do you want me to settle with you now?
If you please.
Here you are. 47,000 rubles.
No.
Would you like to try again?
No. Not tonight, but tomorrow night I'll be back to try another card.
Well, Lieutenant, what do you want to wager tonight?
Same stake as last night, plus my winnings, 94,000 rubles.
Just as you say. You have picked your card. I will deal. Knave. 7.
Look, Herman's won again. The card is a...
There you are. 94,000 rubles.
Thank you, sir. I shall see you again tomorrow night.
Be here tonight.
I don't believe he'll show up. He'd be a fool to go.
Here he comes now, with Thompson.
Now, he can't win 3 times in a row. He doesn't possible.
Gentlemen, quiet, please. Well, Lieutenant Herman, how much do you wish to bet tonight?
Same stake plus my winnings. Here it is. 180,000 rubles.
On 1 card?
Yes.
Herman, don't you think that...
Please be quiet, Tomsky. I know what I'm doing.
Gentlemen, please. Will you choose your card, Lieutenant?
I have it. Will you please deal?
Queen. Ace.
I win again. Ace wins. Here it is.
Huh? If you'd been holding an ace, you would have won. But you haven't an ace. You have a queen, and it loses.
What do you mean? What is...
You weren't holding an ace, my dear fellow. You have the queen of spades.
Queen?
Look
Queen
at it yourself.
Queen of spades? What? It isn't possible. I have... Yes, it is. Yes, it is the queen of spades, huh? Now I see it, but... Look, No, it isn't the queen of spades. It's the countess. Look! See the resemblance? Yes, oh. She's tricked me. She's deliberately tricked me.
What are you talking about?
Your grandmother, the countess. She told me 3, 7, and 8.
She told you?
Yes,
But you never met her.
I did meet her. I waited for her one night in her bedroom, and I pleaded with her. But she refused to tell me. She refused to tell me her secret. And then I took her by the throat.
And you killed her.
Huh?
You took her by the throat and strangled her.
I killed her, yes, but she didn't tell me that. But then one night she came back. She came back from the grave, and she told me 3 cards. It was 7. But she lied. She lied to me. Oh, that dirty woman. She's gotten her revenge. I've lost all the money I had in the world, but I don't care anymore. But I'll show her.
Stop! You murdered the countess. You'll hang for that.
Let them hang me. Let them hang me. I'll get even with her. Beyond the grave, I'll get even with her.
He's gone mad.
I'll be glad when they hang me. I'll be glad when they hang me.
But they didn't hang him. He is spending the rest of his life in room 17 of the Obukhov Hospital. He never answers any question, but constantly mutters the same things.
3, 7, ace. 3, 7,
and free Camels to Servicemen's Hospital from coast to coast. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, American Lake, Washington, U.S. Army and Navy General Hospital, Hot Springs, Arkansas, U.S. Naval Hospital, Brooklyn, New York, U.S. Marine Hospital, Detroit, Michigan, and Veterans Hospital, Perry Point, Maryland.
There are many doctors among America's millions of camel smokers.
In fact, according to a nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
This survey was made by 3 leading independent research organizations who questioned 113,597 doctors living in every state of the Union. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor? The brand named most was Camel.
Next week, Mystery in the Air, starring Mr. Peter Lorre, brings you one of the greatest American classics of all time, The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe, with a special musical score composed and conducted by Paul Barron.
Mr. Pipe Smoker, do you get the greatest possible enjoyment from your pipe? Do you pack it full of mellow, mild Prince Albert? Prince Albert, you know, is a rich, full-flavored tobacco, specially made for smoking pleasure, specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, crimp cut to burn slow, smoke cool. No wonder more pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco. See if Prince Albert doesn't give you a better smoke. Be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night for a rollicking half hour of folk tunes and humor with your favorite stars, Red Foley, Minnie Pearl, Rod Brassfield, and the rest of the Opry gang. And as Red's special guest, Judy Martin. Yes, folks, Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night over NBC.
Listen again next week at this same time when the makers of Camel cigarettes present Mr. Peter Lorre in Mystery in the Air. The artists supporting Mr. Lorre tonight were Henry Morgan, Lorene Tuttle, Peggy Weber, Ben Wright, Louis Van Ruten, Stanley Waxman, Jack Edwards Jr., and Rolf Sedan. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camels.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on the famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle. Now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman. Mr. Chapman.
Good evening. Our play this evening, High Tor, is by Maxwell Anderson, who has appeared oftener than any other playwright in the Best Plays volumes. Scarcely a season goes by that Anderson doesn't have something running on Broadway, and his average of success is very high. High Tor was produced in 1937, a year when Anderson had 3 plays running. And in it, Burgess Meredith played a young man with the old Catskill Mountain name of Van Dorn. He's doing it again for us tonight. And our company will include Maureen Stapleton and Edgar Staley. Our opening scene is a rocky hilltop, Tor being the Dutch word for hill or mountain, overlooking the Tappan Zee of the majestic Hudson River.
The day is drawing toward evening. On the broad, flat, trap rock summit of a mountain called High Tor in the Hudson Highlands, an ancient Indian, wearing an old greatcoat thrown around him like a blanket, stands in the fading light of day and makes his prayer to the setting sun.
I'll make my prayer to you, the falling fire, bearing in mind the whisper in my ears from the Great Spirit, talking on the wind, whispering that a young race in its morning should pray to the rising sun. But a race that's old and dying should invoke the dying flames, eaten and engulfed by the sharp-toothed mountain west. A God that dies to live as we have died. My race of the red faces and old ways. I am fed and sheltered on this mountain where their hands are helpless. But I am old as my race is old. I shall go and lie and sleep, and I shall give you thanks, O God that died, that my last night is dark and long. I am tired.
John?
Good evening.
Going fishing tomorrow?
Well, there'll be a storm tonight. We could try the lake tomorrow.
Want to go with me?
If you'll be here at sunrise.
Fine, I'll be here.
May I go then?
No, you'll be asleep at sunup.
I'll set the clock and wake on time.
Oh, about that other matter, John. Had any luck so far?
Not yet, but I will.
Okay, John. Let me know in time.
I will. Good night.
Good night.
Who is it then?
Just an Indian.
I didn't know there were any Indians left.
Well, there's one. There's not much left of him, and he's the last around here.
He's hunting something?
He's looking for a place to make his grave, and he's kind of cautious about it. Folks get that way along toward the end, wanting their bones done up in some particular fashion.
Did he tell you this?
We got an understanding. When he feels it coming over him that he's going to die, he'll let me know, and I'll go dig him in, so the crows and the foxes can't get at him.
You couldn't, Van, without a burial permit.
Oh, I guess you could. This getting old and dying and crawling into the ground, that was invented back before the medical examiners and taxes and all that. The old boy's clean. He'll go right back to Earth.
But, Van, people can't die that way.
What's the good being wrapped in cellophane you don't keep anyway?
Why do you say such things? If I should die, you'd get a pine box.
Ah, if you should die, the old boy that drives the sun around up there, he'd unhitch, put the cattle out to grass, give it up. He'd plumb lose interest if you should die. Maybe I would myself. Fetch out the supper.
It's dinner, Van, not supper.
That's what I said. Fetch out the dinner. When it gets a little darker, what's black is pepper and what's green is parsley. Still, you can't be sure. It might be ants.
Should have wrapped these sandwiches in wax paper instead of this morning's Nanuet Herald.
Oh, let's see.
Van, you shouldn't read at table.
My gosh. The Nanuet Bank's been robbed. Well, there's not enough money in Nanuet to buy their gas for a getaway. They took $25,000. How'd $25,000 get in Nanuet? It's against nature.
Didn't stay there long.
What? Federal money, that's it. Now you see it, now you don't.
They say it buys as much as if you earned it.
It's bad for the stomach, though, to live on humble pie.
I'd rather work.
Well, as I said, don't work if you don't feel like it. Anytime you want to move up in the hills, live with me, it's a bargain.
Van.
Well, why not? Well, we'll get married, if that's what you mean.
Van, I want to talk to you seriously.
Listen, things get serious enough without setting out to do it.
Van, this spring you had 3 weeks' work laying drywall. You could have had more, but you didn't take it. You're an expert mason.
I'm good at everything.
But you work 3 weeks in the year.
That's all I need.
And all the rest of the year you hunt or fish or sleep.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of fun.
Maybe for you.
Judith, you want me to take that job?
Oh, Van, why don't you?
What, porter in a hotel? Lugging up satchels, opening windows, maybe you get a dime, I'd choke to death.
I'd see you every day.
Yeah, I could see you in the mezzanine, taking dictation from the drummer boys. A woman can stand it, but if you're a man, I say it chokes you.
We can't live in your cabin and have no money.
You don't need money. All you need's a place to sleep and something to eat. I've never seen the time I couldn't find a meal on the mountain here. Rainbow trout, jugged hare, something in season right around the Zodiac.
But if a man works hard and has ability, as you have, Van, he takes a place among men, saves his money, and gets to where he's safe and secure.
All right, suppose it's true. Suppose a man saves money all his life and works 40 years till he can say, I'm on Easy Street. Well, what's he do then?
Takes a vacation.
Well, I'm on vacation now. Why should I work 40 years to earn time off when I got it?
But you don't even seem to want money. You won't take it when they bring it to you.
When did they bring... Oh. You mean the Trap Rock Company? Wanting to buy High Tor? You know, they offered me $700.
$700?
And like I said, it's federal money. Stuff evaporates. Look, Judy. Look at there. It's a quarter mile straight down to the Tappan Zee from here. You can see 15 miles of river north and south. I grew up looking at it. Hudson came up that river just about 300 years ago, and he lost his ship right there in the Zee. And they say that the crew climbed up this tor to keep a lookout for the ship and never came back. Maybe the Indians got him. Anyway, on dark nights before a storm, they say you sometimes see them.
Have you seen them?
What, the Dutchman? Maybe. Maybe I have. Can't be sure. It's pretty wild around here when it storms. That's when I like it best. Look at it now. Every night I come back here like the Indian to get a fill of it.
Van, look. Those men there.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah.
Any houses around here?
You're off the beat, buddy. Never heard of any houses in this mountain.
Come on out. We're doing well. We're down the road before dark.
Look, Mac, maybe you can help us out. Are you familiar with this region at all?
I've been around here some.
Well, we're all afternoon hunting a fella named Van Dorn.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You know where he lives?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. You climb down the face of the cliff here, and you keep left along the ledge about 100 yards. Then you turn sharp left through a cleft up the ridge. You follow the trail about a half a mile. There you are.
Van.
Why, a monkey couldn't go down there hanging on with 4 hands and a tail.
I always did want to get lost and spend a night up here in the hills.
You get lost, all right.
Well, thanks.
We'll try it back the other way. So long, Mac. See you around.
But they were looking for you. Why didn't you tell them who you were?
Well, they didn't ask about that.
But out of common courtesy.
Well, you see, I know who they are.
Who are they?
Art J. Biggs, Jr. and Skimmerhorn, Judge Skimmerhorn.
Well, why not talk to them?
Well, we communicate by mail. I got a dozen letters stacked up from them. They're realtors, and they own the Trap Rock Company. And one of the Skimmerhorns a probate judge, and he goes around condemning property when they want to make a rake-off.
Well, if they're the Trap Rock men, you ought to talk to them. I'll call.
No, wait a minute. I've got nothing to say to those two buzzards, except I hope they break their necks.
You take a lot for granted. You think because I loved you once, that's the end. I'm finished.
Far from it.
Oh, yes. You think because a girl's been kissed, she stays kissed. And after that, the man does her thinking for her.
What do you want?
For you to sell High Tor. So we'll have something to start on. We could have it, only you won't.
I can't, Judy. That's the truth. I just can't.
We'll call it off then, between you and me.
Judy, this is the kind of night we've been in love most.
Yes, we could be in love. But that's not everything.
Well, just about. What else do we get?
I think I'd better go. It's getting dark.
You may have company. I think our friends are back.
Hey, Mac, would you do something for us?
I don't know.
Could you take a paper round to Van Dorn and leave it with him?
A summons?
Well, it's a sort of notice. It's worth $1 to me.
You'd be throwing away your money.
Oh, well, never mind that part of it. Will you do it?
You'll take a run and jump over the edge of the cliff and think things over on the way down before I serve any papers for you.
Hey, look, Mac, you'll get the tar kicked out of you one of these days.
If you gentlemen care to know, this is Mr. Van Dorn.
This is... Oh. Well, in that case, forget it. You're the fellow we want to see. Listen, I don't know what to say, but you've got us all wrong. We want to buy this place.
You like the view?
Certainly is a view.
You wouldn't spoil it, would you? You wouldn't move in with $1 million worth of machinery and cut the guts out of the mountain, would you?
We always leave the front, the part you see from the river.
But you take all the law allows.
Well, we're in business.
Not with me. I own High Tor. My title's clear. My father left it to me.
Well, the truth is your father should have employed a lawyer when he drew his will, because the instrument, as recorded, is faulty in many respects. It was brought before me in my capacity as probate judge at Laytontown.
And in your capacity as second vice president of the Trap Rock Company, you shot it full of holes.
Sir, I keep my duties entirely separate.
Come on, Skimmerhorn. We'd better go before it's dark.
bad enough sliding down that mountainside by daylight.
There's something funny about the mountaintop. It draws fire. Every storm on the Tappan Zee climbs right up here and wraps itself around High Tor and blazes away at everything you got. Airplane beacons, steam shovels, anything newfangled. It smashed that beacon twice. It blew the fuses on your shovel and killed a man only last week. I got a premonition. Something might happen to you.
Is that a threat?
What's that?
Huh? That's nothing. That's just a section of the cliff down across the trail. I've been expecting it this last 2 years. You're stuck up here now.
What? We'll find our way down.
Oh, sure. Only don't try that trail in the dark. You think High Tor is just so much raw material. You're wrong. A lot of stubborn men have died up here, and some of them don't sleep well. They come back and push things around these dark nights. Don't blame me if anything falls on you.
Now, let's get out of here, Biggs. With you. I thought I saw another trail leading off this way.
Goodbye, Ben.
Will you be up tomorrow?
No.
Better let me see you down.
Oh, no. I know the way. Stay here and guard your rock. You think so much of it.
Wait a minute. When will I see you?
Never. We'll call it off. You haven't thought much about it, so you think I couldn't do it.
Wait a minute, Judy. I love you. I can't explain it. But these fellas that drive up and down the road in cars, they don't care where they live. But I have roots down here, roots right down in the rocks, so I don't know whether I'd live at all if I pulled up and left. I don't know what it's like anyplace else. Down there in the towns, they got 2 rooms and a bath. It's hard to breathe down there when you've lived up here in the hills.
I know how it is, Ben. We'll forget about it. You're in love with your mountain. Well, keep your mountain.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
The sun has set now, and on the summit of High Tor, the twilight haze reveals 3 misty figures, so faint they might be figures in a dream, or ghosts, or things imagined. One is a Dutch sea captain. Beside him sits a girl, and at their feet a sailor who appears to be asleep.
Asher, when you drink, there should be one on guard to watch the river, lest the ship come and pass, and we must haunt the dark another year.
I'll climb down and post the Zee any moment, Lisa. Just one more flagon of Holland's good gin to keep me warm. Are you content, Lisa?
When the ship returns and we have boarded her, and the wind scuds fair into the east, yes.
Be quiet, Lisa.
Have you forgotten how the cobble street comes down by Cranks and turns upon the quay where the Onrush sets sail?
You were so much in love, you needs must come with me. You were so young that I was patient with you. But now day long, night long, you carp and quarrel. A carping wife.
We stay so long. Was there this ship at all? Was there a sailor city, Amsterdam? Will that ship return? And shall I then see the Netherlands once more?
Aye, there was a ship, and we wait here for her. But she's long away, somewhere upriver.
Asher, I'm afraid. For one thing I have known, and never told you, lest it be true, lest you be frightened too. Sometimes, in a morning, I see you in the light, and back of you, the gray rock, bright and hard, seen through figures of air, and you were but cloud drift walking, pierced by the light, translucent in the sun.
I know, and I have known it, now that you know it too. The land and sea about us on this dark side of the earth is thick with demons, heavy with enchantment, cutting us off from home.
Is it enchantment that cuts us off?
I cannot say. Yet I know that what we're to have, we shall have here. Years past, the demons of this air palsied our hands, fixed us upon one pinnacle of time, and on this pinnacle of stone. These new, strange men are like the gods. They work miracles. They have changed us. The life we keep is motionless as the center of a storm. Yet while we can, we keep it. While we can melt down the harness of the slow machines that hew the mountain from us. When it goes, we shall go too. They leave us this place, High Tor, and we shall have no other. I must leave you, Lisa.
No, Asher, I don't want to be alone.
Then wake DeWitt. He should be sober now. Enough to keep you company.
DeWitt! DeWitt! Oh, wake up and talk to me.
What is it, Lisa?
Your captain's had too much to drink and left me here alone.
It's enough to drive a sailor man to drink, marooned somewhere on the hinder parts of the earth and degenerating hourly to the status of a Flying Dutchman, half spook, half man. Why shouldn't we drink? A pewter flagon of Holland's gin puts manhood into the remnants and gives a sailor courage to look out on these fanciful new devils that ride sea, land, and air on a puff of blue smoke.
It's not too late.
Lisa, little heart. The devils are too much for us.
Are we to wait till all the color steals from flower and cloud before our eyes? Till a wind out of the morning from the Tapansay lift us? We are so light for all our crying, and all we are becomes a voiceless cry heard on the wind.
Aye. We'll see the time if they continue to work on us, when we'll be apparent in a strong light only by the gin contained in our interior piping. You tremble, little Lisa, and you weep. But look now. There's a remedy I've had in mind. Fall in love with one of them. Fall in love with one of these same strange New World magicians. I shall choose me out of one of their female mermaid witches and set my heart on her and become a man again.
I gave my love long ago, and it's no help. I love enough with Asher.
Aye, but he's in a worse case than you are, the captain. Saving his captaincy, there's not enough belief in him to produce half a tear and a passion of sobbing. We can't go on forever. Here on these spellbound rocks, drawing up water in time past. The well growing deeper and the water lower, till there be none.
On another side of the mountain, at the edge of his property, Van is examining a gaping hole in the earth made by the workmen during the day. Jutting over onto his side of the mountain is the huge scoop of a steam shovel. He's in the act of reaching for the control cable to swing the shovel away from his side of the line when the trap rock men come upon him.
The steam shovel seems alive. It's creeping towards High Tor even when there's no one at the controls.
Hey! What are you doing with that shovel?
Did you know you're trespassing? Also, when a man owns land, he owns the air above it. That means this shovel of yours is also trespassing.
We'll have that moved tomorrow, Mr. Van Dorn. Somebody's made a miscue and left it hanging over the line.
And by the way, that trail's gone out completely, Mr. Van Dorn. Oh. There's a 50-foot sheer drop there now where it was. Now, we've got to get off. If you can think of any way to manage it.
I'm not worrying about it. Spend the night. There's no charge.
Well, the truth is that I have to be in court early tomorrow, and a man needs his sleep.
Now, you afraid you'd doze off on the bench and somebody else might take a trick? Oh, you'd wake up before they got far with anything. The skimmerhorns are automatic that way.
You don't know any other trail down?
I showed you the one I knew. You both turned green looking at it. It's too dark to find your way down there now. Why don't you go to bed in the scoop there? I wish you pleasant dreams.
Oh, I think I'll swear out a warrant for that squirt. He's too independent by half.
On what ground?
Well, he threatened us, didn't he?
And where'll that get us?
He might be easier to talk to in jail.
What are you grousing about?
Because I want my dinner. Because I'm tired of taking 40% and giving you 60 on all the side bets. I want half.
You're more likely to get your dinner. You're overpaid already.
The will's perfectly good. I could find holes in it, but I probated plenty, much the same.
What of it?
Well, a judge has some conscience, you know. When he sets a precedent, he likes to stick to it.
Huh. I never knew your conscience to operate except on a cash basis. You want half?
Yes, I want half.
Well, you don't get it. Any other judge I put in there would work for nothing but the salary and glad of the job. You take a 40% cut and howl for more. The woods are full of shyster lawyers looking for probate judgeships. And I'll slip one in at Ladentown next election.
Oh, no, you won't, Art. Oh, no, you won't. You wouldn't do that to an old friend like me, because if you did, think what I'd do to an old friend like you.
Well, maybe I wouldn't. Not if you're reasonable. Oh, look, what's the difference between 40% and 50%? Practically nothing.
Well, then why don't you give it to me?
Look, try and get it.
Oh, darn it, I'm hungry. I ought to telephone to my wife, too.
Why don't you?
Well, maybe it's fun for you. Nothing to eat, no place to sleep, cold as Greenland, black as the Tophet, and a storm coming up. Only I'm not used to it.
You're pulling down 40% of $22,000 for the night's work. I say it's worth it.
Oh, do you think we could slide down one of those steam shovel cables?
Maybe you could, you wizened louse, but not me.
Tub of lard like you ought to be able to roll down, no harm done. Coming?
It's worth a try, sure.
I gotta stop. I got no wind. I can't go on.
Okay, we'll stop a minute.
We'll get 400 years for holding up that bank.
What'd you want to wreck the car for, Elkus?
Want to get caught with the stuff on you? We'll get 400 years for this. Shut up.
You didn't need to wreck the car, though.
Did you hear the trooper slam on the brakes when he went by? You'd be wearing bracelets right now if I hadn't dumped the old crate over the embankment.
What I want to know is where we go from here.
Down the other side and pick up a car. We'll get 400 years for this. What do you think you are, a chorus? Go on back to St. Thomas and sing it to priests. About as much help as a flat tire.
I never wanted to be in it. I was only lookout. You're both witness to that.
What good do you think that does you, you poor fish? Brace up and take it like a man. There's $25,000 in that bag, and some of it's yours.
Well, how do you know it's $25,000?
The Orangeburg payroll.
Dope. Elkus. It's Judge Skimmerhorn.
What?
Where?
There. Coming round the rocks. Judge Skimmerhorn of Ladentown.
Does he know you?
Sure he knows me.
Well, we're out climbing, see? Hikers, see? On a picnic.
Hello.
How are you?
Out walking?
That's right. Climbed up on a bed.
Well, isn't this, Buddy?
Oh, yes, sir. Evening, Judge.
Well, you're a long way from home.
Yes, sir.
You think you could show us the way down? We're stuck up here.
There's a patch down the cliff. Yes, sir.
No, thanks. I saw that once. Are you going to camp here?
Oh, might as well, sure.
Listen, Buddy, you're young and ambitious. Would you do something for me if you got well paid?
I guess so, Judge.
Well, now, we're done in traipsing around the rocks. Would you climb down the tor and go to Haverstraw and to telephone my wife that I can't come home?
I guess so. Wouldn't I, Elkus?
Up to you.
And while you're there, will you bring us a dozen sandwiches and some beer?
Yes, sir. Right away.
Wait a minute, buddy. We'll all go. Come on, Dope.
I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Yeah, might be less drafty if we crawled into the bucket of the steam shovel.
Hey, now you're earning your 40%, you skinflint.
Mm-hmm.
But if you snore, I'll have you disbarred. All right?
You look like a sack of lard with a string round the middle. Look, where the deuce am I supposed to put my hip bone?
You juggle your own hip bone, Skinny.
Now go to sleep.
Wish you thought I could. Wake me early, mother dear, for I'm to be Queen of the May.
Shut up.
It's crazy going on in this dark. Hey, you're making sense for once, Dope. We'll stop a while, get our bearings.
I don't see where you had to go and leave the satchel there.
I tell you, it's nicely hid. I stuffed it up against that log we sat on.
What are we gonna do?
As soon as they're asleep, we'll sneak back there and take the satchel, get down off this mountain somehow.
I wish we'd never started this. We'll get 400 years apiece when the troopers get here.
Shut up, and I'll not say it again. We'll rest a while. When they're sound asleep, we'll go back up and take what's ours. Skimmerhorn.
Yeah? Hey. Oh, what's the matter?
Have you been to sleep?
I've even had a dream.
I'll do you one better. I had a dream, and I'll swear I wasn't asleep. It's a lack of food that gave me such a hallucination.
What'd you see?
An old Dutch sailor dressed in pantaloons and a big hat.
Huh?
He came out of nowhere, transparent as a ghost.
And went over to that log, picked up a satchel filled with money.
You see what I see?
A figure of funny sitting right over there.
You see it, too?
Yeah, I see it. I threw it, but it can't be real.
Hey, you there? What do you want?
I want to buy a boat.
Oh, you've come to the wrong shop, sailor. I'm in the real estate business. It's a long mile down to sea level.
You have no boats?
No boats.
And you have no boats?
No, stranger, no boats.
Then a great plague on both of you and take this stuff. It's no good to me unless there's a boat to sell. What chance is an honest man against such beasts? Both selling the same day.
Did you see what I saw?
Not if you saw what I saw. What I saw wasn't possible. Did you fake that thing?
Fake it? I saw it.
Yet this satchel's real enough. Look.
Money. 5s and 10s.
Well, bless the poor little Dutchman's heart. Always before I've had to work for money, I steal it. Never till tonight have I been walked up to by a little man in a big hat, fetching it to me in a package.
Wait a minute. Look here on this envelope. You know what money this is?
No.
Came out of the Nanuet Bank.
Well, if that little guy's a bank robber, he's certainly careless with the proceeds.
Maybe we ought to give it back. Think so?
I'd be marked bills.
No, it's not. I was talking with the president of the bank on the phone. Made up for payroll. No marks in any of it.
President of the bank a friend of yours?
In a way. Oh, he's gypped me a couple of times, same as you would. He wouldn't lose anything. The money never got back. He's insured, you see.
Let's count it. It said $25,000 in the paper.
You know, nobody in the world would ever know who had it.
No, they wouldn't.
What do you say?
I say 50-50.
Skimmerhorn, if I hadn't been in business with you for 20 years, I'd say you were a crook. But go on, take it. 50-50 on this one deal.
Agreed. Now let's count the stuff and divide it up.
Hear my voice?
Yes, lady.
Do you see me in the light as I see you?
Yes.
You are one of those the earth bears now. The quick, fierce wizard men. You've come to drive machines through the White Rock's heart.
Not me. I hate them all like poison.
You're against them? The machines?
I'd like to smash the lot and the men that own them.
I wish I knew how to make you friend. I've seen you. I know you. You are kind.
Tell me your name.
It's Lisa. Or used to be.
Not now?
I'm weary of it. And all things that I've been. You have a lover? She'll be angry?
She's angry now. She's off and gone. She won't come back.
Love me a little? Enough to save me from the dark.
I've seen you on the hills moving with shadows. But you're not Shadow.
No. Could one live and be a shadow?
Take my hand.
No. I dare not. It's your race that thins our blood. Never put out your hand to touch me. Let some magic in your blood reach me and I'd be nothing. Oh, but I know you to be kind. So, take my hand.
Yes. Wow. You're cold.
Yes.
Well, here on the Tor, the sun beats down like murder all day long. And the wind comes up like murder in the night. I'm cold myself.
Keep my hand and tell me. In these new times, are all men shadow? Are all men lost?
Well, sometimes I stand here at night and look out over the river when the fog covers the lights. And then if it's dark enough and I can't see my hands or where the rock leaves off against the cloud and I'm alone, then, well, I'm darned if I know who I am, staring out into that black. Maybe I'm cloud and maybe I'm dust. I might be as old as time. I like to think I knew.
Then it's the same for you. Here on this verge where your life dips in dusk and my gray days lift to the light a moment, we walk here, and our eyes meet.
Your hands are warm now.
I'm not cold now. For an instant, I'm not cold. It's that the light I feel come flooding back to me. Light or their charms broken here, seeing your face. Let me stand here and see you.
When do the workmen come to work in the morning?
They won't come to work tomorrow.
What?
They can't do any more until we buy this land.
Well, that's fine. That's just dandy.
You know, you'd murder me for what I've got in my pockets.
You thought it first.
Just the same, I wouldn't feel right if you were standing behind me with a rock in your hand.
You wouldn't?
No. At the moment, I wouldn't like to think anybody was creeping up behind me. By Beelzebub. There is somebody behind me.
What makes you think so?
I just feel it.
Huh?
Turn around, will you? Take a look.
No, I will not. Well, you got me worried. I'm getting lightheaded for lack of food.
Go on, turn around and face it like a man.
But there's nothing there.
Then turn and look, and then tell me nothing's there.
All right. No?
No.
Yeah. Oh. How do you do? One with a hat. Do you see him, too?
If you want the money back, you can have it, you know. We don't want the money.
Oh, anything we could do, you know, we'd be glad to do. We're just trying to get down off this mountain.
We'd gladly give the money back.
You know what it is, Art? It's a moving picture company.
Huh?
And if they got the laugh on us, thinking they're real. Oh, it's all right, boys. We're on to you.
Say, I guess that's so. Was that the moving picture money you gave us?
Uh-huh.
Well, we thought it was real. That's a good one. I guess you must have thought we were pretty funny backing up that way and jumping around. You had a scared step. Isn't that funny, Skipper?
Yeah, it's funny, all right. Yeah, just the same, I wish they'd say something.
What's he mean, motioning that way?
Seems to me he wants us to go back into the steam shovel bucket.
I'll try anything once. Maybe they can swing it across the gorge there and put us down on the other side.
Yeah, well, wait for me.
Take it easy now, you fellas. Hoist one ready.
They're going to hoist us up a hand.
You might haul us up there and not be able to get us down, you know. It's mighty friendly of you to try it, but you'll have your work cut out.
Yeah, make it snappy, boys, and gives me the meagrams to look down this way.
Hey, don't rock the boat, you fool. We're hanging out over the gorge now. It's 1,000 miles straight down.
I'm going to be sick.
Hey, you better take us down, fellas. It's no good. We can't make it.
I am sick.
Hey, you wouldn't leave us up here, would you? Hey, listen. You can have that money back, you know. We don't want the money. A joke's a joke after all, but this thing might let go any minute. Skimmerhorn, they've gone away.
I'm sick.
You'll be sicker before you're out of this mess. What do you think they meant by hauling us up here and leaving us?
I don't know. I'm sick.
Well, keep it to yourself.
Wish I thought I could.
Help, somebody! Help! We're stuck up here!
Oh, what good's that going to do?
It's going to storm.
That's nice. There's no lightning, but the flame, you can count your money.
That's a good idea. I think it will.
Fine as you really are. Put your money away before you get it wet.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
You know, that lightning's hitting pretty close.
What?
The lightning, you fool, is going to hit us.
60, 70, 80, 90.
Will you stop it? That lightning's coming closer every minute. Biggs, do you know any prayers?
100, 110, 120. What?
Do you know any prayers?
Oh, no, I know one.
Say it, will you?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, bless the bed that I lie on. 190.
That's not much good, that one.
It's the only one I know.
You know we're going to die here.
It's 200. 200. We're going to what?
Will you quit counting your money? We're going to be killed. We're going to die right here in our own steam shovel. Oh, God, I never did this before, and I don't know how, but keep me safe here, and I'll be a better man. I'll put candles on the altar. Yes, and I'll get that Spring Valley Church fixed up, the one that's falling down. I can do a lot for you if you let me live, oh, God.
Oh, God. You wouldn't do a thing like that? Hang us up in our own steam shovel, wet through, and then strike us with lightning? Oh, God, you've been kind to us tonight and given us things we never expected to get so easy. Don't spoil it now.
Say a prayer, you know, prayer.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, bless the bed that I lie on.
Why did you tell God you'll give him the money back?
Because I won't. You won't either.
Now you've done it. Can't keep anything to yourself. There's such things as being politic, even when you're talking with God Almighty. Matthew, Mark.
In a moment, Act Two of High Tours, starring Burgess Meredith and Maureen Stapleton. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Now, Act Two of the Best Plays production of High Tours, starring Burgess Meredith and Maureen Stapleton.
The storm has passed now, and quiet has settled over the peaks of High Tor. But if the mountain is at rest, the people who inhabit it are not. The two trap rock men are still trapped in the scoop of the steam shovel. The bank robbers are still at large. And above the river, gray, misty figures search the water for boats. Along the trail leading to the steam shovel, there's movement, and Van and Lisa step out of the shadows.
Right over there, my land begins. And that's their shovel hanging across my line.
When the wizards come to tear the mountain down, I'll have no place.
They won't get our mountain. Now I have to shoot them as they come. The mountain's mine. Well, these fellas you call wizards, they're all asleep and the power's turned off. And even if they were all awake, they can't hurt us, Lisa. Right over there, my line begins, and they have nothing to say this side of that line. We'll give it a wide berth if it frightens.
Hey, Van Dorn!
It came from up there.
From the bucket of the steam shovel. It's impossible.
Van Dorn?
What are you doing in that roost, you birds? You building a nest?
We can't get down.
That's too good to be true. You see those two, Lisa, there up in that scoop?
That's pitiful. Shouldn't you help them?
No. Since time began, there haven't been two scoundrels that deserved a hoisting like those two. In their own machine, that makes it perfect.
Tell you what, Van Dorn, I'll let you have the validation if you help me down.
That means my title's clear?
Sure.
Only you'd cancel it when you got home.
Oh, to tell you the truth, I couldn't. Not if you had the paper.
What? All right, toss it over. I'd like to see it.
Here you go.
Thanks.
Well, now you've got it. House 5,000 sound. Settle for it and let us down in the bargain, huh?
I'm not going to let you down, and I'm not going to sell. I'm just going to take a walk.
Oh, Van Dorn, you wouldn't do that. You just leave us here.
You watch me if you don't think so. Sweet dreams. It's almost morning.
How do you know?
Well, see that star? That heavy red star back in the west? When that goes down, then look for the morning star across Long Island Sound, and after that the lights dim down in the gray.
When did you part from Judith? Tell me.
Last evening. It seems longer.
You loved her very much?
Yes.
I loved someone, too. I love him still.
No. You're mine now.
You see the great gulf that lies between the heavy red star down the west and the star that comes with morning? It's a long way. There's that much lies between us.
Not for me.
You're nodding. Are you weary?
Well, the truth is I sometimes sleep at night.
Put your head down. I'll hold you. Now I wish that I could sing to make you sleep. Somehow they're all forgotten, the old songs. Tell me how old you are before you go to sleep.
Lying here now, there's not much logic in arithmetic. 5 or 6, maybe. 5 or 6,000, maybe. When I'm awake, I'm 23.
No more?
No more.
Have I been enchanted here by the trap rock men who hold wrecked mariners forever in a deep spell?
The trap rock men? They're no more wizards than I am. They buy and sell, and when they've had their fill, they die, like the rest of us.
But they laid spells about us.
There are no wizards. There are no spells. Just men and women and money and the earth the way it always was.
Can it be that men die and carry thence no memory of death? Only this curious lightness of the hands, not gray, not lined, not stricken down, but stand forever on the moving air? An echo and an image, drifting among men till one by one, forgotten, we lose our hold and go?
I love it when you speak, Lisa.
And I love you. But I am dead. Sleep, sweet. When you wake, we shall have parted. You will have a world, but I'll have none.
Ben! Ben!
You are Judith.
Yes.
The lad's asleep. But when he wakes, you'll have him back.
Do you dispose of him just as you please?
It's not what I please. It's what will happen.
Why are you crying?
Am I crying? Well, they're not for him, nor you, these tears. Something far away summons my tears. Not love or longing. Only when he wakes, love him a little better for your sake. For your sake only. Knowing how bitterly I cried for times past and things done.
You're strange. I'm afraid of you.
Afraid? Of tears and voice out of long ago? It's all I have.
No. No, I'm not afraid. Only for him. I've done my crying, too. Shall I come back?
Don't wake him now. Come back at dawn. You'll find him here, alone.
Goodbye, then.
Goodbye.
Lisa! Lisa! The ship's on the river. Quick, there's haste. She must catch the tide downstream.
Hush! You'll wake him.
Look, across the sea. The Unrust's in and waiting for us.
Oh, you say it, Asher, only to comfort me. There is no ship. Only a phantom haunting down the day as we still haunt the heights.
Look! Look for yourself. The Unrust. Look, Lisa.
Yes! I see it now.
Will you come?
Why would I stay? Why would I go? Or go or stay, we're phantoms still.
Come, Lisa, come. We must go quickly.
Yes, it's better that I go.
Lisa.
I must leave you.
Where must you go?
The Unrust's on the river, and we must catch the tide.
You leave me?
Yes, I must leave you.
Give me your hand again. Let me go with you.
Oh.
Any world you have, I'll make it mine.
The world I have is a wraith of yesterdays, burnt out and cold. And you must live today. Play now with fire while fire will burn. Bend down the bough and eat before the fruit falls. For there comes a time when the great sunlit pattern of the earth makes life an image underwater, darkens, dims, and the clearest voice that we knew are sunken bells, dead, sullen under sea receding. Think of me sometime.
Lisa. Lisa.
This is your age, your dawn, your life to live. The morning light strikes through us, and the wind that follows after rain tugs at our sails. And so, we go.
There is a ship. The canvas casts no shadow. The light sifts through the spars. A moonlight rig, no doubt they call it. It's gone. There's no ship. Now, just voices down the wind. Why then, they were all mist. A fog that hangs along the crevices of hills. A kind of memory of things that you read in books. Things that you thought you'd forgotten. But she was here. She was real. But she was cloud and gone. And the hills are barren of her. God knows where ghosts leave off and we begin. God knows where we leave off and ghosts begin. Well, maybe we're all the same. These ghosts of Dutchmen and one last hunter clinging to my land the way they clung to earth. Remembering how they tried to hold an age back with their hands. How they tried to hold an age back with their hands.
Oh. Biggs, wake up. Look down there. It's a trooper. And my uncle.
Fancy! Hello!
Hey, you boys had the wives worried down in Leyden town. Been looking for you all night. There they are, Mr. Skimmerhorn, up there in the bucket of that steam shovel.
Well, the next time you two go on a bat and spend the night up a tree, you can stay there and sober up.
We haven't been drinking.
We didn't even have a drink of water.
I believe that. Now tell me what you were doing last night. Did you see Van Dorn?
Sure we saw him. He told us no.
I suppose that took all night.
Well, you see, first we tried to negotiate with him.
He wouldn't take the money?
That's right. Well, we couldn't get down off the mountain, so some sailors offered to let us down in this thing.
Sailors? Up here?
Funny people in big hats.
Yeah. And the elephants, the snakes? Oh, is this he coming down the mountain now?
Yes, that's Van Dorn. Now you negotiate with him yourself.
Mr. Van Dorn, I may be Skimmerhorn, president of the Igneous Trap Rock.
Are those friends of yours hoisted up there?
One's a nephew, one's a partner.
Or will you
Why?
swing them back on your own property?
Mr. Van Dorn, there may have been some misunderstanding. Now, these two are hardly in a condition to negotiate. I can offer you a fair price for your land. If you don't take it, well, we may have to push you a little.
He's got the validation papers.
You gave him the validation papers?
Yes.
Mr. Van Dorn, will you take 25,000?
No.
Will you take 50,000?
No. Excuse me. I'm going fishing with that Indian there.
Ready, Van? Look, Mr. Van Dorn, you know the saying, every man has his price. Set a figure.
I'm not thinking of prices. I don't want to sell. 50,000's too much money for me.
We'll give you less.
I don't want less or more. It's not a matter of money. I want Hightor back the way it was before you came here. I won't get that. I know what kind of a fool I look to all of you, all but old John here. But I'll be a fool along with John and keep my own before I let you have an inch. John, 50,000 of this old hilltop. Is it worth keeping?
No.
No.
Gone already. Not worth keeping.
I thought you'd say it was. I counted on you to be my friend in this.
It's an old question. One I heard often talked around the fire when the Hills and I were younger. Then, as now, the young braves were for keeping what was ours, whatever it cost in blood. And they did try, but when they paid their blood and still must sell, the price was always less than it was before their blood was paid.
Am I like that? Trying to hold an age back?
Yeah, that's a smart Indian. A little pessimistic about the aims of civilization, but smart anyway. What do you say, Van Dorn?
Hey, Patsy.
Yeah?
Help me keep an eye on these guys, will you? I got a confession out of them on the Nangood bank robbery. They say the money's up here.
We left it in a satchel. There's the satchel, all right, but it's empty.
This looks like a stall, you guys. You buried it.
Didn't keep us saying, officer. Somebody up here got it.
Yeah? Who?
Last time I saw it, just those two birds were around.
You know who they are. That's Judge Skimmerhorn of the probate court and Arthur Biggs of the Trap Rock Company.
Well, they were with it last I saw of it, whoever they are.
Well, Budge, we might as well trundle the eggs to jail. Whoever got the stuff is gone.
Aren't you going to help the boys down before you go?
Sure, that's what we came up for.
Oh, don't bother. We'll get down.
Yeah, there's no hurry. We'll be all right. You take care of your prisoners.
Might as well lend a hand while we're here. Here you come. Up you go. Can't you stand up, Judge?
I guess my legs are going to sleep.
Here's a hand. There you are.
Hey, officer, ask the judge if he put on any weight during the night.
Oh, you mean because my pocket's buzzed? No, those are sandwiches.
Wouldn't be money, could it?
Well, as a matter of fact, some of it is. We were carrying cash to pay Van Dorn for his farm.
And it wouldn't have the Orangeburg payroll stamp on it, would it?
Of course not.
It wouldn't hurt, though, to take a look. Let's see the money.
Here.
Mr. Biggs, I'll have to take this money. It does have the Orangeburg payroll stamp on it.
Well, there must be some mistake. They must have got the money mixed at the bank.
Sure. Well, if that's all, we can easily check on that.
Are you under the impression that we robbed the bank?
Well, here's the money, and you've got to explain it somehow. If you can't explain it, I guess we'll have to put you both under arrest.
I'd rather be under arrest than try to explain it.
Yeah, I'd like to keep this out of papers if possible, Patsy. It might be very embarrassing. You see, I have political enemies.
Always ready to think the worst of a man and print it, too.
Well, I never knew these boys to rob a bank before.
Oh, no.
I don't blame you for not doing business with them, Van Dorn. Whenever you make up your mind to sell, come down to Leydentown and get your money. I'll be waiting for you.
Van,
Judith, I knew you'd come back.
I came to tell you that I was wrong. I mean, about the land. Your way was best. I think it always would be.
Judith.
I'm sorry I went. I'm sorry all this happened. I came to say, if only I could keep you, you should keep the tour. Or what you wish.
John. John, you tell me. Shall I keep the tour?
Let them have this little hill and find your peace beyond. For there's no hill worth a man's peace while he may live and find it.
Live and find it.
Ah.
He may be right. God knows they haven't left me much of it. Look at the jagged cut the quarries make down to the south. And the crusher dumps road rock into the barges all day long, sometimes half the night. And their shovel hangs across my line, ready to gouge the peak we're standing on. And I've been here like a wasp that tries to build a nest above your door, and when you brush it down, he builds again. And then when you brush it down, he builds again. And then in the end, you get him. I'll sell. If I go, will you go with me, Judith?
Yes, I'll come.
Shall we go?
Oh, wait a minute. One last look at the rock. Think of the gouge they'll make across these hills. Well, let 'em come. We won't be here.
And there's another comfort. There's nothing built, and nothing that will be built by these men. Quarries, machines, or steelwork in the sky that will not make good ruins.
This will be ruins?
When the race is gone, or look aside only a little while, the white stone darkens, the wounds close, the roof falls, and the walls give way to range. Nothing is built by man but makes, in the end, good ruins.
Well, that's something. But I can hardly wait.
California presents Chapter 4 of the life and good works of the Doctor of Rivers End.
The star of the show, Gene Herschel, in his greatest of all roles.
The title of the show, Dr. Christian.
The sponsor of the show, the Cheeseboro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline.
As Paul Christian, the Doctor of Rivers End, Gene Herschel brings you another absorbing half hour of human drama. The story today opens in the doctor's reception room towards the close of a busy afternoon.
Now, Hank, what's the matter with you?
Well, Doctor, I feel terrible.
Pardon me, but I think Mrs. Spears is ahead of Mr. Morrow.
Oh, I can wait. I'm simply here to see the doctor about the charity bazaar.
That's all right, Mrs. Spears. Now, you go right ahead, because I'll be talking to the doctor a long time. I've got lots of things wrong with me.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morrow.
Will you come in here, Mrs. Spears?
Oh, yes, Doctor. Not having indigestion again, are you, Hank?
No, Judy, this time it's a curious ailment. I eat regular 3 times a day, but I haven't worked for weeks.
That's not an ailment. That's an achievement.
Well, I don't know what it is, but some days I feel just as weak as a kitten. Oh, it sort of comes on me all of a sudden. I was just saying to my wife this morning, I says to her, I says...
I want to see Dr. Christian.
Oh, yes, sir. Will you sit down? There's one patient ahead of you.
Well, I haven't time to sit down.
Well, Dr. Christian's busy right now. Can I do anything for you?
I'm Otto Kaufman.
Well...
How long will Dr. Christian be busy?
Oh, perhaps 20 minutes or half an hour.
Oh, is this gentleman the one who's ahead of me?
Yes, Mr. Morrow.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Morrow, but I have to see Dr. Christian at once. I'm very busy. I'm an impresario, and...
don't worry. Dr. Christian will cure you of that in 24 hours. Why, he's the best...
But that's my business. In other words, I'm a theatrical manager, and I have to
You
see
mean
Dr.
you put on shows?
Yes, I put on shows. I'm here
There was
to
a fellow that came to Rivers End here about 2 years ago. Put on a show. Don't know him, do you?
No.
He did magic tricks. One of his best tricks was sawing a woman in half.
But I...
It was all a fake, though, because I saw her on the street the next day.
If you don't mind.
Well, Otto, what's the delay this time? Am I to be kept sitting in the car all day?
I'm sorry, Sigrid, but Christian is busy. He'll be busy for 20 or 30 minutes.
Oh, but I can't possibly wait for 20 or 30 minutes. It's absurd.
Then you'd better talk to this young lady here.
My dear, if you'll take my name into Dr. Christian's, I'm quite sure he'll see me at once. I'm Sigrid Holmquist.
Oh, not Sigrid Holmquist, the singer.
Yes.
And tell Dr. Christian that Miss Holmquist isn't accustomed to being kept waiting.
Otto, will you please leave this to me? Tell him I should like to see him as soon as possible.
Well, I don't know whether I dare to bother him, but I'll try. It's Judy. May I come in?
Yes, come in, Judy.
I should have known. It's quite useless to ask you to do anything.
Well, I've been trying, haven't I?
Very trying.
It isn't my fault that the man is busy.
Dr. Christian, how are you?
Well, Miss Holmquist. How delightful to see you.
I wasn't sure you'd remember me. It's been more than 4 years since we met in Minneapolis.
Of course I remember you. How could I forget, with your name in all the papers and...
This is Mr. Kaufman. He came out with me from New York.
How do you do, Doctor?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Kaufman.
He's going to stay until I open my concert tour in the city.
Well. Stand up there and let me look at you. Well, you're quite a different person from the little girl I knew in Minneapolis. What have you been doing with yourself?
Studying, traveling, concertizing. London, Paris, Vienna.
My. Are you on your way to the city now?
Oh, no, my tour doesn't start for 2 weeks. I'm planning to remain here in Rivers End and rest. I've leased the Cronin place.
Oh, you're going to be here in Rivers End? Well, I have someone who must meet you. Mrs. Spears.
Oh, yes, Doctor?
She's the president of the Women's Club, and... Mrs. Spears, this is the famous singer, Sigrid Holmquist.
Oh, you don't know how happy I am to meet you. I heard you at the Metropolitan Opera in New York last winter, in Coquebure.
Thank
it was
you.
wonderful.
Thank you so
And
much.
Mrs. Spears, Mr. Kaufman.
I'm delighted.
How do you do?
Miss Holmquist is going to stay here in our village until her concert season opens.
Oh, why, that's wonderful. I wonder if I dare ask you something, Miss Holmquist.
Oh, go ahead. Even if she says no, she can't say it loudly. She has to be careful of her voice.
Well, we're giving a charity bazaar. I was just talking to Dr. Christian about it, and it would be marvelous if you'd sing for us. Oh, I know it's presumptuous even to ask you, but
When is your bazaar?
Why, 2 weeks from last night.
I'm afraid that would be impossible. Miss Holmquist sings in the city on the following evening.
Oh, Otto, it isn't impossible. There's no reason at all why I shouldn't sing. And it's for charity.
It's for our free nursing service.
You see, Otto? I'll be very happy to sing for you.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye, Dr. Christian.
Goodbye.
Well, I'll be darned.
Oh, Hank, I'm sorry. I almost forgot all about you.
That's all right. I was just listening. You know, she's the funniest girl I ever seen. Why, would you believe it? A second before you came out of your office, she was raving around here madder than a wet hen. And now...
she wasn't really mad, Hank. That was temperament. Sigrid Holmquist is a famous artist.
Do you have to have temperament to be famous?
No, you don't have to, but it's surprising how it helps. Now, let's see. You started to tell me that...
Oh, yes. Well, it's this way, Doc. When I got up this morning, I was fine. Felt real chipper. But along about 10 o'clock,
Yes, Susan?
Sigrid Holmquist is in town.
That's right. She was just in here,
I saw her getting into her car. And do you know who was with her? Otto Kaufman, the impresario. Think of it. Right here in Rivers End, the man who's been responsible for the success of more artists than any other person in America.
All right, Susan, but calm down.
Oh, Dr. Christian, don't you see? This is my opportunity. If I went to New York, he wouldn't even talk to me, let alone listen to me sing. But now he's right here, where I can meet him.
Oh, so that's why you're so excited.
Wouldn't you be if you knew your big chance had come? Dr. Christian, could you arrange to introduce me to him? Get him to hear my voice?
Well, I don't know about getting him to hear your voice, but I'm sure I could arrange for you to meet him.
Will you do that for me, Dr. Christian? Right away? It means so much to me. Everything.
I'll talk to him as soon as I get a chance. But now I'm going to have to ask you to run along. You see, I have patients waiting to see me.
All right, Doctor. You sure you won't forget?
No, I won't forget. I sure have to apologize, Hank, for all these interruptions. You were going to say that...
When I come in, I was going to say there was something the matter with me. But darned if it isn't gone now.
If I may break in for a moment at this point, there really is something the matter with Hank, and something that Vaseline hair tonic will correct. His hair is rough, dry, tousled, and unkempt from constant exposure to the outdoor air. But because Hank works on a farm is no reason he should look any less well-groomed than his city brother. For Vaseline hair tonic is on sale everywhere, in the villages as well as the city drugstores. To improve the texture of the hair and keep the scalp pink and healthy, massage Vaseline hair tonic into it at least once a week and shampoo with a mild soap. Then each morning, instead of slicking it down with water, constant wetting only dries the hair and makes it more unruly, brush a few drops of Vaseline hair tonic into it to restore the sheen and keep the hair in place for the day. This is a quick and easy thing to do. It costs you very little, too, as each bottle of Vaseline hair tonic contains enough for 6 to 10 massages as well as daily grooming. Vaseline hair tonic comes in 2 sizes at 40 and 70 cents. We suggest you try a bottle and see for yourself how its use improves the appearance of stubborn, unruly hair. We take you back now to the story of Dr. Christian with Jean Hersholt, famous Hollywood star, in the title role. The time is 2 weeks later, and we find ourselves again in the doctor's reception room. It is early evening, and the doctor has a caller.
Oh, come in, Susan, come in. Is it still raining hard?
Oh, as hard as ever. I don't think it's going to let up. Dr. Christian, have you talked to Mr. Kaufman yet about me?
No, I haven't, Susan.
Oh, you promised me you would.
Well, he hasn't been in town since that day 2 weeks ago. He's been in the city.
He'll be here tonight. It said so in the papers. And it said he'll be flying back to New York day after tomorrow. Oh, I'm so afraid something will happen and I won't get to see him. You'll be sure to introduce me to him this evening, won't you?
Well, aren't you expecting a lot from one interview, Susan? Mr. Kaufman probably talks to dozens of ambitious youngsters every day and engages very few.
But I have something more than just ambition. I can really sing. I don't mean to boast. It's true.
Hello? This is Dr. Christian speaking. Yes, I'll wait. And as I told you, Susan, Mr. Kaufman might be too busy even to listen. Oh, hello, Miss Holmquist. Oh, that's too bad. Uh-huh. Yes, I was wondering if you ought to come out on a night like this.
Oh.
Well, that all depends. It may be only some little temporary condition. Yes, I think I'd better run over and see you. All right, goodbye.
Dr. Christian? You can't let her sing.
What?
You've got to tell her she must stay at home, that she mustn't risk hurting her voice.
What are you talking about?
Keep her at home, and I'll go on. I'll sing. And Mr. Kaufman and those music critics will be in the audience, and they'll hear me.
Oh, now, Susan.
But as long as she has a cold.
But I don't know that she has a cold.
You can tell her so. You can tell her it would be dangerous to sing.
Oh, I can't do anything like that.
Why not? What difference would it make to her? Singing here tonight isn't important to her, but it is to me. Dreadfully important. The most important thing in my life.
No. It's out of the question.
Oh, if I could only make you understand what it means to me. All my life, ever since I was a little girl, I've wanted to sing for Otto Kaufman. But I knew I couldn't. I knew I couldn't get to him. It was just something to dream about. It couldn't ever come true. And now it can come true. It can come true if you'll only help me a little.
I know how you feel, Susan. I've had dreams like that myself. I'd do anything to help you, but
Then give me a break. That's all I ask. Just a chance. She's had her break. Why can't I have mine? Look, Doctor, I've got on my evening dress. I'm all ready. I can step right up on the platform. The paper said she was going to sing Caro Nomi. I know every note of it.
And suppose you fail?
I won't. I won't fail. I can't.
Hello? Yes? Yes, tell Miss Holmquist I'm leaving right this moment. Susan, you be ready if anything should happen.
I'll be waiting, Dr. Christian, to go on and sing.
An hour later, practically every man, woman, and child in River's End was crowded into the high school auditorium to hear the great Swedish-American diva, all unconscious of her indisposition and the little local girl waiting in the wings to take her place. And while we, too, wait with the crowd, I'd like to say a few words about one of the most valuable uses for Vaseline petroleum jelly. Your hands betray your age, and yes, your condition of servitude. In other words, if you are a worker like most of us, your occupation, whether housework or something else, takes its toll of your hands. But don't be discouraged. The most inexpensive remedy for ugly, red, work-roughened hands is a 10-cent bottle of Vaseline jelly. Applied regularly each night and at times during the day, after dishwashing, for example. This familiar home product will help eliminate chapped skin and roughness. Why don't you get a bottle or tube if you prefer and keep it for your own private use? Now I see the crowd is getting impatient. It's past the starting hour for our charity concert. Oh, there's Otto Kaufman coming into the hall.
And gentlemen, this evening you're going to hear a great artist, a voice comparable to Jenny Lind. Why, when I first... Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Kaufman.
Dr. Christian, may I present Montgomery Mason, music critic of the Courier, and Richard Van Dyke of the Times.
I'm glad to know you. Oh, Mr. Kaufman, I wonder if I could see you alone just for a minute.
Judy. Judy.
Oh, hello, Sue. Your dress is lovely. You look so sweet.
Oh, Judy, I'm so happy. I'm going on. I'm going to sing for Mr. Kaufman and those other men. Tonight's the beginning of my career. I'm going to be a great star. Oh, Judy.
Ladies and gentlemen, as usual, I've been picked to do the speech making. Well, this time it'll be brief. However, I have to tell you that this evening Miss Holmquist felt she was catching cold. Now, you all realize how carefully a singer must guard against cold.
Oh, Judy, it's coming true.
With the help of our popular Dr. Christian, however, Miss Holmquist finds she is now able to appear. We owe her a big debt of gratitude. Now, for her first selection tonight, Miss Holmquist has chosen Caro Nomi from the opera Rigoletto. Miss Sigrid Holmquist.
Oh,
to be here. I have your dear, kind Dr. Christian to thank for it. And so for you and him, I sing, I love you truly.
Vanishes behind the curtain, reappears and bows again and again. Finally, the applause subsides, and gradually the enthusiastic audience drifts out of the room until only one person is left, a little girl in a crumpled party dress.
Susan. Susan, my dear child. Oh, Susan, you mustn't take it too hard so. Let me ask her something. Did you like the way she sang?
Oh, she was beautiful, but...
Yes, she did sing beautifully. Much more beautifully than when I knew her 4 years ago. Susan, I want to tell you something about Sigurd Holmquist. Like you, she had ambitions. She went to New York without money, without experience. Day after day, she made the rounds of managers' offices. I most often wouldn't even see her. The few who didn't listen to her said she didn't have a voice. One of them was Otto Kaufmann.
But he discovered her.
Yes, but a long time later. She sang in restaurants, not very good restaurants, and anywhere she could find work. The crowds booed her and made fun of her by the way she dressed and her accent and her highbrow music. And all the time she was saving and pinching so that she could take lessons. Finally, she won a little scholarship. Not much, but enough to enable her to study. For years her life was a struggle, a fight to make ends meet, to learn languages and diction and opera roles, all the things that are necessary for a great singer, to gain recognition. And you spoke about her getting a break. Do you see?
Yes, I see.
You aren't ready yet, Susan. Someday you will be, but not now. If you had sung tonight and failed, and you would have failed, it might have been that you'd be so hurt that you'd never try again.
Oh, there you are, Dr. Christian.
We have to be going now, Dr. Christian.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed your bazaar as much as we've enjoyed you having us with us. Oh, Miss Holmquist, here's a little girl who got a great deal out of hearing you sing. Susan Miller.
Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
Oh, I'm so glad, darling. So, your name is Susan Miller. How sweet. You must come to the city and hear me tomorrow evening. You too, Doctor.
Come backstage, both of you, after the concert. Well, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Miss Holmquist.
Goodbye. Goodbye. And I love all of you.
Ooh, she is a great artist, isn't she? I wonder if after all her success, she still gets a thrill out of singing and still likes to act.
Likes to act? So well that she hardly ever stops.
And so we take leave of Dr. Christian, but not of his lovely hometown, River's End. We have one more stop to make, and it's at the home of the local train dispatcher. Oh,
my goodness, the baby. There. Was his little heart broken? What's the matter, darling? Oh, my little lammy pie. Come to your mumsy. That's a good boy. Did he want to get up? Oh, he's Mummy's fine boy. Oh, so that's what's the matter. Well, you never mind, darling. Mumsy'll fix. Now, let's see. First, we'll take these big safety pins out. There. Now we'll fold this so. Now we'll put this nice, soothing Vaseline borated jelly on his little tender skin. There. We'll spread it all over. Doesn't that feel soft and soothing, son? No more chafing or irritation for you, young fellow. There now. We'll just put these great, big, strong safety pins right in here. And upsy-daisy.
In maternity hospitals and private homes alike, Vaseline borated jelly is the approved product for use in keeping baby skin clear and free from chafing and other skin irritation. Vaseline borated jelly is a combination of Vaseline white jelly and boric acid. Together they make a sterile treatment that is harmless and efficacious. A tube of Vaseline borated jelly should be kept with the baby's things for his exclusive use. When you purchase any Vaseline product, be sure to look for the trademark Vaseline on the package. If you don't see it, you are not getting the genuine article. Prices mentioned on this program apply only in the United States. On today's program, Miss Rosemarie Broncato, brilliant young American star of the Chicago Opera Company, now on an extended concert tour of the United States, sang the role of Sigrid Holmquist. Next Sunday at this same hour, the makers of Vaseline products will present Chapter 5 in the Chronicles of Dr. Christian of River's End with Jean Hersholt, famous Hollywood star, in the title role. Jean Hersholt appears on this program through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, whose picture Heidi, in which Jean Hersholt appears with Shirley Temple, is still playing at theaters everywhere. Arthur Gilmore speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you on Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, and Lawrence Tippett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. Your vacation, both guaranteed. Ask your employer about buying United States savings bonds through the payroll savings plan, and then join. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
The wind had died down, and it was quiet now. The only thing I could hear was the creek trickling away about 20 feet down from where I'd made camp for the night. I shifted my blanket, turned over on one side. The moon came out, and I could see the water skimming along, washing the pebbles clean. And, gee, it's funny the way the sound of a creek always makes you drowsy. And I started to close my eyes, and then I got that same feeling again, that feeling I'd had all day. Scar fella, too. Ever since we turned off the main road into the trail to Petersville, I'd had a hunch that there was another horse not very far behind. Whoever was riding him managed to keep out of sight, but it was the same kind of a hunch you get when you feel a pair of eyes drilling into the back of your neck and then turn around and spot somebody staring at you. Scar hadn't been traveling very fast. Anybody could have caught us to us real easy. The fellow back there hadn't wanted to catch up. That is, if my hunch was right. It wouldn't be the first time I played the wrong hunch. No point of losing sleep over it, anyhow. It was Scar that woke me up. I could see a shadow over by my pile of grub, not more than 6-8 feet away. I inched my hand from under the blanket, and I got a grip on my gun. Oh, you looking for something, mister? Now. Hold on. Oh, just a minute. Hold on now. There. That's better. I'd kind of like to find out why you're pretty young to be roaming around this country, aren't you, son?
I'm 11.
Ah. You the fellow's been following me all day?
It's a free trail, ain't it?
Yeah, guess it is.
Then you ain't got no right to interfere with my riding over it.
Oh, that's true enough. But, you haven't got much right stealing my grub, either.
I didn't steal any.
Well, that's what you were fixing to do, isn't it?
Maybe.
Ah. Now, if you're hungry, you're welcome to it. I got plenty of grub here, but you just didn't have to come sneaking around to...
I didn't know who you was. I was afraid you might try to send me back home.
Uh-huh. Well, just where is home?
Crescent.
Oh. Well, if you'll stir up the fire, I'll see what I can do about heating up some beans. How's that sound?
I'd appreciate it.
Good. All right. Hand me that pan over there, will you? There we are.
You won't tell nobody you ran into me, will you, mister? You won't tell them you seen me.
Well,
You're not taking me back to Crescent. No matter what happens, I'm not going back there. You understand that?
Now, take it easy now. You're not the first boy to run away from home. Far from it. Most of them hike off when they're about your age. But they don't usually miss more than one meal before they turn back. At least I didn't. What happened? Your dad give you a whipping?
No, sir. My pop wouldn't hurt me either. He's a fine man. The finest man that ever lived.
Sure, yeah. Well, here's your beans.
I'm heading for Petersville to find my father. He told me when I was big enough I could join up with him. Well, big enough now, ain't I?
Yeah, you're a real good-sized boy for 11. Say that much. How come you haven't been staying with your dad?
He moves around a lot.
Oh, I see.
So I've been living with Aunt Aggie ever since Ma died. But it's not the same as being with your own pa.
No, I guess it isn't.
And I made up my mind. As soon as I found out where he was, I was going to him.
You sure your dad's in Petersville?
Aunt Aggie got a letter from here last Monday. I heard her talking to Uncle Ray about it and heard him mention Pa's name. He sounded kind of worried, like something had happened to him.
Uh-huh.
Then when they saw me, they shut up. You reckon Pa's sick? You reckon that's what they were talking about?
I don't know, son. It could be that.
I asked them what was in the letter, but they wouldn't tell me. Now I'm going to find out for myself.
Well, seeing how's I'm heading for Petersville, too, I guess there's no reason why we shouldn't ride along together. And if we're going to be traveling companions, we ought to introduce ourselves, don't you think?
My name's Larkin. Rink Larkin.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Rank. I'm Britt Ponsett.
Britt Ponsett?
That's right.
Fellow they call a six-shooter? Gee whiz, Mr. Ponsett. I didn't mean to talk back to you the way I did. If I'd known who you was... Say, would you mind showing me your gun? Heard folks talk about that gun of yours ever since I was a kid.
Sure. Here, catch.
Boy. Ain't near as heavy as it looks.
What, you know about guns, Rank?
Some. Want to see me give it a twirl?
Sure, let's see. Oh, hey, that's fine. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Of course, it ain't the way you do it, though. But here, Mr. Ponsett. Thanks for showing it to me.
Sure. Well, I guess we still got a couple hours before sunup. Why don't you bring your horse over here by the fire? Maybe we can get some shut-eye.
Good idea. Oh, Mr. Ponsett.
Yeah?
I'm mighty pleased I bumped into you tonight.
So am I, Rank. So am I. We got an early start the next morning. That is, considering that it took me almost half an hour to get Rink awake and on his feet. It was about 4 o'clock when we got into Petersville. I'd been through that way for a couple of years, but the town, it hadn't changed much. But the only thing different I saw was a new livery stable and a fresh coat of green paint on the Jackson Hotel. Men playing checkers in the front porch, they hadn't changed at all. Except maybe their beards a little grayer. Of course, my hair wasn't exactly the same shade it used to be, you know. But that was from being out in the sun so much. At least that's how I figured it. Well, we pulled up beside a yellow adobe building right next door to the hotel and climbed off our horses. Now, come on, Rank. Let's go inside and see what we can find out about your father.
That's the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm. Sure, he'll know where he is. If any... What's the matter, Rank?
I don't like sheriffs, that's all.
Haven't been giving you trouble, have they?
I don't like him neither. Heard him say so once. He was talking to a friend of his and heard him say how he hated some sheriff.
Oh, well, I don't imagine he was talking about Sheriff Jay. There's good sheriffs and bad sheriffs, like everything else. But most of them are good. Come on now, come on.
Britt Ponsett.
Hello, Sheriff. Hi.
What in thunderation you doing in Petersville?
Well, the widow Jenkins is going east for her daughter's wedding. She asked me to look after her place while she's away.
Well, it sure is good to see you. Say, who's your friend here?
No, this is Rink, Sheriff. He was coming to Petersville, too, so we decided to ride along together.
Pleased to meet you, son.
Howdy.
Matter of fact, that's why we stopped in to talk to you. Rink wants to find out about his father.
I'd be glad to help out if I can. What's his name, son?
Larkin. Earl Larkin.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. You're just a couple of hours too late.
Too late?
I wrote to your pa's sister in Crescent. Her answer came in on the morning stage. She said she didn't want your pa's body for us to bury him here. Funeral was this morning.
Pa's dead?
But, wait, you knew about him being killed, didn't you? Your aunt told you.
I guess she didn't, Sheriff.
Oh, I didn't mean to blurt it out, Britt. I figured...
How...
I thought...
How did it happen?
We don't have to talk about that now, son.
I want to know. What happened?
Look, suppose you come up to my house for supper, huh? After you've had a nice home-cooked meal.
It won't do you no good to stall, Sheriff. I want to know who killed him.
You'll find out anyway, Sheriff.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he will. All right, son. It was me.
You?
Marshal over at Atterbury sent word that Larkin and his pal Cliff Traeger were heading this way. I'd heard about him before. I knew what to expect. He rode into town about noontime. I was waiting inside the bank. I had deputized some of the boys, and they were with me. Your pa and Traeger didn't have a chance, son, but they shot it out anyway. Wouldn't drop their guns, even though we had the draw on them. Traeger, he got away into the hills. But, Larkin, I'm really sorry, son. Sorry I had to be the one to do it. And even sorrier, I had to tell you about it.
You're a liar. A dirty, stinking liar. My pa never tried to rob no bank. You take it back, what you said about him. I'll make you take it back, every word.
Now, you...
Dirty, rotten...
Now, Rink, here, get a hold of yourself here now.
No, let go of me. You killed my pa. He's a murderer.
Now, Rink. I didn't want to hit you, Rink, but I...
Why shouldn't you hit me? You're his friend, ain't you? He killed my pa, and you're his friend.
I think I ought to go after him, Britt. Try to explain.
No, I expect it's best to leave him by himself for a while.
But this wasn't the first holdup Larkin and Traeger tried to pull, not by a long shot. I didn't have no chance.
Yeah.
Well, someday the boy will understand. Someday when he's older.
Yeah. Well, the trouble is, things don't wait for a person to reach the understanding age. They happen anyway, whether a person's ready for them or not. It doesn't look like Rink's ready. Not for this, anyway.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Monday night brings magnificent musical programs to the NBC radio network. It's an evening designed for restful relaxation. A time to sit back in your favorite chair and listen to melodies old and new on such famous programs as The Voice of Firestone, The Railroad Hour, and The Telephone Hour. The Voice of Firestone continues to enchant radio audiences from coast to coast, and the program is now in its 25th year. Also on Monday evenings, enjoy the operettas presented on The Railroad Hour. Gordon MacRae is your Railroad Hour host, and each week he is joined by a charming guest artist in the stellar productions of this fine show. You'll also want to hear the Telephone Hour every week as it presents the music of Donald Voorhees and the Bell Symphonic Orchestra and Chorus, as well as superb guest soloists. Monday evenings on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Act Two of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
I had a hunch I wouldn't have a hard time finding him. There was only one cemetery in Petersville, a sloping hill west of town. Pines all around it and soft green ferns mixed in between the trees. Rink was there, sitting on his haunches right beside a mound of fresh earth. He wasn't crying, but his cheeks were streaked with wet dust where the tears had been. Oh, Rink. Say, if these things were your pa's, I thought maybe you might like to have them here. You, want some supper?
I'm not hungry.
Yeah, well...
You believe what the sheriff said, don't you? You believe he was right to kill Pa?
Well, I wasn't there. I didn't see how it happened.
But you're on his side anyway.
Oh, people don't have sides, Rank, not on a thing like this.
I do. I'm on Pa's side. He was a good man. Never did anybody harm, never. No matter what that lying sheriff says.
Oh, maybe you saw your dad different from other folks. And that doesn't mean you're wrong. Maybe with you, he was different.
I want to make it up for him, Mr. Ponsett. I'm going to get even with that sheriff. I will, so help me.
Now, you listen to me.
Let me alone, Mr. Ponsett. Just stop John and let me alone.
All right. All right, Rank. Now, if you change your mind, you know where the hotel is, huh? Good night. I thought he would change his mind. I thought it'd get cold out there in a couple hours and he'd come sneaking into the hotel room, but he didn't. He didn't change his mind. I had the room all to myself. I didn't sleep very much, though. You know how it is when you're expecting something to happen to you. You sort of keep thinking about it in spite of yourself, and you just don't sleep very sound. Anyway, Yeah? Who is it?
Me, Britt. Sheriff J.
Oh, come on in, Sheriff. Oh, morning.
Hope I didn't wake you.
No, I wasn't asleep. I should have been up a long time ago, but hand me my boots, sir, will you?
Hmm? Oh, sure.
Thanks. Thanks.
Hey, boy's not with you.
No. No, I haven't seen him since last night. Don't know where he went.
Oh?
Something the matter?
Thompson's hardware store was robbed about 3 a.m. No money missing. Just a revolver and some bullets, as far as Brad Thompson can tell.
Oh, I see.
Got in through the back window. Found some boot prints outside. Small boots. Size a boy'd be wearing.
Wait, you find anything else?
Yeah. There's a pretty clear trail leading away from behind the store. Be real easy to follow. Almost as if the fellow who robbed the hardware store left the tracks intentional, so somebody'd come after him.
What happened to that towel? Oh, here it is.
It was the Larkin kid, wasn't it, Britt?
Oh, it could have been.
Don't tell me he's got some fool notion of revenging his father.
Well, he did say something about getting even, Jay.
So he figures when I go riding after him, he'll get a chance to kill me. That how you see it?
It's pretty hard to be sure what's going on in a youngster's head sometimes.
Doggone it, Britt. Sometimes I wonder why I keep on wearing this star. No matter what you do, it's wrong. Earl Larkin ain't the first man I've killed, not by a long sight. And he deserved it more than most. Killing him didn't end nothing. Just turned his kid bad. I guess I should have... Well...
Let Larkin kill you?
Oh, no.
You going after Rink?
Oh, maybe the kid will come to his senses.
When you're 11 years old and you get set on accomplishing something, you don't change your mind very easy, you know.
What do you expect me to do, Brett? Go up in those hills and shoot it out with an 11-year-old boy? I got a son of my own. Ned's just about the same age as Rink.
Oh?
If Rink was covering me right now, there in that door, if I saw his finger starting to squeeze the trigger, I wouldn't be able to shoot. No matter what, I wouldn't be able to shoot.
Where's his trail lead?
East, over toward Skull Mountain.
Oh, Widow Jenkins' ranch right over that way. I'm riding out to see her this morning.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter whether I go after Rink or he comes after me. Might as well get it over with. That's what you think I ought to do, ain't it, Britt?
Oh, no. No, not necessarily. All I was thinking was that if you did happen to decide to follow Rink, well, we could ride out together, part way at least. We're getting pretty close to Black Canyon, aren't we?
Yeah, it's only about half a mile.
If somebody wanted to set up an ambush, that canyon would be a good place, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, here's the turnoff to the Jenkins ranch.
Huh? Oh, yes, yeah. That's right. Well... Ma Jenkins wasn't expecting me before sundown, so I didn't need to turn off just yet. I could ride along with Sheriff Jay a little bit further. We were moving through Black Canyon now, rocks on both sides, plenty of cover for a person who wanted it. Rink's trail went right straight ahead, and that's why we didn't pay much attention to what was happening behind us. Not enough attention, anyway. I did hear something, a little scratching noise. By the time I turned my head, a barrel of a revolver was poked out through a crevice between two boulders. And it wasn't Rink who was holding the gun.
All right, boys.
What?
And don't reach.
Traeger!
Told you not to reach. Next time won't be your hand. Who are you?
My name's Ponsett. Britt Ponsett.
Oh. Sure took your time coming after me, Sheriff. Were you waiting for somebody like the six-shooter to give you a hand?
I never thought you'd be fool enough to hang around. I give you credit for having good sense.
I'd have been glad to move on, but my horse went lame on me. Besides, you put a bullet through my shoulder, remember? Just hold still, Sheriff. The wound is healed now. Okay, I'm out of the saddle. But don't hurry things. Come down slow, one at a time. You first, Ponce. Your turn, Sheriff. Now, walk forward a couple of steps. Away from your horses. Hold it. Oh,
Why, forget it. What happened to Larkin? I said...
He died a couple of hours after you and him held up the bank.
Well, that's the way it goes. All right, now let's...
You haven't seen his kid, have you?
What? Larkin's kid?
Yeah, a boy about 11 years old.
And what would I be... You mean he's in these parts?
Yeah, he's gunning for the sheriff here.
Sure takes after his old man, don't he?
What do you mean, Traeger?
Huh? Well, that was Larkin's trouble. Liked the gun too much.
Oh?
Sure. Wasn't so bad when we first teamed up, but after a while he wasn't happy unless he could start a gunfight. Ask the sheriff. You know how he was there at the bank. Now, if it had been up to me, we'd have given up when we saw he had us cornered, but not Earl. Anyhow.
You might have been better off if you'd given up.
No, not me, Ponce. Earl, maybe, but not me. Anyway, he'd have been killed sooner or later. Fella's always blazing away. Someone's always going to blaze back at him.
Uh-huh.
Now, me, I'm different. I don't enjoy killing the way Earl did.
Uh-huh. No,
of
that
course,
makes good.
there's times when a man don't have no choice.
Traeger.
Like today, maybe. I gotta have a horse, and I gotta make a break out of these hills.
Now, look, Traeger.
Well, as I see it, there's only one way of getting a horse, and to making sure you boys don't follow me.
Traeger!
At least that's how I see it. So I guess it don't leave me much choice, does it?
He cocked his gun, and a ray of sunlight glinted off the barrel as he tilted up just a fraction of an inch. And then his trigger finger started curling back real slow, like he was playing with us, making us wonder which one of us. I wasn't sure which one of us was going to get it first. If it was me, Sheriff J might have a chance to draw before Traeger could fire again. If it was the sheriff, then his aim was right between us. He was taunting us, and he knew it. And the slightest move by either one of us...
Yeah, that's right. Keep on wondering. Keep shaking. Nerves. Which one you thinking? But it's going to be both of you. Because you're nice and you're close.
And his trigger finger kept tightening. Slowly.
And boys, it's going to be now. So...
For a split second, Trigger just stood there, not moving. And then he fell down on his face. And I saw Rink rise up from behind a rock about 8 feet away.
Rink!
Hello, Sheriff. Mr. Ponce.
Hello, Rink.
You... Holy mackerel, son. You sure turned up at the right time. You been hiding behind that rock all the time?
You seen me, didn't you, Mr. Ponce? When I snuck up behind that rock? That's why you kept talking about Pa.
I thought I saw somebody. Figured it might be you. Sure hoped it was.
I'm glad I heard what he said, Mr. Ponce. Otherwise, I'd never have believed about... I'm sorry I called you a liar, Sheriff. I'm sorry I tried to get you out here so I could...
No, don't you worry about that, Rick. We're mighty grateful for what you did, both of us. You sure know how to handle a gun.
Pa taught me. I still don't see how he could have been the kind of man who was also so good to me.
Sure, Rank. Sure, I know.
Well, sounds like Traeger's still got some life in him.
Oh, yeah. Well, we better be getting him back to town. Come on, Rank, give us a hand. Well, since I was going to be alone on the Jenkins place while Maul Jenkins went east, there didn't seem to be any good reason why Rink couldn't stay along there for a while, too. At least until the time for school to take up again. So I wrote a letter back to his aunt explaining things. She wrote back. She didn't seem to have any objections. But somehow, reading between the lines, I got the feeling she kind of missed that boy, Rink. And, well, it wasn't very long before he began to miss her, too.
One of the finest things you can do is support your local community chest or United Fund. Through them, you can make just one yearly contribution that takes care of many needs. Since only one campaign is staged, much time and effort are saved. Your money is collected and administered honestly and efficiently. So give generously to your community chest or your local United Fund.
This is where he phoned from. Good Lord, there he is, lying under the call box. Dead? His throat cut from ear to ear. And there, look, right next to him. Another of those devilish chessmen.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the grave gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in Death Across the Board. And now, Murder at Midnight, Tales of Mystery and Terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Robert Newman is Death Across the Board. It's about 11 o'clock on a sultry summer evening, and Dr. John Strand is standing in front of the window of a pawn shop in the oldest part of the city. There is the usual collection of odds and ends on display, and also some items that are rather unusual. On a sudden impulse, he pushes open the door and goes in.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. Is there anything I can do for you?
No, thank you. If you don't mind, I'd just like to look around.
By all means. I just thought that if there was something in particular you were looking for, I have some very fine glassware. Hobnail, flint, and sandwich glass.
No, thank you. I don't go in for glass collecting. Hello, this chess set. It's a very interesting one. And a very interesting game you're playing.
My dear sir, you have no idea how interesting.
Whose move?
White's.
Oh, well, then White should win in 6 moves.
That, sir, is very much open to question.
Well, perhaps we can play sometime. How much for this set?
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, but it is not for sale.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes. However, if you are interested in chess and chessmen, I know of a set that I think might appeal to you. It is an Arabian set, 12th or 13th century ivory, reputed to have belonged to Salah ad-Din. The white pieces are Saracen warriors, and the black pieces are crusaders.
You have it here?
Unfortunately, no. But it is not very far away, and if you thought you'd like to see it...
Well, if it's not too expensive, and if you're sure it's no bother...
My dear sir, don't give it another thought. I will be most anxious for your reactions, even if you do not buy. The address is 23 Valen Place. That is down 2 blocks and 1 to your right. Ask for Felix, and tell him that Raphael sent you.
23 Valen Place, and ask for Felix.
I will phone him. Tell him to expect you. Your name is...
Strand. Dr. John Strand.
Very good, Dr. Strand. Somehow I have the feeling that we shall see each other again.
Oh, right.
Perhaps even have a chance to play that game you mentioned before.
Who is that?
it there?
My name is Strand. Rayfield sent me over here. He said he'd phone you and tell you...
Just a moment.
How do you do? I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Very well. Come in. Now, hold your hands up.
What? I'm afraid there must be some mistake.
There is. You have made it thinking you could come here and take me in this way.
Well, but this is ridiculous.
I said hold your hands up. Keep them up.
Now, look, Felix, if that is your name, will you do me a favor and call Rayfield? He sent me over here to look at a chess set.
And don't move, do you hear? Stay right where you are with your hands behind your head. You so much as move. Hello? Oh. Hello, Raphael. Yes. He just got here. What do you think? I shall take him into the back room. Do it there. No. No one will hear. Right. I'll call you back. Very well. In there.
What for?
Because I said so, that's why.
Conceal! What? Drop that gun! Drop it, you hear?
Oh, my wrist! I should have killed you right away.
Okay, now get up and tell me what this is all about. You hear me? I said get up. Felix. Dead. Hello?
Felix.
I'm sorry, he can't come to the phone just now.
Oh, Dr. Strand. Congratulations.
What? Who is this?
This is Raphael. Now, do you think it is possible for White to win in 5 moves?
Well, what do you mean? What in heaven's name?
You killed him, did you not? Of course you killed him, or you would not be speaking to me now. May I suggest that you go through Felix's pockets, take out the most interesting thing you find there, and bring it to my shop?
What? Bring it... Hello? Hello? Raphael! Goes through his pockets. Well, I've got to get to the bottom of this and find out what it's all about. A wallet, keys, and a chessman. A black rook. A black rook. All right, Mr. Rayfield. I think perhaps I'll take you up on that. I will go back to your shop.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Yes. Where's Rayfield?
I'm sorry, he's not in right now, but... Are you Dr. Strand?
I am.
I'm Alice Hines. He must have been expecting you, Doctor. He asked me to give you this.
What is it?
I don't know, but...
Another chessman. A white knight.
Oh, yes. Mr. Rayfield is quite a chess player.
Yes, he's more than that. He's a murderer.
What?
Or at least he has friends who are.
What do you mean?
I mean just that. He sent me to see someone, a man named Felix, to look at a chess set. And when I got there, this Felix pulled a gun on me, and when I tried to get it away from him, it went off and killed him.
Oh, no.
Oh, don't look so surprised and innocent. You work for him. You must know what it's all about. And that's what I came back here to find out before I called the police.
There must be some mistake. Some horrible mistake.
Yes.
I've only been working here for a few weeks, but he's been very nice to me. Kind and considerate.
A mistake, eh? Then why did he phone Felix while I was there? How did he know he'd been killed? Why did he laugh about it and tell me to come back here?
I don't know, but I can't believe that about him. I won't.
No, well, we'll see what the police have to say about it. Where's your phone?
Back there. But if you're serious about it, you don't have to bother calling them.
Why not?
Riley just went past here a few minutes ago. Well, there he is, up at the corner.
Fine, that'll save some time. Officer, would you come here a minute?
Oh!
Good Lord, someone shot him.
That woman hiding behind that car there. The woman in black. And she's coming in here.
Don't stand there. Get inside and shut the door.
You shot Riley. killed him, just like that.
Yeah, 6 months I've been waiting, trying to find out who got my Ben. Now he'll rest in peace. Where's Raphael?
Raphael?
Yeah, it was him that got the dope for me. Told me how to knock the cop off, and he told me to come in here afterwards.
Well, Miss Hines?
I still can't believe it. I can't.
You can't believe what? Why are you looking at me so funny? Hey, whose side are you on anyway?
Not ours, my dear. Not on our side.
Ah, so that's it. I just took it for granted that... Okay, get your hands up and keep them up. What do I do with them, Raphael?
I leave that to you, my dear. After all, they are witnesses.
Yeah, that's right.
May I recommend the cellar? Right through that door there. It's quite secluded and quiet.
Yeah, okay. Get moving.
I repeat, Miss Hines, well?
It's mad. Fantastic. What are you going to do to us?
You can't be that dumb, baby face. 6 months I've been wearing black for the only guy I ever loved. Finally, I got the guy that got him. You think I'm going to leave the two of you around to put the finger on me?
You mean you're going to kill us? But you can't.
No. Seems to me I did a pretty neat job on that flatfoot. After all, they can't burn you more than once, can they? Okay, open that door and go on down.
Allow me, madam.
Never mind, wise guy. You go down first and then babyface.
Well, it's not very good manners.
No, I'm not going to let you do it. Give me that gun. Look out, you fool. Look out.
Down there after her. And hurry. Watch her while I get the gun. Oh, that was nice work. I was going to try to take her myself.
I didn't mean to do it. I was just trying to get the gun, but she fell. Oh, Dr. Strange.
Yes?
Why is she lying there so funny? Her hair.
Wait a minute. Let me see. Oh, her neck's broken. She's dead.
Oh, no. That means I killed her.
Not any more than it means I killed Felix. Well, Miss Hines, I think you must believe me now. I asked you for the last time. Do you know what's behind all this?
I told you I don't. Mr. Raphael was always wonderful to me, and he... Oh, look. There, lying next to her. It must have fallen out of her bag. Isn't that another chess piece?
Yes, the Black Queen.
He gave me one just like it when I first came to work for him. Only it was a white one.
What?
Yes, a white one.
Black Queen, White Knight, and... No, it's impossible. And still...
What is it?
It's too incredible. But I've just gotten an idea. A mad, fantastic idea that... Come on, we're going to the police.
Go ahead, Dr. Strange.
Mr. Raphael!
By all means. But remember, it's my move now.
Raphael's move. With 3 pieces removed from the board already, 3 corpses, and the hands of the clock still moving toward the witching hour, and more.
Murder at midnight. And now, back to Murder at Midnight and Death Across the Board.
It's about a half hour later, and sitting in the office of Police Chief Adams, Dr. Strand has just finished his account of everything that has happened. There is silence for a minute. And then, without looking at either Strand or Alice, Adams says,
So, you each bumped someone off, eh? And you've come here to give yourselves up.
No.
No, we certainly didn't come here to give ourselves up. I told you that in both cases it was self-defense. We're here because there's a madman loose, a homicidal maniac, and you've got to do something about him.
A guy that just goes around bumping people off for fun, eh? Or rather gets other people to do his killing for him.
Oh, no, there's much more to it than that. Much more.
Yeah? What?
Well, it just came to me a little while ago.
Well, that's nice.
There was something strangely familiar about this Raphael. Did you ever hear of Raphael Norbert?
No.
He was one of the greatest chess players in the world. Won practically every tournament in the books. And then about 5 years ago, he disappeared. Well, I believe he's playing another chess game now, the maddest game that ever was. Is there a map of the city around here?
Yeah, right there on the wall.
Now, let me see. Now, here's Raphael's shop. And, yes, this would be it. This section of the city here 8 blocks each way. This is his chessboard. And human beings, people like Alice and me, are his chessmen.
What?
John! I know it sounds fantastic, but I think it's true.
Oh.
Now, when he sent me to Felix's, he told me to go down 2 blocks and 1 to the right. That's a knight's move. In other words, he had cast me as one of the white knights in his insane, murderous game.
Oh.
Alice was the white queen, he himself was the black king, and so on.
He just lined up all these people, said, you play this piece, you play that.
Oh, no. That was the beauty of the game, the fascinating, exciting part to him. No one knew that they were playing in it but he. Felix didn't know that he was a black rook any more than I knew I was a white knight. But Raphael's black pieces were all criminals of some sort who wouldn't hesitate to kill. And it was by killing that one piece took another. You see, that was the ultimate refinement of the game. He could plan a move, but he had no way of telling which piece would take which.
What do you mean?
Now, for instance, I killed Felix instead of his killing me. In other words, Raphael was not only playing his game against law and order, against society, but he was matching his brain against that of every other piece in the game.
Against law and order, eh? I got this in the mail a couple of weeks ago without any letter or anything like that. How would this fit in with your theory?
The White King. Of course. That means he's playing this game principally against you.
Now, do you believe us, Mr. Adams? Do you?
I don't know. I suppose it's possible. We've been having a funny kind of crime wave lately. Killings without any apparent motive and... Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Chief. Valenti speaking.
Yes, Valenti.
I'm down the corner of 3rd and Sycamore, and there's something kind of screwy going on. I was...
Hello? Hello? Valenti! What's the matter? One of our detectives down at 3rd and Sycamore, and it sounded like somebody got him. Now make sure about this before you answer, but would this be part of what you were talking about?
Well, let's look at the map again. 3rd and Sycamore. That would be in the area. That's Raphael's chessboard. Yes, I think it is.
Okay, come on. We're going down there and see.
There he is, lying next to the call box.
Yeah. He's dead. Stabbed.
John!
Yes?
Mr. Adams! Look there, lying next to him. Another chess piece.
Yeah.
Yes, a pawn. A white pawn. Well, of course. If you're the White King, then all your men would be pawns.
Pawns, huh? They're the pieces that get pushed around, aren't they?
Well, they're the ones that are usually sacrificed.
2 of my men, Riley and Valenti. Okay, Strand, if this Raphael wants to play, I'll play with him.
Then you do believe it?
Yes. You're a chess player, Strand. Do you think you can figure out what this Raphael character is going to do next and tell me how I can meet him?
I might. I only got a very quick look at the board, but if I could remember the location of the pieces...
You mean he's actually got a board set up showing where all the pieces, everybody is?
There's one set up on a little table right next to his desk. No one's allowed to touch it.
That's the one. I think I remember the position of the pieces that were left, but some moves may have been made since I saw it.
Well, what are we fooling around here for? Let's go to the shop and make sure.
That's the store, right there.
Well, it's all dark. Doesn't look as if anyone's there.
Locked, all right. You have a key, haven't you, Alice?
No. Raphael never gave me one. He always locked up himself.
Well, what do we do?
2 of my men killed, and you ask me a question like that? You think I'm going to play legal and wait for a search warrant? Look out. Okay. Now, where's the light?
Right here. There's the chessboard over there.
Yes, I know. Let's take a look at it.
This all there is to the place?
Except for the cellar. She must still be down there. The woman in black...
We'll go down there later. Well, Strand?
Well, at the moment, black seems to have the edge on us. Several moves have been made, and we've lost several pieces, but we've still got a fair chance.
Oh, the devil was winning that game. Where's this Raphael guy, the Black King, and what's he going to do next?
Well, now, wait a minute. Just give me another minute or two, will you? The Black King is still in his own square, which would seem to mean that he's still here someplace. But the thing is, I'm not sure whose move it is now.
Oh, how about this time? I am still here, and it's my move.
What the thunder? There's Raphael speaking over some kind of a loudspeaker system, maybe from the cellar.
All right, I'm going to see. I'll find out.
where are you?
Here. Right here.
Are you all right?
I think so. What was it? What happened?
Well, he must have had the place mined or set a booby trap. And when Adams went to open the cellar door, Where is Adams?
I'm not sure, but I think he's over there.
I must have some matches someplace. Yes, here. Oh, under that beam there.
Oh.
Help me lift it off.
All right. Oh.
Okay. Adams.
Is he?
No, but he's badly hurt and losing blood. We've got to get him to a hospital fast. Now watch it. This way. The emergency ward is right in there.
How do you know?
Well, I ought to. I interned here. It's funny there's no one around. Now, put him right there on the table.
All right.
Easy. That's it. Hello. This is Dr. Strand speaking from the emergency ward. I have a very severe accident case here. Is there anyone around who can take care of him? What about surgery? Crandall? Oh, fine. Will you ask him to get down here as soon as possible? Thanks. Chap I used to know has just finished an operation. He'll be down right away.
There'll still be time.
Yes, I think so. We'll have to give him a transfusion once we get him patched up. Now, I'd better rustle up a sterile uniform for myself in case Crandall needs a hand. If I remember, they used to keep them in here.
Isn't there anything I can do?
Just keep an eye on him. The tourniquet particularly. It'd be just too bad if he lost any more blood.
Right. He's still unconscious, but I think...
That's you, Crandall? I'm awfully glad you're here. It's a pretty serious case. Adams, chief of police. An explosion.
Oh?
There's no time to go into the whole story now. But if we don't work fast, we may lose him. I only had a chance to make... What are you doing?
Removing the tourniquets?
No, wait. I'm not ready with the ligatures yet. You're not Crandall. You're racist.
What?
Right, Dr. Strand. Raphael Norbert. Dr. Crandall is still in surgery, locked in, as a matter of fact. I put on this mask and gown not because I thought it would fool you, but because, well, somehow it just seemed appropriate.
But it can't be you. You were in the shop.
No, Dr. Strand. If you're thinking of my voice, as you guessed, it was coming over a loudspeaker system from next door. And if you're thinking of my position on the chessboard, you forget that I have not made my move yet, huh? You probably expected a Brodsky endgame. That would have been the classical move. But I played a variation of it. You castle. Right.
What?
I know you do not play chess, my dear Miss Hines. Castling is a move in which the king changes places with one of the castles or rooks. It was a move which brought me here to the hospital waiting for you.
Mr. Rayfield, I don't know why you've done everything you have, and I don't care, but you've got to let us do something about Mr. Adams. All that blood he's losing.
Yes, Rayfield, for heaven's sake.
Do not move, either of you. I do not want to have to shoot, but I sincerely hope it will not be necessary. After all, when the chief dies, the game will be over. And the most interesting game it has been.
But haven't there been enough deaths already?
Oh, you are very sentimental, my dear. I'm afraid you would never make a good chess player. Pieces have been taken, that's all.
But suppose we just give up. Say you've won.
That's right, Rayfield. We'll concede you the game, but let me do something about Adams. There's still time. I've got everything ready here, all the instruments.
No, Dr. Strand. This is one game I will not concede. That I insist on having played out to the last move.
Well, if that's the way you want it, all right. And if I'm not mistaken, it's my move now. And here! The formaldehyde won't help so many. Get it done, Alice?
Yes.
Watch him while I get these tourniquets back on Adams.
Do you think you can still save...
Yes, his pulse is weak, but I think we can still save him. As for you, Rayfield, you made one bad mistake. You forgot that 3 of us came to your shop. The White King, White Queen, and White Knight. That would put you in check, and you can't castle when you're in check.
I bow, Dr. Strand. I felicitate and congratulate you. But if I am to lose, I prefer to lose in my own way.
Look out, Alice! Watch it!
I call the police? Get them to go after him?
No. There's a railroad underpass right outside. A drop of about 60 feet. I think that's game, match, and tournament.
One last move, and the game is over. Over as we like to have all our stories end, with a final
murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death moves his black chessmen and the clocks strike 12 for
Murder at midnight.
The part of Dr. John Strand was played by Eric Dressler. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Good evening. This is Dennis Smith introducing Lux Radio Theater. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we present famous film and radio actor Dick Bentley in a romantic comedy, Dodo in Love, by Harold Brooke and Kay Bannerman. Dick Bentley is well known for his appearances in the radio program Take It From Here and has starred in both British and American films. It is with great pleasure that we feature him in tonight's play in the role of Julian Lassiter. Also appearing are the well-known South African actresses Valerie Miller as Addie and Erica Rogers as Rose. Listen in a few moments to Dodo in Love, produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. It was recorded before an audience in Durban.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lux Radio Theater has pleasure in presenting Dodo in Love.
You were in New York. What a wonderful surprise. Do come in.
I've come back, especially to see you, Addie.
Jeff, darling, how lovely. Haven't I been clever writing a bestseller? Aren't you pleased with me? Oh, isn't it lovely to be rich?
You're not going to be rich, Addie.
Not rich, but...
Sit down. I want to ask you a question.
Yes, Jeff.
Addie, we've known each other a good many years.
Yes, Jeff.
And it's not only that you're my sister-in-law and a widow, Addie.
No, Jeff.
And I feel responsible for you.
Yes, Jeff.
And I think you'll agree I've always done my best for you, Addie.
Oh, yes, Jeff.
But the moment has now arrived when we must come to an understanding.
Yes, Jeff, dear. But the answer's still no.
No what?
No, thank you.
Thank you for what?
For proposing to me, Jeff.
I wasn't proposing to you. I'm through with you, Eddie, completely and utterly.
Through with me?
From now on, our relationship is going to be purely professional. Author and agent.
But what have I done?
You've done something so frightful it makes my blood run cold to think of it. You've written this book, Travels on a Yak.
Yes.
You've called yourself Frank Kitchener.
Yes.
Well, the book should never have been published.
Well, a fine time to tell me that now when it's selling 1 million. Why didn't you say so when I sent it to you? You're supposed to be my agent, aren't you?
Well, actually, I never read it. I passed it on.
I was clever about this book. I know what makes a bestseller nowadays. It's people being madly brave and doing dangerous things. I'm right in the swing, crossing Tibet on a yak.
You're in the swing, all right. The only difference is that those poor devils risked their necks for their stories while you thought yours up sitting safe and snug at home.
Oh, but surely you didn't expect me to go jolting about on a yak. I'm a writer, not an acrobat.
Addie, don't you realize the enormity of what you've done? Look at this cover. This is the true, unvarnished account of one of the most heroic and momentous travel epics of our time. Frank Kitchener is a hero. Do you know what that means, Eddie?
But of course I do. I wrote it.
But you've never set foot in Tibet.
Certainly not. It sounds a ghastly place.
All right, Eddie. Since you're taking up this unrepentant attitude, you'd better know. There's an American called Fred Hayter after you.
After me?
He's a very angry young man. You see, Eddie, he's actually been to Tibet. He really has ridden across the roof of the world on a yak.
Oh, silly boy. He might have killed himself.
Exactly. Eddie, he's really a hero. And what's more, he's written a book.
Oh, dear.
But no publisher will touch it because you got in first.
Oh, dear, that's too bad.
Too bad for you, Eddie, when he catches up with you.
No, but he won't. Will he?
Oh, now you've gone too far, Eddie. There's nothing I can do. Nothing.
Well, in that case, I'll find another agent to handle my interests. Somebody enterprising.
I doubt if you'll find one idiot enough to handle this disgraceful hoax of yours.
I can, and I will. I'll get my film rights and serial rights and everything else. And you're the one who'll be sorry. No Addie, no 10%.
That finishes it. Goodbye, Addie.
I thought you'd be back.
You thought wrong. I'm leaving by the back door.
Why?
Because that American Fred Hayter is out there.
What? Oh, but Jeff, don't go.
He's all yours, Eddie.
No, Jeff, no, wait. Oh, how terrible. Oh, no. I'm off upstairs.
Oh, no. Mommy? Mommy, are you there? Rose. Oh, Rose, it's you. Who did you think it was? Is there a man out there? Well, no.
Oh, darling, what a relief to see you. How did you get here? By train?
I got a lift in the back of a scooter.
A man scooter, Rose?
Yes, Mummy.
Oh, darling, how romantic, how madly gay.
Oh, Mummy, there you go again. I came back on Tom's scooter because it was cheaper. I saved the fare.
Oh, Rose, you're always thinking of saving. It's so dull. Why don't you think of spending?
Mummy, I was brought into the world on tick, I was educated on tick, and I lived at home on tick. But I've no intention of getting married on tick.
Married, Rose? Oh, there's time enough to think about that when you're engaged to somebody.
But I am engaged.
To the boy who brought you back in his scooter?
Yes, Mummy.
Oh, darling. Oh, how wonderfully, wonderfully exciting. Oh, I'm so happy I think I'm going to cry.
Oh. Mummy, don't go making such a thing about it. Tom and I mean to be perfectly sensible about being in love.
But, Rose, you can't be sensible about love. Love is utter, complete madness.
Well, Miss West says that being in love is just a question of two adult people whose minds and emotions are in complete harmony.
Harmony? A lot Miss West knows about it. Love is blazing rows and passionate reconciliations, crying your heart out and laughing your head off.
Miss West says that marriage is a job like any other.
Miss West is a menace.
Mummy.
Well, she is. How many women would ever marry if they thought it was going to be a job? That's not why women marry.
Then why do they?
Oh, darling. Well, because they think it's going to be fun. And sometimes it is. Being married to your father was fun.
Fun?
Yes, from the moment he picked me up.
Daddy picked you up? Where?
In Cannes.
But what were you doing there, being picked up?
I was running away.
With Daddy?
Oh, no, from Julian.
Julian?
Yes, a perfectly charming gentleman I'd eloped with.
Eloped?
Yes. He swept me off my feet with a bunch of mimosa. And the next thing I knew, I was tearing across France in his car. Oh, just like you in the back of that scooter.
Nothing like me and Tom, Mummy. We weren't eloping.
Oh, darling, there's nothing to eloping. You just hop into somebody's car and off you go.
But you can't just take somebody's car.
Oh, I did. When I ran away from Julian, I took Julian's car.
Did he ever get it back?
Well, I really don't know. The moment I set eyes on your father, Everything else went out of my head. I drove slap into a lamppost. Oh, now, Rose, that's falling in love.
Well, I think it was an awful thing to do, walking out on this Julian man just like that.
It wasn't just like that. I left him a long letter explaining everything.
It's a wonder something horrible didn't happen to you, like ending up in prison.
Prison? Oh dear. It would be horrible if I ended up in prison, wouldn't it?
Mummy, what have you done? I suppose it's unpaid bills as usual. Well, I'd better send for Uncle Jeff.
Oh, no. No, you won't, Rose. Old Faithful has gone out of my life for good.
But, Mummy, what are you going to do? Who's going to try and sell your books for you?
Practically anyone I ask.
And, Mummy, people want to read real life stories nowadays, like this new one about Tibet.
Tibet?
Travels on a Yak. Miss West gave it to me as a leaving present. She said the author, Frank Kitchener, ought to be an inspiration to all of us, embodying the spirit of youth and adventure. It's a wonderful book and absolutely true.
Well, I must dip into it sometime.
Oh, yes, do. And then you'll see why, as a writer, Mummy, to be quite honest, you're past it. You'd much better retire.
I haven't the slightest intention of retiring, Rose, and certainly not at this moment.
Oh, just a moment. Hello? Oh, yes, Tom, of course. I'll ask her. Mummy, Tom's uncle is in London. May they come round and meet you?
Oh, I suppose so.
Yes, Tom. Come right away. Mummy's longing to meet you. Aren't you, Mummy?
Yes.
Did you hear, darling? She said yes. Goodbye. Now, look, Mummy. This uncle is Tom's only living relative, so we must make a good impression.
Of course, darling. Pop out and buy some champagne.
Well, not that kind of impression. I'll make some coffee.
Are you sure that coffee will make the right impression?
Yes. He's terribly rich and frightfully old world. Could you possibly wear something rather quiet?
A bit of lavender and old lace for the old fellow, eh?
Oh, Mummy, you're laughing at me.
No, I'm not, darling. Don't worry, I'll try not to let you down. I suppose I'd better go and change. I shan't be a moment.
Hi.
Oh, where did you come from?
Through the window over there.
Who are you?
My name's Fred Hayter. Say, where's Jeffrey Martin?
How should I know?
He came in here, I saw him.
Well, he's not here now.
Oh, so he's giving me the slip again. I'm getting sore at being given the runaround. Any minute now, I'll blow my top. Well, who lives here?
My mother and I don't see...
No man?
Certainly not. I really must make that coffee. Excuse me, Mr. Hayter. Can you find your own way out? Goodbye.
Rose, do you think this dress will do? Oh, good evening.
Evening, lady. I'm Fred Hayter. I want to ask you a few questions. It's about a guy called Frank Kitchener.
Frank Kitchener?
Yeah. He's written a book called Travels on a Yak. This book. I know it's a hoax. Jeff Martin knows it's a hoax. And I reckon you know it's a hoax.
Me? What have I got to do with it?
A whole lot, I guess. For instance, look here. Frank Kitchener's mail, lady, on your desk. How come?
Fred, I can see I must tell you the whole truth. I've been lying to you. But only because I've been trying to protect Frank Kitchener. He's an old man, Fred. And he's also destitute.
Well, he's not destitute now. He's scooped me. He's loaded. I want to get my hands on this guy and his dough.
What are you going to do when you find him?
Oh, what am I going to do? First, I'm going to bash his head against the wall.
Oh.
Then I'm going to take him to pieces bit by bit like this, see?
Oh!
And unless you've any scruples about it, ma'am, I'll just stick around here till he drops by for his mail.
No. You see, he's not coming for his mail. I'm sending it on to him.
Where?
Birkenhead. He's staying with his mother at the Elms, Park Avenue. Oh, dear. Now I've given it away. Oh, I feel awful.
Okay, lady, I won't tell a soul. Now, the Elms, Park Avenue, Birkenhead. I reckon I'll just slide along there and see him.
Oh, well, give him my love.
Lady, it'll be a pleasure.
Oh, dear, that was awful.
Mommy, what's the matter? Are you all right?
Oh, just nervous, darling. How do I look?
Oh, lovely. Just right.
Who's that?
Tom, of course, and his uncle. Oh, Mommy, you are nervous. Now, don't worry. Tom's going to love you, and the old uncle's probably gaga.
Hello, Rose. This is my uncle.
How do you do? Please come in. Mummy, This is Tom and his uncle.
Oh, how do you do, Tom, and congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you do... Julian Lassiter. Oh, no. Oh, no, I can't believe it.
Addie, after all these years. Well, I think I'm entitled to some kind of explanation, or perhaps it slipped your memory that you abandoned me 20 years ago in Nice.
I thought it was Cam.
Oh, it's him. It's the man.
It was Nice, Eddie. You also stole my car.
Ah, borrowed, Julian, borrowed.
Stole. I was and still am extremely angry, Eddie.
After 20 years, Julian.
You behaved abominably.
Well, so did you. You were perfectly odious.
I was not odious.
I think I'll get the coffee.
I think I'll come with you. Well, Eddie, I'm waiting for your explanation. Why did you leave me?
Well, didn't you get my letter explaining everything?
You left a short, illegible scrawl explaining nothing. Why did you leave me, Eddie?
Oh, Julian, darling, I simply can't remember.
You could be more irritating than any woman I know. You surely must remember.
Is it so important?
No one has ever left me before.
Well, I can't think why.
Eddie, your nose still quivers when you're angry. It's quivering now.
Idiot. Nobody's noticed my nose for years. Nobody's noticed anything about me for years. Oh, Julian, how lovely it is to see you again. And do you know, you haven't changed at all. A little more distinguished, perhaps, but as handsome as ever. Do you remember Cannes, Julian?
It was Nice, Eddie.
Oh, yes, of course. Blue sky, blue sea. How beautifully you used to suntan.
And how divine you looked in your beach pajamas. And that little sailor hat.
Oh, you remember my little sailor hat.
Your little sailor hat was you.
With the red pom-pom.
With that adorable red pom-pom.
Ah, we danced together on the terrace.
Do you remember our tune?
Oh, yes, of course. Such a lovely tune.
Remember the name, Eddie?
Oh, yes, that thing. Yes, that's so lovely. Oh, I still get a thrill when I hear it. And how debonair you look, Julian. I was always so proud of you.
Eddie, what was our tune?
Well, it was something about love and moonlight and love and moonlight.
Love and moonlight. That gives you a pretty wide choice. So much for our tune.
Now, Julian, I'm not going to bicker with you about our tune.
Very well. The subject is closed, entirely closed. All the same, I suggest that you no longer call it our tune, since it obviously isn't our tune.
But, Julian...
I won't discuss it any further, except to tell you that I'm hurt. Deeply hurt.
Oh, rubbish.
Please, Abby. We'll change the subject.
Oh, very well. Seen any good plays?
How could I? I've only just arrived.
Well, surely you've read some books.
I have, and all extremely bad. This book here, for example. Tripe.
Travels on a yak, tripe? Well, everybody thinks it's marvelous.
Hack writing, pure, unadulterated hack writing.
Hack writing? Be careful what you say, Julian. I wrote it. Frank Kitchener is me.
Frank Kitchener is I.
No, me.
My dear Addie, the sentence is, Frank Kitchener is I. I'm a purist in these things.
You can be a Buddhist for all I care. Look, I'm telling you, I'm Frank Kitchener.
Are you trying to tell me you've written this book?
Oh, yes.
When were you in Tibet?
Never, but I wrote this book. Do you think I'm wicked?
Wicked? I think it's wonderful. I think you are wonderful. Wonderful.
Oh, Julian, I love you for laughing. Oh, darling, darling, Julian. How glad I am that you're back again. Shopping with Julian, tea with Julian. Just like old times.
What have you brought? Champagne, caviar, cold chicken, strawberries and cream, cigar. What's all this made of?
Julian's coming to dinner.
Mommy, you haven't bought a new dress as well.
Oh, yes, darling, I'm afraid I have.
The money you've spent.
Oh, darling, I haven't a rag to wear. And I always had such glamorous clothes. Julian remembered that. I'll get it. Hello? Yes?
Oh, Jeff, Mommy's right here.
I'm not going to speak to him.
Oh, yes, you are. Yes, Jeffrey, Mommy's right here.
Oh, Rose, how mean. Oh. Fancy hearing from you, Jeff. I thought you'd gone out of my life for good. The American? Oh, no, I got rid of him. I packed him off to Birkenhead. What? He was in your office an hour ago? Well, of course I'm not going to tell him I'm Frank Kitchener. Do you think I'm a half-wit? Oh, you do? Well, in that case, goodbye.
Mommy, you're not Frank Kitchener.
Oh, darling, it's nothing to be alarmed about. If we keep our heads, deny everything, and stick to the same story, I know I'll manage to wriggle out of it.
Mommy, how can you? Miss West says that you should always face up to your troubles and never wriggle out of them.
Miss West isn't being chivied around by a killer who wants to bash her face against a wall and then take her to bed piece by piece.
He didn't threaten you with that. How awful. I'll telephone old Faith.
Oh, no, Rose, please.
But, Mommy, this is much more important than Uncle Julian coming to dinner.
Nothing is more important than Julian coming to dinner.
I really do believe you are in love with him.
I am.
But, Mommy, you couldn't be. He's so funny. He should be in a museum. He's a fossil, an old dodo.
An old what?
You know, one of those silly birds who couldn't swim and couldn't fly and got themselves exterminated. They were quite useless.
Not to other dodos, they weren't. Oh, Rose, you'll never understand. To you, he's a ridiculous old dodo. But to me, he's everything I've missed since your father died. The fun and excitement, being quite furious and then madly gay. Oh, Rose, it's living again. Oh, I'm so awfully happy.
Oh, Mommy, don't. Please don't. I didn't know you felt like that. Now, come on. We're in this together. You go and change while I get everything ready. If Uncle Jeff telephones again, you leave him to me. Nothing's going to spoil your evening.
Oh, it's rather lovely being mothered by my daughter. Must I send the dress back, or may I keep it?
You can keep it. Austerity begins tomorrow.
Thank you, darling.
And Mummy.
Yes, Rose?
I think Travels on a Yak is a wonderful book.
Oh, really, darling?
Yes. I loved every line of it. I thought the style truly impressive.
Oh, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Oh, bless you. Oh, dear, the front door. Answer it, darling. I'll dash upstairs and see to my puffy eyes.
You?
Yeah, me, Fred Hayter.
You can't come in.
I'm in.
What do you want?
To see your mother.
Quite impossible. She's not at home.
Look, honey, I saw her come in.
Well, she's at home, but not to visit us. She's ill.
That's too bad.
So there's really no point in your staying, is there?
I'm gonna stay right here. Oh, gosh, I'm tired. I don't remember when I last got some sleep.
But you can't sleep here. Anyway, it's the very worst thing to do when you're tired. Go to sleep. I mean, you want to go out and enjoy yourself.
Is that a fact?
Yes, you want to go out dancing.
Alone?
Oh, you don't have to go on your own. There's me.
Oh, aren't you dated for tonight?
No, I'm footloose and fancy-free. Come on, let's scram out of here.
Oh, well, let's go if that's the way you want it.
Oh, I do. More than anything else on earth.
Rose, don't answer. It'll only be that wretched Jeff. Oh, ring away, you silly thing. I'm not going to answer you.
Eddie?
Oh, Jeff, you gave me a fright crawling through that window. I thought you were... Well, if that's not you on the telephone, who is it? Oh, now look what you've done. Now I'll never know who it was. Oh. Why did you come in by the back window?
I thought that American might be in the front.
Is he?
No.
Then why frighten me like that? Rose!
Never mind, Rose. I've got to talk to you.
But where is she?
I don't know, and I care even less. Now, look here, Eddie.
Tom must have fetched her. She's having dinner with him. Funny, she didn't say goodbye, and she hasn't even started to set the table. Oh, well, you'll have to help me, Jeff. Do you think the dinner looks all right?
It looks absolutely delicious.
I'm so glad you think so.
Caviar, cold chicken, champagne, strawberries and cream. What more can a man ask for?
Oh, look at the time. You must go.
Go? I haven't had my dinner.
Your dinner? Oh, but Jeff, dear, you didn't think that was your dinner, did you?
Well, actually, yes, I did, isn't it?
Well, no, Jeff. I'm afraid it isn't.
Well, if it isn't my dinner, whose is it?
Julian Lassiter's, an old and dear friend of mine.
I should have known that dinner wasn't for me. All I ever get is macaroni cheese.
Jealousy in a man of your age is just a little ridiculous, don't you think?
Not half as ridiculous as a woman of your age behaving like a romantic schoolgirl.
Exactly what do you mean by that?
You're a fool, Eddie, and I hope his dinner chokes him.
I'm not going to quarrel with you or allow you to spoil my evening. I'm just going to ask you quite quietly and reasonably to get out of here before I scream.
That's right. Behave like a fishwife. Well, enjoy your dinner. Good night, Eddie.
Oh. Good night, you beast. If I care about him... Oh, calm down, Addie. Don't frown. Remember wrinkles. Oh, perhaps I'd better dim the lights just a little. There. The door's not locked. Come right in, darling.
Hello, Mrs. Lovell.
You, Tom?
Oh, yes, me, Tom.
But where's your uncle?
Well, Uncle Julian couldn't get you on the telephone, so he asked me to tell you that he can't make the date. He's had to go to the airport.
The airport? Why?
Well, he says he's got a little something rather nice arriving from the south of France.
Oh, he has he? Something nice from France. And I said he was a cultivated, intelligent, sensitive man. Well, he's nothing of the sort. He's a dithering, doddering, dirty old dodo.
That was a wonderful dinner, Mrs. Lovell.
Well, we might as well finish the brandy. Tom, I really am worried about Rose.
Oh, I'm not worried. I'm furious with her. I mean, we had a date, you know, and she breaks it. No message, no explanation. She just ditches me.
Well, Tom, here's to being ditched.
You know, I think it's wonderful the way you take things so lightly. More fun than being serious, isn't it?
Well, I've always thought so. But apparently that's out of date now.
Shall I tell you something, Mrs. Lovell?
You might as well, Tom.
It's just that I wish I'd been born when you were born.
Good heavens, Tom, why?
Well, I think you people had a jolly sight more fun than I'm going to have.
Mummy?
Oh, Rose, my dear.
Rose?
The American come back. He tricked me. He gave me the slip.
You went out with an American? But you had a date with me.
Just 1 minute, Tom.
She had a date with me.
Please, Tom. Now, what happened, Rose?
Well, he ordered the dinner and the drinks and then went to make a telephone call, and that's the last I saw of him.
Rose, you did all this for me, darling.
I didn't want your dinner with Uncle Julian spoiled.
Well, you wasted your time. Uncle Julian didn't turn up.
No, he went to pick up someone else at the airport.
Oh, Mummy.
Oh, Rose, you must be starving.
Come on, Rose. We're going out.
All right. Good night, Mummy, darling. And I think you're wonderful.
Darling, I've come.
Julian!
Oh, am I too early for supper?
Too early? What do you mean, too early or too late? I'm washing the dishes.
Oh, but I warned you I'd be late. I told Tom.
Tom said you couldn't make our date because you had someone nice arriving from the south of France.
That boy's an idiot. I said I had to make it late as I'd something nice arriving. This, Addie, mimosa for you. I had it specially flown from Nice.
But I loathe mimosa.
Well, Addie, I shall now go out and get quite drunk.
Oh, Julian, do be your age. It's ridiculous to make such a fuss. Rose is quite right. These emotional scenes do date us.
Us? Dated?
Well, at least to Rose we are. She thinks we're just a couple of old dodos.
Dodos? Do I seem like an old dodo to you, Eddie?
No, darling. Do I seem like one to you, Julian?
Certainly not.
But I've just realized that perhaps I am one.
Then perhaps I'm one, too.
We've got to face it. We're fossilized freaks from the rip-roaring 30s.
You know, Addie, dear, the last two members of a dying race shouldn't quarrel. Dear fossil.
Darling Dodo.
Don't answer it.
Oh, no. The last time I didn't answer it was you, and I was sorry. Hello? Oh, Rose, where are you, dear? At the police station? Tom arrested? Well, what's he done? Oh, I'll be down right away. Oh. Come along, Julian.
Where to?
The police station. Tom's hit an American and been arrested. You must come and bail him out.
I wouldn't think of it. Let him stay there.
But you can't let your own kith and kin rot in jail.
Eddie, come here. I want to talk about us.
Julian, what about poor Tom?
To the devil with poor Tom. He's ruined the evening for me.
Julian, darling, I'm asking you to come to the police station with me.
Eddie, dear, I'm making you a much more attractive proposition. Come to the Bahamas with me.
Oh, Julian, don't ask me now.
I am asking you now. You talk as though you get a proposal every day.
I do.
A serious proposal?
Oh, certainly. If there's one thing about Old Faithful, he's serious.
Who the devil's Old Faithful?
A very dear friend of mine who loves me madly and does anything I ask him. He wouldn't sit there bickering with Tom in jail. Now, come along, darling, I'm going. Oh no.
Eddie, what's the matter?
We'll go by the back way. It's quicker.
But I thought I'd made myself quite clear, Eddie. I'm not going.
Oh, very well, Julian. Stay here if you like, but you'll be sorry. Very, very sorry. And don't say I didn't warn you. Goodbye.
I think you're being most foolish.
So, at last.
I beg your pardon?
I've been looking for you for a long time, and boy, am I going to enjoy working you over.
Work me over? Excuse me, but have we met before?
No, you've taken good care of that. Now listen, Mr. Frank Kitchener.
My name is Lassiter, Julian Lassiter.
Your name is Frank Kitchener.
Frank Kitchener. Now that rings a distant bell. Wait a minute. Oh, travels on a yak.
Travels on a yak. Yeah, hiding behind Mrs. Lovell like that, making her lie for you, bringing her down to your level, that lovely lady.
No wonder Addie slipped out when she did.
After all she did for you, the square meals, the place by the fire.
Oh, listen, you idiot. She's Frank Kitchener, not me.
And that cute little kid Rose. You even had her working for you, too. Stand up and take your coat off.
Certainly not. I refuse to be involved in a brawl.
This isn't going to be a brawl. This is going to be a murder.
Now, look here. This is preposterous. I tell you, I'm not Frank Kitchener. My name's Lassiter, Julian Lassiter. Here's my driving license and a letter from my bank.
Oh, they're just as phony as that book of yours. Take your coat off.
Very well. If you choose to behave like a yokel, you can. But I will not have Mrs. Lovell's house broken up. There's a nice, quiet little yard at the back. We'll use that. I'll just go across and shut the back gate.
Oh, no, you don't. I'll shut the back gate.
This is too easy.
Hey, come back! Come back! Oh, what a dirty, low-down trick!
Talk to you.
I don't wish to speak to anyone.
I came here to ask you a few questions, and you're not going till you've answered them. What are your intentions towards Mrs. Lovell?
At the moment, thoroughly murderous. Now go away while I telephone.
Who are you ringing?
The airport. The sooner I put the Atlantic between Addie and me, the safer I'll feel. Hello? Airport? I want to inquire about seats. Inquiries engaged. Yes, I'll hold on, but hurry, woman, hurry.
So you're leaving?
Yes, immediately.
But I thought that you and Addie were... Well, there was that dinner and the champagne and the candle.
There was no dinner and no champagne. And to top it all, she callously and deliberately left me to that murderous American. What a monstrous evening it's been.
Oh, but I thought that was the sort of hectic life you liked.
20 years ago, I had the stamina for it, but after one day with Addie Lovell, I realize I'm just a bright young thing with hardening arteries. My good woman, do hurry. This is urgent. Yes, I will now do a graceful fade out of Addie's life and leave her to that dreary bore, Old Faithful.
Old Faithful? Who's he?
Oh, I don't know. That's what Addie calls him.
Never heard of him. Old Faithful?
He proposes to her every day, apparently.
Oh, but that's impossible, because I propose. What did you say she called him?
Old Faithful. Sounds a complete doormat to me. Hello, I want inquiries.
A doormat? Old Faithful? Oh, we'll see about that.
Are you going?
I certainly am. I'm going to have a quiet little chat with Mr. Fred Hayter.
When Addie realizes that I've left her, she's going to get rather a shock tomorrow.
Oh, nothing to the shock she's going to get tonight. Goodbye.
Goodbye. No, not you. Have you any seats on tonight's plane to the Bahamas? Well, have you any seats on a plane going anywhere? Oh, you'll phone me back. Cheney 486. Rose, is your mother with you?
No, she's still arguing with the desk sergeant about poor Tom. Why aren't you down there helping her?
I'm waiting for a telephone call. Besides, the whole thing has nothing to do with me.
And you're supposed to love Mummy, but you won't do the smallest thing to help her. Love? Ha, you You don't even know the meaning of the word. You come waddling out of the past with that dated old routine of darling this and darling that, and you call that love.
And what do you and Tom do to pass the time?
Tom and I are sensible adult people. We don't go in for that sort of nonsense.
There's something the matter with that boy.
Tom is a nice and solid and good chap.
So's a turnip.
Well, it's better to be a turnip and go out and hit someone than a useless old dodo who sits around all day and does nothing.
It was left to this useless old dodo to dispose of him.
You've disposed of Fred Hayter? When? Where?
Here, tonight.
But there's not a scratch on you. Tom got a black eye.
My dear child, there was no need for brawling. All that was required was a cool head, a touch of diplomacy, and a dash of mother wit.
Oh. Well, Uncle Julian.
Yes?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a useless old dodo.
No, not at all. There's nothing I enjoy more than a healthy exchange of insults. Don't you and Tom ever insult each other?
No, Uncle Julian.
But, my dear girl, everybody has rows. That is, if there's any emotion between them.
Miss West says that girls shouldn't lose their tempers. It makes them look unattractive.
Unattractive? What an extraordinary idea. Do you know that when you're angry, your nose quivers ever so slightly?
Does it? Does it really?
Yes, it's delicious. And you stand with your feet turned in.
Oh, dear.
It's quite adorable. You look like a madly regal Pekingese.
Do I?
Yes.
Uncle Julian, what wonderful things you say. You do make Tom seem rather, well...
Dull, dear?
Oh, no. But you're so awfully man of the worldish.
My dear girl, although I say it myself, we Lassiters have always possessed a certain, well, shall we say, charm for women.
Rose, we're there. There's Mummy now. Oh, how I envy you both.
Flaming rows, passionate reconciliations. Dear heaven, it's not for me. I leave before she comes.
Pay the taxi, Tom.
Hello? Oh, the airport. You want Mr. Lassiter? I'm afraid that Mr. Lassiter's not here, but I can take a message. There are seats on the night flight to New York. Oh, yes, of course we'll be there. Mr. Lassiter and Mrs. Lovell. That's right, 2 seats side by side. Oh, thank you so much. Rose, darling, did you hear? It's an elopement. Darling Julian, he had it all planned, so like him.
But he's not here. How can you elope alone?
Don't be silly, Tom. He's obviously gone to pack.
And that's what I must do. Oh, dear, it's such a long time since I eloped, I can't remember how to do it. Now, what do I need? A clean handkerchief, my nail scissors, a new hat. Oh, this is exciting. I must go and get myself organized.
Some people have all the fun. Others go through life like turnips.
We do?
We do. Nothing ever happens to us.
Well, quite a lot happened to me tonight.
Well, that was your own fault. Brawling in public.
I like that.
There are other ways of dealing with people besides the ham-fisted way that you did.
Ham-fisted?
All that was required was a cool head, a touch of diplomacy, and a dash of mother wit.
Says who?
Says Uncle Julian. And he's right. He handles situations in a sophisticated way.
There was nothing very sophisticated about the carry-on he was having with your mother this morning.
Well, everybody has rows. That's if there's any emotion between them.
Well, what's emotion got to do with rows?
Everything. Blazing rows and passionate reconciliations. That's love.
Oh, thank goodness we're not emotional.
Well, you may not be, but I am.
I've never noticed it.
You never notice anything. You've never even noticed that my nose quivers when I'm angry.
Does it?
Yes, deliciously. And my feet turn in.
That's bad.
It's not bad. It's adorable. What's more, I look like a madly regal Pekingese.
Says who?
Says Uncle Julian.
Look, he can't go around saying things like that about you.
But I like them. Oh, you wouldn't understand. Uncle Julian's a sensitive, emotional man, and you're a dote, an absolute dote. I never want to see you again.
Oh, no, Rose. Please, darling,
Take your hands off me.
No. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I shall go home now.
Here's a parting gift.
Very funny. Throwing bars, this is juvenile.
Here's another.
Oh, look, that nearly hit me, you spiteful little cat.
Oh, brute, you brute.
Just wait until I get hold of
you.
you.
Don't you dare to touch me. You're hurting me.
I'll do more than that. I'm going to give you a touch of diplomacy, a dash of mother wit, and a darn good hiding.
Oh, Tom, you're hurting me.
Good. Oh, darling.
Tom, darling.
Oh, darling.
Oh, Tom, how wonderful. We've had a flaming row.
Yes. Yes, and I enjoyed it. Let's have lots of rows. And Rose, let's get married.
Yes, Tom, yes. When?
Right away.
You mean elope?
Yes, elope. And I don't want any argument.
How?
How? Well,
I know. Let's hop in a car.
Whose?
Anybody's car. Uncle Julian's car.
Uncle Julian's car?
Well, why not? It's at the door. Start it up and drive it off. Oh, Tom, this is exciting.
Isn't it? Come on, let's go.
But I must leave a letter.
Yes, but hurry up and keep it short.
But I must explain about the car and us being in love and we hope they don't mind and everything.
Well, keep it short. Say, decided to elope, love Rose.
Yes, Tom.
Come along, Rose.
Yes, Tom. You know, Tom, Mummy was absolutely right. I see it now. Love should be blazing rows and passionate reconciliations, crying your heart out and laughing your head off. Life should be fun. Come on, Tom. We're going to have fun. And to the devil with Miss West.
Oh, Julian, darling, come in. I'm nearly packed.
Packed?
Yes, darling. The airport did telephone. There are seats.
Seats?
Yes, darling, 2 seats. Side by side. I've arranged it all. Just the sort of elopement I've always dreamed of, darling.
What? Eddie, I'm afraid you made a mistake.
No, darling. 20 years ago I made the mistake. I spoiled our last elopement, but this time I shall go through with it to the bitter end.
Eddie, will you listen to me?
Now, darling, do let's hurry. I always think that when elopements go off the boil...
Off the boil? I've seldom heard a more unsavory term applied to something that's supposed to be beautiful and romantic. Where is Tom?
Why, Tom, dear?
Because the idiot's got the key of the flat in his pocket, and in the flat is my passport.
Oh, silly Julian. I've got the key of Tom's flat. The desk sergeant gave it to me.
Then why in the name of heaven didn't you tell me?
You never asked me.
You should have told me. No, Eddie, dear, we're not going to have a row. I'm going to get my passport.
I'll come with you. I'm ready.
Ready?
Yes, I'm all packed. Look, my sponge bag.
Packed? Eddie, look, you can't cross the Atlantic with nothing but a sponge bag. Now, run upstairs and pack properly, and I'll go and get my passport.
All right, well, don't be long, darling Julian.
Dearest Eddie. Well, that's got rid of her. Now to make good my escape. Oh, no, Eddie. Eddie, my car's been stolen. Eddie!
Your car's been stolen?
Yes, it's gone.
Are you sure?
Well, of course I'm sure.
Who could have taken it?
Oh, all the fatuous questions.
Now, don't get so fussed. Somebody's probably just moved it round the corner. I'll get our local police. The desk sergeant's a sweetie.
Well, hurry up.
Well, the number's on the pad somewhere.
Oh, give me that pad.
Here.
Mummy. There's a message from Rose. Mummy decided to elope, love Rose.
Elope? Oh, isn't that lovely? Just like us. And he took your car, clever Tom.
Clever Tom, how dare he?
What are you doing?
Dialing 999. I want my car back.
Oh, Julian, when we're so happy, how can you stand in the way of their happiness?
Very well, Eddie. They can have my car.
Oh, that's sweet of you.
Not at all. I'm delighted they should have my car. Goodbye.
Goodbye?
Yes, Eddie. No car. No elopement.
You really are a funny old thing. What's wrong with eloping in a taxi?
A Lassiter would not be seen dead eloping in a taxi.
All right, Julian. A little thing like a taxi shan't come between us now. We'll hire a car.
Now, that's a splendid idea. You get the car, and I'll get my passport.
Oh, this is exciting. Julian, hurry.
Hurry. You won't see me for dust. That much is certain. Goodbye.
Hello? Night service? Have you a smart chauffeur-driven car for an elopement? Oh, good. 8 Cheney Mews, Chelsea. Yes, thank you very much. Oh, dear Julian. So eager. He must have run all the way there and back. You?
Yes, me, Eddie. And I brought a mutual friend. Come in, friend.
Oh, Jeff, no. I'm expecting a friend any moment, so you really must go, Jeff.
Friend? What friend?
That's my business, Jeff. Now, please go.
Yeah, Mrs. Lovell, we'll go. But I thought you'd like to hear how Mr. Martin's fixed everything up.
Some other time, Fred.
Here's the key to my flat. Would you like to go and wait there while I get busy and fix your flight to New York?
Oh, you're sure very kind, Mr. Martin. We'll be seeing you.
Jeff, darling, you're brilliant. I didn't know you could be so clever.
Clever, Eddie.
Getting rid of him like that. He'll be at the other side of the Atlantic tomorrow, and that's the last we'll see of him.
But, Eddie, dear, I think you've made a mistake. You see, you're going to hand over all your ill-gotten gains. It's all here in the contract.
What contract?
This one. The one you're going to sign.
Sign? Oh, I wouldn't think of it.
Either you sign or I'll get Fred back and we'll give the whole story to the press.
The papers? Oh, Jeff, darling, do let's discuss this some other time. Look, why don't you come to dinner next week?
Macaroni cheese, I suppose.
Oh, darling, how could you? Champagne, of course.
Oh, no, thank you, Eddie. From now on, our relationship is strictly business. Sign?
You know what this is, Jeff? Blackmail.
Yes, that's just exactly what it is. Here's my pen. Sign.
I can't think how you can do this to me. You who were supposed to be in love with me.
Ah, that was when I was Old Faithful.
Oh, so you know about that.
Yes, and I'm not Old Faithful anymore. Sign over the stamp, Eddie. That makes it binding.
I never knew you could be like this, bullying and browbeating me.
Sign, Eddie.
Give up all my lovely royalties. It's signing my life away. All right, I will sign. There's your silly old contract. Much good will it do you?
I warn you, Eddie. I shall hold you to this.
You try. I'll be miles away, lotus eating in the Bahamas. Now run along and let me get on with my elopement.
Elopement?
Yes, with Julian. We're taking the night flight to New York. Oh, here is Julian now. Julian, darling, I've had a perfectly terrible time.
You've had a terrible time? Do you know what you did to me, you silly woman? You gave me this wrong key. Now, for heaven's sake, give me the right one for Tom's flat and let me get out of here.
But what about our elopement?
Your elopement, not mine. I was going home quietly to the Bahamas when you came and attached yourself to me like a leech.
Did you say leech?
Yes, unasked and uninvited.
Then you weren't going to elope with me?
I was not.
But it was all arranged.
Not by me, it wasn't.
But, Julian, you can't do this. I've just signed a terrible contract with Jeff.
That's too bad, Addie, but it's nothing to do with me.
Well, it is. I only signed it because I thought I'd been miles away with you in the Bahamas. Oh, what shall I do?
You'd better elope with Old Faithful instead.
Old Faithful? But he's Old Faithful.
Who? He is? Oh, no. Oh, poor Addie. Oh, so you're Old Faithful.
Yes.
Yes, and you've got her where you want her?
Thanks to you, yes. Old Faithful. It gave me ideas.
You're very welcome.
So you're at the bottom of all this, Julian. I should have known that Jeff would never stoop so low. But he's a gentleman, and you're not.
Look out, Old Faithful. She'll have you proposing to her again.
Oh, no fear of that. My proposing days are over.
And hang on to that contract. Don't let her wriggle out of it.
Don't you worry. She can't find a loophole here.
Oh, can't I? Well, I have already. My signature isn't witnessed. What are you going to do about that?